Roman Reigns stared through the floor-to-ceiling windows of his home as the evening sky faded into shades of orange and purple. The room was unusually quiet, broken only by the distant hum of the air conditioning. Along the walls sat shelves lined with championship memorabilia, custom WWE title belts, framed WrestleMania moments, and photographs capturing the defining chapters of a career that had made him one of sports entertainment's biggest icons. Only minutes earlier, he had been finishing paperwork related to one of his business ventures when his phone vibrated across the desk. The name on the screen immediately made him smile. Joelle. He answered without hesitation. Hey, sweetheart, Roman said warmly. How's my girl doing? Silence. Not the comfortable kind. The kind that instantly makes a parent uneasy. His smile slowly disappeared. Joelle. Her voice finally came through. Soft. Unsteady. Almost as though she'd been crying. Hi, Dad. Roman straightened in his chair. Every instinct he'd developed over years of protecting his family told him something wasn't right. You okay? There was another pause. Longer this time. Then she whispered words that made his stomach tighten. Dad, I need to tell you something. Roman's heartbeat quickened. What is it? I've been hiding something from you, for years. Those words hit harder than any spear he'd ever taken inside a WWE ring. His mind immediately raced through every terrible possibility imaginable. Are you hurt? No. Are you sick? No. Did somebody do something to you? No. Her answer came quickly, but there was no relief in her voice. Only fear. It's nothing like that. Roman stood from his chair and slowly walked toward the window overlooking his driveway. Outside, the world continued as normal. Cars passed. The wind rustled the trees. Yet inside the house, everything suddenly felt different. What is it then? He asked quietly. Joelle took a shaky breath. I can't tell you over the phone. Roman closed his eyes. What do you mean? I have to tell you in person. His chest tightened. Whatever she was about to say, she believed it was too important to risk saying over a phone call. When can you come over? He asked immediately. If you need me, I'll come to you. Tomorrow morning. Her voice cracked. I need tonight. Tonight for what? To prepare myself. Those words unsettled him even more. Joelle. I'm scared, Dad. Roman had heard thousands of people scream his name inside sold-out arenas. He'd stood in front of millions of viewers during the biggest WrestleManias in history. Pressure had never frightened him. But hearing his daughter admit she was scared, that terrified him. You can tell me anything, he said gently. You know that. A quiet sob escaped through the phone. Can I? The question caught him completely off guard. Can I really? Roman frowned. Of course you can. You're my daughter. I love you no matter what. Another long silence followed. Then she answered softly. I hope that's true. Roman's heart sank. What I'm about to tell you, it's going to change everything. His thoughts spiraled. Was she in trouble? Was someone threatening her? Had she discovered something that would affect the whole family? Every possibility seemed worse than the one before. Whatever it was, he knew one thing. They would face it together. Listen to me, Roman said firmly. No matter what this is, we'll figure it out. That's what family does. Joelle wiped away another tear. I'll be there around 9 tomorrow morning. Then she added something unexpected. Please don't call me tonight. Roman blinked. What? I just need one night. Please. I have to get my thoughts together. Every instinct told him to refuse. To get in the car. To drive to her immediately. To demand answers. But he also heard how fragile she sounded. If she needed one night, he had to give it to her. Okay. I'll wait. Before hanging up, Roman spoke one final time. Joelle, whatever you're about to tell me, nothing will ever change the fact that you're my daughter. I love you. I always will. He heard her crying openly now. I love you too, Dad. Then, the call ended. Roman remained standing in the middle of the room, the phone still pressed against his ear long after the line had gone silent. For the first time in years, he felt completely powerless. He'd battled legends, headlined WrestleMania, carried the weight of an entire company on his shoulders. Yet none of that prepared him for waiting until morning to learn what his daughter had been hiding for years. That night felt endless. He tried reviewing paperwork. The words blurred together. He switched on a wrestling replay, hoping it would distract him. It didn't. He wandered into the kitchen and fixed himself dinner. He barely touched it. Every few minutes his mind replayed Joelle's trembling voice. I've been hiding something from you. It's going to change everything. Sleep never came. He lay awake staring at the ceiling, imagining one nightmare after another. By By 2 in the morning, he was pacing the house. By 4 he gave up entirely and headed to his private gym. He spent nearly an hour lifting weights, hoping physical exhaustion would quiet his mind. It didn't. When dawn finally arrived, Roman had been awake almost the entire night. He showered, changed into jeans and a simple black t-shirt, made fresh coffee, then settled into the living room, eyes fixed on the front driveway. Every passing vehicle made him sit a little straighter. Every sound outside made his heart race. At exactly 8:47 a.m., a silver SUV slowly pulled into the driveway. Roman stood immediately. Through the window, he watched Joelle park the vehicle. But she didn't get out. 1 minute passed. Then 2. Then 5. She remained sitting behind the steering wheel, staring straight ahead. Roman instinctively reached for the front door, then stopped himself. Whatever battle she was fighting, she needed to walk through it herself. Finally, the driver's door opened. Joelle stepped out slowly. Even from inside the house, Roman noticed how exhausted she looked. She seemed thinner than he remembered. Dark circles rested beneath her eyes. Each step toward the front door looked impossibly heavy, as though she were walking toward a moment she'd been dreading for years. Roman opened the door before she could knock. For several seconds, neither of them spoke. Then Joelle stepped forward and wrapped her arms tightly around her father. She held him longer than she ever had before. Roman gently hugged her back. "Hi, baby girl." Her voice barely rose above a whisper. "Hi, Dad." Together they walked into the living room. Neither one said a word. Roman knew she would speak. When she was finally ready, they settled into the living room in complete silence. Joelle sat on the edge of the couch, her fingers tightly intertwined, staring at the floor. Roman took the armchair across from her, watching every small movement. Years of performing in front of packed arenas had taught him how to read people. But today he couldn't read his own daughter. "You want some coffee?" he asked gently. "Something to eat?" She shook her head. "No, thank you." Another long silence filled the room. Finally, she inhaled deeply. "I have to do this before I lose my courage." Roman nodded slowly. "I'm listening." Joelle looked down at her trembling hands. She tried to speak, but the words wouldn't come. "Take your time," Roman said softly. She closed her eyes for a moment, gathering herself. Then she finally looked at him. "Dad, I need to start from the beginning." Roman leaned forward. "Okay. Everything started when I was 16. Her voice was barely above a whisper. "That's when my life changed." Roman didn't interrupt. He simply listened. "When I tell you everything," she continued, "I need you to let me finish before you say anything. I promise." She nodded. "Because if you try to fix it immediately, I don't think I'll be able to finish." "I won't interrupt." She took another shaky breath. "When I was 16, I started falling apart." The words echoed through the room. Roman felt his stomach tighten. "I never told you because I thought I'd disappoint you." He stared at her. "Disappoint me? You. The man who always looked fearless. The man who walked into WrestleMania after WrestleMania, carrying the biggest pressure imaginable and never looked shaken. The man everyone called the tribal chief. The man who always found a way to win." She looked away. "I didn't think someone like that could understand someone like me." Roman wanted to respond immediately. To tell her she'd never disappoint him. To tell her none of that mattered. But he'd made a promise. So he stayed silent. Joelle continued. "You probably don't remember much about that year." Roman searched his memory. She was 16. He had been in the middle of one of the busiest periods of his career. Television every week. Premium live events nearly every month. Media appearances. Travel across the country. Constant pressure. "I remember being busy," he admitted quietly. She nodded. "I know. I never blamed you for working. I never blamed you for being Roman Reigns. But I felt alone." Those words landed harder than any punch. It started with this feeling I couldn't explain. My chest would tighten. My heart would race. I couldn't breathe. I'd wake up in the middle of the night, convinced something terrible was happening. I honestly thought I was dying. Roman's hands slowly closed into fists. "I didn't know they were panic attacks. I thought something was physically wrong with me. I almost told you once." She paused. "But then I remembered something you said." Roman frowned. "What?" "You were doing an interview. You talked about what it takes to stay on top. You said champions keep pushing no matter how much pain they're in. You said the greatest performers never let pressure beat them." Roman immediately remembered interviews like that. He had spoken countless times about discipline, mental toughness, sacrifice, never quitting. At the time, he had been talking about wrestling. Joelle had heard something completely different. So I convinced myself that I just wasn't strong enough. Roman lowered his head. I kept telling myself, if Dad can handle carrying WWE on his shoulders, why can't I handle high school? Her eyes filled with tears again. So I stayed quiet. The attacks kept getting worse. They started happening during class. I'd suddenly feel like I couldn't breathe. My vision would blur. My hands would shake. I'd ask to go to the restroom, and I'd lock myself inside until it passed. Roman's heart broke with every sentence. You remember when I stopped going to your shows? I always told you I had too much homework. I told you I wasn't feeling well. I made excuses. He nodded slowly. I remember. I thought you were just growing up. I thought teenagers wanted space. Joelle gave a sad smile. I wanted to be there. I just couldn't handle the crowds anymore. The lights. The noise. The attention. Everyone wanted to remind me who my father was. You're Roman Reigns' daughter. What's it like? Do you meet all the WWE superstars? Does your dad really look that intimidating in person? She laughed bitterly. I smiled every single time. But inside, I felt like I was drowning. Roman closed his eyes. How had he missed all of this? I stopped going to family gatherings too. Birthdays. Holidays. Anything with lots of people. You all thought I was becoming antisocial. I was actually terrified. She looked at him. I became really good at pretending. I smiled in pictures. I kept my grades high. I told everyone I was okay. But I wasn't. I was falling apart. Roman wiped at his eyes. For years, he had believed his daughter simply needed independence. He never imagined she had been fighting a battle no one could see. By my senior year, I wasn't sleeping anymore. I barely ate. I lost weight. When people asked if I was okay, I always used the same answer. I'm fine. She smiled sadly. Funny how one little word can stop everyone from asking more questions. Roman remembered. He remembered asking. He remembered accepting that answer. Because it was easier than imagining something deeper. Joelle slowly stood and walked toward the window. Outside, the morning sun lit the driveway. She folded her arms tightly. I became invisible in my own life. I stopped hanging out with friends. I avoided people. I couldn't explain what was happening. I didn't even understand it myself. Roman's voice was barely audible. Why didn't you tell me? She turned around. Because you were Roman Reigns. You stood in front of 70,000 people at WrestleMania without fear. You walked into hostile arenas where everyone wanted to see you lose. You carried enormous expectations every single night. How could I tell someone like that? That I couldn't even walk into a grocery store without feeling like I was going to collapse? Roman opened his mouth, then closed it again. If he were being honest, years ago, he might not have understood. Back then he believed every obstacle could be overcome by determination alone. He had spent his life teaching resilience. But he hadn't yet learned that some battles weren't won through willpower alone. Finally, he answered quietly. I wish I could tell you I would have understood. He swallowed hard. But maybe. I wouldn't have. Joelle nodded. That's exactly why I stayed silent. She sat back down, tears slipping down her cheeks. And Dad, what I've told you so far is only the beginning. Roman felt another wave of dread settle over him. Everything she'd shared had already shattered his heart. Yet the look in her eyes told him the hardest part of the story still hadn't been told. He leaned forward again, giving her his complete attention. I'm here. Tell me everything. Joelle sat quietly for several moments, gathering the strength to continue. Roman didn't rush her. He knew whatever came next had taken years to carry. When I graduated high school, she began softly, I thought college would fix everything. I honestly believed a fresh start was all I needed. A new city, new people, a place where nobody immediately recognized me as Roman Reigns' daughter. She forced a small smile. I thought I could finally become just Joelle. Roman listened without saying a word. I was wrong. She lowered her eyes. The panic attacks got worse. Being away from home made everything harder. I didn't know anyone. I didn't trust anyone. And I was carrying years of anxiety I'd never dealt with. Her hands tightened together. Every day felt heavier than the one before. I stopped answering messages. I skipped classes. I couldn't concentrate. Some mornings I couldn't even convince myself to get out of bed. Roman felt a knot forming in his stomach. He'd spent those years believing his daughter was simply adjusting to college life. Meanwhile, she'd been fighting for her life. The darkest part, she whispered, came during my freshman year. Her voice almost disappeared. I started wondering if anyone would even notice if I disappeared. Roman closed his eyes. No parent should ever hear those words. I convinced myself everyone would be better off without me. You, Mom, my sisters, everyone. She wiped another tear away. I thought all I was doing was disappointing people. Roman's heart shattered. You never disappointed us. Joelle looked at him gently. Dad, you promised. Roman immediately nodded. I'm sorry, she continued. I had a roommate named Sophie. She was outgoing, friendly, always trying to include me. She invited me everywhere. Study groups, dinner, campus events. I always said no. Eventually, she stopped asking. Joelle stared at the floor. One weekend she went home to visit her parents. I was completely alone. She swallowed hard. That same week, I failed my first college exam. Roman's eyebrows lifted. You, she nodded. I couldn't focus anymore. My anxiety was controlling everything. I remember sitting on my bed, holding my phone. I wanted to call you. I picked it up over and over again. But every time, I'd remember another interview, another speech, another moment where people praised you for never quitting. She smiled sadly. I kept asking myself, how can I tell someone like Roman Reigns that I can't even survive college? Roman looked down. He had never intended to create impossible expectations. But intentions didn't erase consequences. I finally put the phone down. Joelle's voice became almost emotionless. And then, I made a decision. Roman's breathing slowed. I wrote letters. One for you. One for Mom. One for my sisters. I apologized. For not being strong enough. For being a burden. For failing all of you. Roman could barely breathe. I thought, everyone would eventually move on. The room became completely silent. Joelle finally looked directly into her father's eyes. I had decided to end my life. Roman's entire body froze. For several seconds, he couldn't process what he'd just heard. The words echoed in his mind. His daughter, his little girl, had almost never come home. He instinctively stood. His knees felt weak. No, he whispered. Joelle nodded slowly. I had everything planned. I'd spent days researching. I thought through every detail. I cleaned my dorm room. I showered. I changed into clean clothes. I even organized my desk. Roman covered his mouth. She wasn't describing a passing thought. She was describing preparation. She had truly believed she wouldn't see another sunrise. I left the letters where Sophie would find them. I sat on the bed. And I thought, this is finally over. Roman's eyes filled with tears. His voice cracked. What stopped you? Joelle sat quietly. Then, for the first time since arriving, she smiled. It wasn't a joyful smile. It was grateful. A knock. Roman frowned. What? There was a knock on my dorm room door. She laughed softly through her tears. It was almost 11:30 at night. I almost ignored it. I almost pretended I wasn't there. But something told me to answer. She paused. When I opened the door, there was a girl from one of my classes. Her name was Rebecca. Roman waited. We barely knew each other. We'd spoken maybe 3 times all semester. But she was crying, completely falling apart. Joelle leaned back. Her boyfriend had broken up with her. She was failing classes. Her parents were getting divorced. She said she didn't know where else to go. Roman slowly realized where the story was heading. Out of everyone on campus, Joelle said quietly, she somehow chose my door. She laughed again. The girl who was planning to end her own life ended up comforting someone else. Roman felt tears roll down his face. I invited her inside. I made tea. We sat there for hours. I listened. I held her while she cried. I told her she wasn't alone. I told her tomorrow would be better. I told her she was stronger than she believed. Joelle's smile slowly faded. And then something happened. What? Roman asked softly. I realized. I was saying everything I desperately needed to hear myself. She looked at her father. Every word I gave her was really meant for me. Roman whispered. She saved your life. Joelle nodded. Without even knowing it. When Rebecca finally left, I looked back at the letters. And I completely broke down. I cried harder than I ever had. She inhaled deeply. Then I did the one thing I'd been too afraid to do. Roman leaned forward. I called the university crisis hotline. They answered immediately. They stayed on the phone with me. Within minutes, someone came to my dorm. By sunrise, I was sitting with a counselor. For the first time in years, I told someone everything. Roman released a breath he didn't realize he'd been holding. Relief washed over him. She had reached for help. She had survived. The counselor didn't judge me. They didn't tell me to toughen up. They didn't tell me to push through. They explained that I wasn't weak. I was dealing with severe anxiety and depression. They told me there was treatment. They told me there was hope. Roman slowly nodded. And there was. There was. Joelle smiled faintly. For the first time in years. I believed maybe my story wasn't over. She looked toward the window. But that wasn't the biggest secret. Roman felt his heart sink again. Everything he'd just heard already felt unbearable. Yet Joelle's expression told him something even more significant was still waiting. She turned back toward him. Dad, what happened after therapy? Changed the direction of my entire life. And it's the reason I'm sitting here today. Roman quietly leaned forward. I'm listening. Roman remained silent. He'd spent his entire career standing in the middle of roaring arenas, thriving under pressure that would overwhelm most people. But nothing compared to sitting across from his daughter now. Joelle looked calmer than when she'd first arrived, almost as if finally speaking the truth had lifted part of the weight she'd carried for years. The counseling saved my life, she said quietly. But it also changed the way I saw the world. Roman nodded, encouraging her to continue. My therapist helped me understand something I'd never realized. She paused. Pain has a way of making people believe they're completely alone. I spent years thinking no one could possibly understand what I was going through. But once I started opening up, I discovered there were thousands of people carrying the same invisible burden. She smiled faintly. That changed everything. Roman listened carefully. I stayed in therapy. I learned healthier ways to deal with anxiety. I learned how to recognize panic attacks before they overwhelmed me. I learned that asking for help wasn't weakness. It was courage. She looked directly at her father. It took me years to believe that. Roman lowered his eyes. I wish I'd known. I know. Joelle answered gently. But Dad, I wasn't ready for you to know. Roman frowned. Why? She sighed. Because I was still afraid. Afraid that once you saw how broken I'd been, you'd never look at me the same way again. Roman immediately shook his head. I never would have. I know that now. She smiled. But back then, I couldn't believe it. She leaned back on the couch. So I kept going to therapy. I finished college. I graduated. You remember graduation? Roman smiled. I was proud. I still am. She nodded. I know. But even then, you didn't know the real story. You saw me smiling. You thought everything was finally okay. But underneath, I was still healing. Roman remembered that day perfectly. He remembered taking photos with her, laughing, celebrating. He had genuinely believed the hardest part of her life was behind her. He had no idea she'd already survived a battle she'd never told anyone about. I got a job after college. You remember that too. The non-profit. Roman nodded. You said you loved helping people. I did. And I still do. She smiled. But after a while, something didn't feel complete. Roman waited. I kept thinking about that night in my dorm room. The night Rebecca knocked on my door. The night one unexpected conversation changed my life. I couldn't stop asking myself one question. What question? She answered without hesitation. What about all the people who never get that knock? The room fell silent again. What about the teenagers who never meet someone like Rebecca? What about the kids who are suffering in silence? The ones who believe nobody understands them. The ones who smile during the day and cry themselves to sleep at night. Roman watched the determination growing in her eyes. I couldn't stop thinking about them. So I started researching. Everything. Anxiety, depression, youth suicide, mental health resources. The statistics terrified me. She reached into her bag and pulled out a small notebook. I filled notebooks with information. I wanted to understand why so many young people were struggling. And the more I learned, the more I realized I couldn't just stand by. Roman asked quietly, So what did you do? Joelle smiled. I started helping. At first, it was just one person. A teenager I'd met through a community outreach event. She was struggling with anxiety. We talked. I shared pieces of my own story. Not everything, but enough. It helped. Then another teenager reached out. Then another. Before long, Joelle found herself spending every evening talking to young people who felt lost. Some were dealing with anxiety. Others were battling depression. Some simply needed someone willing to listen. I realized something. She said softly. Sometimes people don't need someone to fix them. They just need someone who won't leave. Roman felt those words settle heavily inside him. They reminded him of something he'd always believed about family. Being present mattered more than having all the answers. So, Joelle continued, I decided to create something bigger. Roman looked up. I started a small organization. Nothing fancy. No publicity. No interviews. No media attention. Just a safe place where teenagers could ask for help without feeling judged. Roman smiled proudly. You built that yourself? She nodded. Every bit of it. I designed the website. I answered emails. I answered phone calls. I spent countless nights talking people through panic attacks. Sometimes until sunrise. Roman couldn't hide the admiration in his eyes. My little girl. She laughed softly. I'm not so little anymore. No. You became someone extraordinary. Joelle shook her head. I became someone who remembered what it felt like to believe no one cared. And I promised myself, no child who reached out to me would ever feel that way. Roman's eyes became misty. He couldn't have been more proud. Then, Joelle's smile disappeared. Her shoulders tensed. There was one person who changed everything. Roman noticed the shift immediately. What do you mean? She reached into her bag once more. This time, she removed a photograph. She stared at it for several seconds before speaking. I met her 3 years ago. She was only 15. She was angry, terrified, completely convinced the world had given up on her. Roman quietly accepted the photograph. It showed a teenage girl with dark hair and guarded eyes. Even in a still picture, the pain on her face was unmistakable. Her name, Joelle whispered, was Maya. Roman studied the photograph. Something about the girl seemed strangely familiar. He couldn't explain why. What happened to her? Joelle looked down. She contacted the organization late one night. The first message she ever sent me only had 4 words. Roman looked up. What did it say? Joelle swallowed hard. I don't want to live. Roman closed his eyes. His chest tightened instantly. I stayed with her for hours. I listened. I talked. I refused to let her face that night alone. She smiled sadly. It reminded me so much of my own story. Roman slowly nodded. And over time, we became incredibly close. She trusted me. I became the one person she believed would never abandon her. Joelle looked back at the photograph. Helping Maya became more than volunteer work. She became family to me. Roman frowned slightly. What do you mean? Joelle hesitated. For the first time since she arrived, she looked genuinely afraid again. Because 6 months ago, I learned something about Maya. She looked directly into her father's eyes. Something neither of us saw coming. Roman's heartbeat quickened. What? Joelle took a slow, trembling breath. It's the real reason I came here today. She carefully took the photograph back into her hands. Then she whispered, what I'm about to tell you is going to change our family forever. Roman's pulse pounded in his ears. He looked from the photograph in Joelle's hands back to her face, searching for some clue about what she was about to reveal. The room felt impossibly still. Finally, he spoke. What is it, Joelle? She stared down at the picture for several seconds before answering. I need you to understand something first. Roman nodded. Okay. Maya wasn't just another teenager who reached out for help. She became like family. I watched her grow. I celebrated every small victory with her. The first time she went a full week without a panic attack. The first time she smiled without forcing it. The day she finally believed she deserved a future. Joelle smiled softly at the memory. I was proud of her. Roman could hear the affection in her voice. You cared about her. I still do. She took a deep breath. But 6 months ago, everything changed. Roman leaned forward. How? Maya asked if we could meet in person. Joelle continued. Normally, I was careful about that. Our organization had strict policies, and I always made sure meetings happened in public places. So we met at a quiet coffee shop. She looked nervous. More nervous than I'd ever seen her. Roman listened closely. She barely touched her drink. She kept apologizing. I asked her what was wrong. Joelle swallowed. And then, she handed me a folder. Roman frowned. A folder? She nodded. There were papers inside. Medical records. Old documents. Copies of letters. I didn't understand why she was giving them to me. So I asked, what am I looking at? Joelle's voice became quieter. She told me, this is everything I know about my family. Roman stayed silent. Maya grew up in foster care. I knew that much. But I never knew why. She didn't know either. She'd spent years trying to piece together her past. Searching for answers. Trying to understand where she came from. Joelle looked down at the folder resting on the coffee table. She hired someone to help locate old records. Not because she wanted money. Not because she wanted attention. She just wanted to know who she really was. Roman slowly nodded. Everyone deserves that. That's what I told her. Joelle smiled faintly. Then she asked me something. If you found out your whole life was built on a secret, would you want to know the truth? Roman answered instinctively. Yes. I said the same thing. Joelle looked away. I wish I hadn't answered so quickly. Roman felt his chest tighten again. What did she find? Joelle reached into the folder. She carefully unfolded a single sheet of paper. My first thought was that she'd found one of her parents. My second thought was that she'd finally have some peace. She slowly shook her head. I was wrong. Roman watched her hands trembling. Maya looked at me and said something I'll never forget. Joelle closed her eyes as if hearing the words all over again. I think I've found someone who doesn't know I exist. Roman frowned. What does that mean? At first, I thought she meant one of her biological parents. But she shook her head. Not them. Someone else. Joelle paused. Then she slid one last document across the table. Roman could see the emotion building inside her. I looked down, and I saw a name. She slowly lifted her eyes. A name I recognized immediately. Roman's heartbeat quickened. What name? She hesitated. I didn't believe it. I read it 3 times. I thought there had to be a mistake. Roman's voice dropped to barely a whisper. Joelle. What name? She looked directly at him. It was ours. Roman blinked. What? Our family name. The words hung in the air. Roman stared at her in disbelief. I told myself it couldn't be real. I thought there must be another family with the same name. So I started asking questions. I asked where she'd gotten the records. Who verified them? Whether anyone had checked the information. Joelle sighed. Everything had been verified. Multiple times. Roman's breathing became shallow. So, what are you saying? Joelle looked down. I'm saying. Maya's search didn't end with finding her past. She swallowed hard. It led to our family. Roman felt as though the room had tilted beneath him. For several seconds, neither of them spoke. He searched her face, hoping he'd misunderstood. Joelle, are you telling me? She nodded slowly before he could finish. Yes. Maya is connected to us. Roman's mind raced through every possibility. A distant cousin? An extended relative? Someone from generations back? He struggled to make sense of it. Connected how? He asked quietly. Joelle's eyes filled with tears once more. I've spent 6 months trying to prove the records were wrong. I wanted them to be wrong. I prayed they were wrong. She looked at him with a mixture of fear and sadness. But every document, every record, every piece of evidence, pointed to the same conclusion. Roman gripped the edge of his chair. His voice was barely audible. What conclusion? Joelle took one long, unsteady breath. Then she whispered. The answer begins with something that happened many years before I was born. And Dad, it's a chapter of our family's history that almost no one knows. Roman sat frozen. He had walked into this conversation expecting to hear about his daughter's struggles. Instead, he was now staring at a mystery that reached far beyond anything he could have imagined. And somehow, he knew the hardest truth was still waiting to be revealed. Roman sat motionless. The silence between them stretched for what felt like an eternity. His thoughts raced in every direction, but none of them made sense. Finally, he broke the silence. Start from the beginning. Joelle nodded. I knew you'd ask that. She reached into the folder again and carefully removed another document. I spent months trying to disprove everything. I hired another investigator. I contacted government offices. I tracked down records from different states. I wanted anyone, to tell me the first report was wrong. She looked up. No one did. Roman exhaled slowly. So where does this story actually begin? Joelle folded her hands. With Maya. She never knew her biological parents. According to the Forster records, she entered the system before she was 2 years old. There were very few details. No family history. No medical history. Almost nothing. Roman frowned. How does someone disappear like that? That's exactly what she wanted to know. So after she turned 18, she started searching. Little by little, she uncovered pieces of the puzzle. But every answer created 2 more questions. Joelle paused before continuing. The breakthrough came when an old hospital archive was digitized. Roman listened carefully. It contained records that had never been entered into the modern database. One file matched Maya's birth date. It listed information that had been missing for years. Roman leaned forward. And it included the name of a relative. Roman's expression tightened. But not a parent. No, just someone listed as next of kin during the first few days after her birth. She swallowed. The name had been partially blacked out. But not completely. Roman waited. The investigator restored enough of the document to identify the family. She slowly placed the paper on the coffee table between them. I still remember staring at it. I thought, There's no way. Roman looked down at the document, but didn't touch it. What happened next? I spent weeks trying to verify it. I found birth certificates, census records, archived legal filings. Every single trail led back to the same family. Our family. Roman rubbed both hands across his face. This doesn't make sense. I know. I kept saying the same thing. There had to be another explanation. But every new record confirmed the last one. Joelle looked toward the window. The hardest part wasn't discovering the connection. It was deciding what to do with it. Roman nodded slowly. You didn't tell anyone? No. Not Mom. Not my sisters. Not you. Nobody. Why? Because I didn't know if the truth would help anyone. Or destroy everyone. The room fell quiet again. Roman finally asked the question that had been weighing on him. What about Maya? Does she know all of this? Joelle nodded. She knows enough. Enough? I never showed her every document. Roman looked confused. Why not? Because she wasn't looking for fame. She wasn't looking for money. She wasn't trying to force her way into anyone's life. Joelle's voice grew firmer. She only wanted one thing. Roman waited. To understand where she came from. That's all. Roman slowly nodded. She told me something I'll never forget. Joelle smiled sadly. She said, if they never want to meet me, I'll accept that. I just don't want to spend the rest of my life wondering who I am. Roman closed his eyes. There wasn't a trace of anger in those words. Only heartbreak. Only a lifetime of unanswered questions. Joelle continued. I think that's when everything changed for me. Roman looked up. I stopped seeing Maya as someone searching for a family. I started seeing her as a little girl who'd spent her whole life wondering why no one came back for her. His throat tightened. He couldn't imagine growing up carrying that kind of question. Joelle continued quietly. I kept asking myself, if our situations were reversed, wouldn't I want someone to tell me the truth? Roman answered without hesitation. Yes. So would I. She nodded. That's why I finally decided I couldn't keep this from you anymore. Roman leaned back against the chair. His mind wandered through memories of his own life. The years on the road. The endless WWE schedule. The sacrifices his family had made. The relatives he'd lost touch with over time. He searched for anything that might explain what he was hearing. Nothing fit. Finally, he looked at Joelle. Tell me honestly, do you believe these records? Joelle didn't answer immediately. Instead, she reached into the folder one final time. This time, she removed a sealed envelope. I didn't. Not at first. But after everything I found, I couldn't ignore it anymore. She carefully placed the envelope in front of Roman. What's this? The final report. The investigator's conclusion. Roman stared at the unopened envelope. His hand hovered over it. But he didn't move. For the first time in his life, the man who had stood fearless in front of millions was afraid of opening a single piece of paper. Joelle watched him quietly. I haven't opened it either. Roman looked up. What? I couldn't. I wanted you to be here. I wanted us to know the truth together. Roman looked back down at the envelope. His name was written neatly across the front. Roman Reigns. Nothing else. No explanation. No hint of what waited inside. He slowly picked it up. His fingers trembled ever so slightly. Joelle took a deep breath. No matter what's in there, our lives are about to change. Roman nodded. Then, with a slow, careful motion, he began to break the seal. Roman stared at the sealed envelope in his hands. For a long moment, neither of them spoke. Finally, he broke the seal. Inside was a neatly organized report. He scanned the first page, then the second. With every paragraph, the color slowly drained from his face. Joelle watched him in silence. She'd already lived through the shock. Now it was her father's turn. Roman stopped reading. His hands trembled. No, he whispered. This can't be right. Joelle didn't answer immediately. Instead, she quietly slid another folder across the coffee table. I said the exact same thing. Roman looked at her. I checked everything. Twice. Then I hired another investigator. And after that, I had a law firm verify every record independently. Roman swallowed hard. And they all reached the same conclusion. He closed the report. The room suddenly felt much smaller. So, he said quietly, Maya is. Joelle nodded. Yes. She's your daughter. The words settled over the room like a weight neither of them knew how to carry. Roman leaned back against the chair, staring toward the ceiling. His mind refused to accept what his heart was beginning to understand. I don't remember, he murmured. I don't remember ever abandoning a child. You didn't. Joelle answered softly. You never knew. Roman looked back at her. Then how? Joelle opened the second folder. It started more than 25 years ago. Long before you met your wife. Long before the championships. Long before people around the world knew you as Roman Reigns. She pulled out a faded photograph. A much younger Roman smiled back from the picture. Standing beside him was a young woman. This is Christina. Roman studied the photograph. Slowly, a distant memory returned. I remember her. We met when I was still trying to establish myself. It wasn't a long relationship. No, Joelle agreed. It only lasted a few weeks. You both went your separate ways. Roman nodded. I cared about her. But I never imagined. His voice disappeared. Joelle continued gently. Neither did she. Not at first. She didn't realize she was pregnant until after you'd already lost contact. Roman closed his eyes. And she never told me. Joelle shook her head. She wanted to. More than once. She reached for another document. This is a copy of one of her journal entries. Roman accepted it carefully. His eyes moved slowly across the page. According to Christina's own words, she wrestled with the decision for weeks. She considered reaching out to Roman repeatedly, but convinced herself she would only disrupt the future he was building. She believed disappearing was the kinder choice, even if it meant raising the child alone. Roman lowered the page. She thought she was protecting me. Joelle nodded. That's exactly what she believed. Roman remained silent. His thoughts drifted back to those early years of his career. The constant travel, independent wrestling shows, developmental training, trying to prove he belonged. Everything had been happening so fast. I would have wanted to know. His voice cracked. I would have been there. I know, Joelle said softly. After meeting Christina. I believe that too. Roman looked at her. You've spoken to her? Joelle nodded. Several times. She never tried to hide from me. She answered every question. She handed over every document she still had. Roman leaned forward. What kind of documents? Hospital records. Old photographs. Maya's birth certificate. She carefully placed another paper on the table. Roman stared at it. His eyes immediately stopped at one line. His chest tightened. I don't understand. Look closer, Joelle said. Roman studied the document again. Then he noticed a handwritten note in the margin. A private note Christina had added years earlier. She had written that Maya had been named as a quiet tribute to the strength and determination of her father, a way of honoring Roman without revealing his identity. It was her personal attempt to keep that connection alive, even though he never knew Maya existed. Roman's vision blurred. For years, Christina had carried this secret. For years, a little girl had grown up wondering who her father was. And for years, he had gone through life without knowing she existed. Joelle reached across the table and gently placed her hand over his. Dad, this isn't your fault. Roman looked down at the documents scattered across the coffee table. No, he whispered. But it is my responsibility now. He lifted his eyes. Where is Maya? Joelle smiled faintly. That's the next part of the story. And it's the reason I needed to tell you everything first. Roman remained seated, unable to take his eyes off the documents scattered across the coffee table. Each page represented years of a life he never knew existed. Years he could never get back. Joelle let the silence settle before speaking again. Dad, I haven't even told you the hardest part yet. Roman slowly looked up. There's more. She nodded. Maya didn't just grow up without knowing her father. She grew up believing he chose not to be in her life. Roman's face tightened. What do you mean? Joelle opened another folder. I met with Christina several times after learning the truth. I needed to understand everything before I came to you. Roman leaned forward. What did she tell you? Joelle sighed. She admitted she wanted to tell you. More than once. But every year that passed made it harder. She convinced herself you'd moved on. That you had a new life. A family. A career. And she didn't want to disrupt any of it. Roman lowered his head. She made that decision for both of us. She did. Joelle answered gently. But Dad. She also admitted something else. Roman looked back at her. When Maya started asking about her father, Christina didn't know how to explain your absence. So instead of telling the whole truth, she created a story. Roman felt his stomach tighten. What kind of story? She told Maya her father was a man who had dreamed of becoming a professional wrestler. Someone who never knew she existed. But over the years, those details became blurred. As Maya got older, all she understood was one thing. My father isn't here. Roman closed his eyes. And eventually, she assumed I didn't want her. Joelle nodded sadly. She wasn't taught to hate you. But she grew up believing she'd been left behind. That truth hit Roman harder than anything he'd heard all morning. Somewhere, a little girl had spent years wondering why her father never came. And all that time, he had no idea she existed. Joelle reached into the folder again and pulled out another photograph. This was Maya when she was 11. Roman carefully accepted it. The girl in the picture looked painfully thin. Her oversized hoodie hung loosely from her shoulders. Despite the faint smile on her face, her eyes carried a sadness no child should ever know. When was this taken? 3 years before she contacted our organization. Joelle answered quietly. Christina had just completed another stay in rehab. They were living in a temporary shelter. Roman's heart sank. What happened? Joelle hesitated. Christina struggled. It started with prescription medication. She was trying to cope with depression, trying to numb the guilt. But the addiction slowly took over. Roman stared at the photograph. And Maya? Maya grew up much faster than she should have. There were nights when she had to make her own dinner. Nights when there wasn't enough food in the apartment. Times when she missed school because there was nowhere stable to live. Roman swallowed hard. They moved constantly. Apartment to apartment. Sometimes staying with relatives. Sometimes in temporary housing. Sometimes wherever they could find a safe place for the night. Every sentence felt like another punch. While Roman had been traveling the world, main eventing WrestleMania, appearing on television, building one of the most successful careers in WWE history, his own daughter had been fighting battles he never even knew existed. He slowly shook his head. I would have been there. I know, Joelle answered. I truly believe you would have. She looked down at the photograph. But Maya didn't know that. All she knew was that life kept disappointing her. She stopped trusting people. She stopped believing promises. And eventually, she stopped believing anyone stayed. Roman rubbed his face. How did she survive all of that? Joelle smiled faintly. The same way many kids survive impossible situations. She became stronger than any child should ever have to be. But that strength came with a cost. Roman nodded. What cost? She built walls around herself. She expected everyone to leave. So whenever someone tried to get close, she pushed them away first. Roman stared silently at the photograph. He could finally understand why Maya had been so guarded when Joelle first met her. She wasn't angry. She was protecting herself. Joelle carefully placed another picture on the table. This was taken the week before she reached out to me. Roman looked down. It was the same girl, only older now, still carrying that same guarded expression. I remember the first message she sent. Joelle whispered, I don't want to keep living like this. Roman closed his eyes. The words echoed in his mind. He had almost lost one daughter without knowing it. Now he was learning another had come dangerously close to losing hope before they ever met. Joelle reached across the table and gently squeezed his hand. Dad, I know this is overwhelming. Roman slowly nodded. It is. But there's something I need to know. He looked directly at her. Does Maya know that I'm her father? Joelle took a deep breath. Then she answered, yes. And that's when everything became even more complicated. Roman sat quietly, trying to absorb everything he'd heard. For several moments, the only sound in the room was the faint ticking of the clock on the wall. Finally, he looked up. So, he said carefully, Maya knows. Joelle nodded. Yes. Roman swallowed. And she knows I never abandoned her on purpose? She does. A flicker of relief crossed his face. So she understands. Joelle hesitated. Only with her mind. Roman frowned. What do you mean? She leaned forward. Christina eventually told Maya the truth. She told her that you never knew she existed. She admitted that she was the one who chose not to contact you. Roman closed his eyes. So Maya knows. Logically. Yes. Joelle's voice softened. But healing isn't always logical. Roman looked at her. What does that mean? It means someone can understand the truth. And still carry years of pain. She reached into her bag and pulled out her phone. I want you to read something. Roman accepted it. On the screen was a message Maya had sent Joelle several months earlier. Joelle had saved it because it perfectly captured everything Maya had been struggling to put into words. Roman read silently. I know he didn't choose to leave me. I know he never knew I existed. My head understands that. But my heart still feels like I grew up without a father. How do I stop grieving something I never had? Roman stared at the screen. Every sentence felt heavier than the last. He handed the phone back without saying a word. Joelle gently slipped it into her bag. That's what her therapist has been helping her work through. Roman rubbed a hand across his face. So she isn't angry with me? Joelle shook her head. Not exactly. She's grieving. The father-daughter relationship she never got to have. The birthdays. The school plays. The moments she imagined other girls had with their dads. Roman's chest tightened. He immediately thought of Joelle. He remembered cheering at her school events whenever WWE's schedule allowed, helping with homework late at night after long flights, celebrating graduations, laughing over family dinners, moments he had always taken for granted. Maya had never experienced any of them. I can't blame her, he whispered. You shouldn't. Joelle replied. None of this is about blame anymore. It's about healing. Roman looked up. So why hasn't she contacted me? Joelle gave him a sympathetic smile. Because she's terrified. Roman blinked. Terrified? She nodded. Dad. Try looking at it through her eyes. Roman listened. You're Roman Reigns. One of the biggest names WWE has ever produced. A multiple-time world champion. A WrestleMania main eventer. Millions of people know your name. She paused. Now imagine being 15. Growing up with almost nothing. Fighting anxiety. Battling depression. Trying to recover from years of instability. Then suddenly discovering that your father is someone the whole world recognizes. Roman slowly lowered his eyes. He had never thought about it that way. How do you walk up to someone like that? Joelle continued. And say, hi, I'm your daughter? Roman didn't have an answer. Joelle's voice softened even more. She kept asking me one question. What? What if he looks at me and wishes I'd never shown up? Roman's head snapped upward. What? I told her that would never happen. I told her you weren't that kind of man. But fear doesn't always listen to reason. Roman's jaw tightened. What else did she say? Joelle smiled sadly. She worries she'll disappoint you. Roman stared at her in disbelief. Disappoint me? She thinks you'll compare her to us. To me. To her brothers and sisters. She sees a family that grew up surrounded by love. A family with opportunities she never had. She believes she won't fit. Roman immediately shook his head. That's not true. I know, Joelle replied. But Maya doesn't. Roman stood and walked toward the window. Outside, the morning had become bright and peaceful. Inside, his heart was breaking all over again. He thought about every championship he'd won. Every WrestleMania he'd headlined. Every standing ovation. None of it mattered in this moment. Not compared to one frightened 15-year-old girl wondering if her father would accept her. Without turning around, he spoke quietly. What does she need from me? Joelle didn't hesitate. Not promises. Not gifts. Not headlines. Roman slowly turned back toward her. Then what? Joelle smiled through her tears. She just needs a father. The words settled deep inside him. For the first time since this conversation began, Roman wasn't thinking about the years he'd lost. He was thinking about the years he still had left. And he silently vowed not to waste a single one. For a long time, neither Roman nor Joelle said another word. The weight of everything they had uncovered seemed almost impossible to carry. Finally, Joelle broke the silence. Dad, there's still so much we have to figure out. Roman nodded slowly. I know. There are legal questions. We have to think about Maya. We have to decide how and when to tell the rest of the family. And eventually, we'll have to talk to Christina again. Roman leaned back and rubbed his temples. I can deal with all of that. He paused. But right now, I'm still trying to accept one simple fact. His voice cracked. I have another daughter. Joelle reached across the table and squeezed his hand. You don't have to figure everything out today. Roman managed a faint smile. Thank you. Joelle hesitated. Then she looked down. There is one more thing I wanted to tell you. Roman laughed quietly. I've learned that whenever you say those words, my world changes again. She smiled, though only briefly. This one isn't as shocking, but I think it's important. It's about Maya. Roman straightened. What about her? There's a reason Christina chose Maya's middle name. Roman frowned. I assumed she named her after herself. That's what I thought too. Joelle reached into the folder and carefully unfolded a copy of Maya's birth certificate. The official record lists Christina as her mother. The father's name was never entered. Roman looked down at the document. His chest tightened again. So legally, I didn't exist. Joelle nodded. But look here. She pointed toward a handwritten note Christina had made years earlier. It wasn't part of the official record. It was something she wrote for herself. Roman read it quietly. The note explained that Maya's middle name had been chosen as a quiet reminder of the strength and determination of the man who never knew she existed. It was Christina's private way of making sure Roman was still connected to his daughter, even if only in spirit. Roman stared at the page. So all these years. She never forgot. Joelle shook her head. Never. In fact, when I met Christina, she admitted something. Roman looked up. What? She told me she fell in love with you. The words caught him off guard. She knew your relationship wasn't going to last. She understood your career was taking off. You were traveling constantly. Your life was changing faster than either of you expected. But she said, the time you spent together meant more to her than you ever realized. Roman lowered his eyes. He could barely remember those early years. Back then, he was consumed by one goal: making it in WWE. Everything else had become secondary. Joelle continued. When she discovered she was pregnant, she considered telling you. Again and again. But every time, she convinced herself she'd only be making your life harder. Roman slowly shook his head. She should have told me. I would have been there. I believe that. Joelle answered softly. So does Christina. Another silence settled between them. This time, it wasn't filled with uncertainty. It was filled with regret. Regret for years that could never be reclaimed. Finally, Roman stood. He walked toward the window and stared outside. The morning sun illuminated the driveway where Joelle's SUV still sat. So, he said quietly, our next step is telling the family. Joelle nodded. I think so. It won't be easy. No, Roman agreed. But they deserve the truth. He turned back toward her. I'll call everyone. We'll bring the family together. We'll explain everything. Joelle smiled with relief. I think they'll understand. Roman wasn't as certain. His children had always trusted him. His wife had always stood beside him. Now he had to tell them there was a chapter of his life he never knew existed. A chapter that had suddenly become part of all their lives. Before either of them could begin making plans. Roman's phone rang. He glanced at the screen. Unknown number. Normally, he would have ignored it. Something told him not to. He answered. Roman Reigns speaking. The voice on the other end sounded rushed. Panicked. Roman. It was Christina. I need you to listen carefully. Roman's expression changed instantly. What happened? Someone knows. His grip tightened around the phone. What do you mean? A reporter called me last night. They were asking about Maya. They knew my name. They knew Maya's age. They even knew where we first met. Roman's heart dropped. You're saying? They know I'm her father. Yes, Christina whispered. And if we don't act quickly, the whole world is about to know. Roman sat in silence, his eyes fixed on the stack of documents spread across the coffee table. His entire world had shifted in the space of a single morning. Across from him, Joelle waited patiently. She knew her father needed time. Finally, Roman exhaled. I need to meet her. Joelle smiled softly. I knew you'd say that. I've lost too many years already. Roman's voice was heavy with regret. I'm not losing another day. Joelle nodded. I believe she's ready. Or at least as ready as she can be. Roman stood and walked toward the window. For years, he'd carried the responsibility of being the face of WWE. He'd handled championship pressure, hostile crowds, media scrutiny, injuries, comebacks. But none of it compared to this. Somewhere, less than a day's flight away, his daughter was waking up without knowing whether her father would truly accept her. Roman quietly made himself a promise. Whatever it takes, I'm going to earn the years I missed. Before either of them could discuss what came next, Roman's phone rang. The screen displayed an unfamiliar number. He answered immediately. Roman speaking. A nervous voice came through. Roman, it's Christina. He instantly recognized the tension in her voice. Is Maya okay? For now, Christina answered. But we have a problem. Roman's expression hardened. What happened? I got a phone call late last night. A reporter. Joelle looked up immediately. Christina continued. They knew Maya's full name. They knew mine. They even knew details about where you and I met. Roman felt a chill run through him. This wasn't a guess. They have real information. He looked toward Joelle. Someone had leaked the story. When did they call? Last night. I hung up immediately. I didn't answer any questions. But Roman. They know enough. Roman's mind raced. Only a handful of people knew the truth. Joelle. Christina. Maya. A few attorneys. Medical professionals directly involved. Someone had talked. Or someone had found records that should never have become public. We're out of time, Roman said quietly. Christina's voice cracked. What do we do? Roman didn't hesitate. We tell Maya ourselves. I won't let her learn about this from television or social media. Christina agreed immediately. I was hoping you'd say that. I'll bring her home after therapy. Roman nodded. Don't tell her over the phone. I'll call as soon as she's home. After ending the call, Roman slowly lowered the phone onto the table. Joel already knew what he was thinking. The media? He nodded. They're coming. And once one outlet has the story, every outlet will. Joel took a deep breath. So what's the plan? Roman's expression changed. Years of leading locker rooms, handling crises, and making difficult decisions under pressure had taught him one thing. Panic never solved anything. We get ahead of it. Within 2 hours, Roman's home office had become a strategy room. His attorney, his publicist, his communications advisor, all seated around the conference table. Roman stood at the front of the room. I don't care about headlines. I don't care about speculation. I care about protecting a 15-year-old girl who's already survived more than most adults. The room fell silent. His publicist finally spoke. If the story breaks before we respond, we lose control of the narrative. Roman nodded. I know. The recommendation, the publicist continued, is that we release a short public statement. No interviews. No press conference. Just the facts. Roman folded his arms. And Maya? We make her privacy the priority. His attorney leaned forward. We emphasize that she's a minor. Any harassment, any attempts to invade her privacy, will be addressed immediately. Roman listened carefully. He hated every part of it. His daughter wasn't a headline. She wasn't breaking news. She was a scared teenager trying to rebuild her life. But reality didn't care how unfair it was. Finally, Roman nodded. Prepare the statement. Then he added firmly. But before anything goes public, I'm talking to Maya. No exceptions. The meeting ended. One by one, everyone filed out. Only Joel remained. Roman sat alone in the now empty office. His elbows rested on his knees. His head bowed. I've already failed her once, he whispered. Joel walked over and rested a hand on his shoulder. No, she said gently. You didn't know she existed. Roman looked up. But now I do. And I won't fail her again. He picked up his phone. Time to make the hardest call of his life. Roman stood in his office, his phone still pressed tightly against his ear. On the other end, Maya had gone completely silent. He could hear her breathing. Nothing else. Finally, she whispered. They know. Roman closed his eyes. Yes. A reporter contacted your mom last night. They already know your name. They know Christina. And they know enough that this isn't just a rumor anymore. For several seconds, Maya didn't respond. Then he heard her take a shaky breath. So, it's happening. Roman immediately recognized the fear in her voice. The very fear Joel had told him about. The one Maya had been carrying for months. I'm sorry, he said quietly. I wanted you to hear this from me. Not from the internet. Not from television. And definitely not from strangers. Maya spoke so softly, he almost couldn't hear her. I was in the middle of group therapy. Roman's heart tightened. I'm sorry for interrupting. No, she replied. I'm glad you called. She stopped. What is it? Roman asked gently. I'm scared. The words landed heavily. Scared of what? Everything. My classmates. Social media. The news. What people are going to say. What they'll say about my mom. What they'll say about you. Roman took a slow breath. They're going to say a lot of things. But that doesn't mean any of them are true. Maya's voice trembled. What if they think Mom hid me for money? What if they call me a liar? What if they think I only came into your life because you're famous? Roman answered without hesitation. They can think whatever they want. I know the truth. Joel knows the truth. Your mother knows the truth. And most importantly, you know the truth. Another long silence followed. Then Maya quietly asked. So, what happens now? Roman glanced toward Joel, who had been listening from across the room. She gave him a small, reassuring nod. We're going to release a simple statement. No interviews. No dramatic press conference. Just enough to stop the speculation. We'll explain that we're building a relationship. And then we're asking everyone to respect your privacy while we figure things out as a family. Maya let out a nervous breath. What if they don't respect it? They won't. Roman answered honestly. Some people won't. But that's why my legal team is already involved. If anyone harasses you, if anyone threatens you, if anyone targets your mom, we'll deal with it immediately. You are not facing this alone. He heard her sniffle. I've never had anyone say that before. Roman's voice softened. You do now. Just then, another voice came through the phone. Roman. It was Christina. I just got here. Maya stepped outside the therapy room. Roman nodded instinctively. Good. I wanted both of you to hear the plan. Christina spoke carefully. I've already packed a bag. I thought maybe we should leave town for a few days. Roman understood why. But after a moment, he shook his head. No, we're not running. We're protecting Maya. There's a difference. He paused before continuing. I don't want fear making this decision. Christina was quiet. I understand. Roman continued. After therapy, take her home. I'll fly out this afternoon. I want to see both of you in person. Maya spoke up immediately. You're really coming? Roman smiled. Nothing could stop me. I've already cleared my schedule. The only place I need to be right now is wherever my daughter is. He heard Maya begin to cry. Not the desperate sobs of panic. Something quieter. Something filled with relief. I didn't think. She whispered. You'd actually choose me. Roman's own voice cracked. Maya, if there's one thing I can't change, it's the years we lost. But I can choose what happens from today forward. And today, I'm choosing you. When the call finally ended, Roman lowered the phone onto his desk. The room was silent. Joelle stepped closer. How is she? Roman looked out the window for a long moment before answering. Terrified. He smiled sadly. But she's also incredibly brave. Joelle nodded. She gets that from both of you. Roman exhaled slowly. Now, I need to tell my wife. The words felt almost as difficult as everything that had come before. Because while one chapter of his family's story had finally begun, another difficult conversation was only just beginning. Roman stood alone in his office for several minutes after ending the call. His heart was racing. There had never been a perfect way to have this conversation. Now there wasn't even time to prepare. If the media broke the story first, his wife would hear that her husband had another daughter from television instead of from him. That could never happen. He picked up his phone and called her immediately. Can you come by the office? His voice alone was enough to make her worry. Roman, is everything okay? I need to talk to you. It's important. I'll be there in 20 minutes. Exactly 23 minutes later, she walked into the office. The moment she saw his face, she knew something was wrong. Roman. She closed the door behind her. What's happened? Is everyone okay? Is Joelle all right? Roman slowly stood. They're okay, but we need to sit down. That sentence made her heart sink. She crossed the room without another word and sat beside him on the couch. He reached for her hand. She squeezed it instinctively. You're scaring me. I know. Roman took a long breath. I should have told you this weeks ago. Her expression immediately changed. Weeks ago? He nodded. I convinced myself I was protecting everyone. But looking back, I handled this completely wrong. She searched his face. What is it? Is someone sick? In a way. Roman answered quietly. Yes. He paused. Then finally said the words he'd rehearsed 100 times in his head. I have another daughter. Silence. The words seemed to freeze the room. She stared at him, waiting for him to say he was joking. He didn't. Roman continued carefully. Her name is Maya. She's 15. I only found out she existed about a month ago. She slowly pulled her hand away. What? Roman nodded. I never knew. I didn't hide a child. I discovered I had one. He spent the next several minutes telling her everything. How Joelle's organization had first connected with Maya. How the investigation uncovered the truth. How Christina admitted she'd never told him about the pregnancy. How Maya had grown up believing her father had abandoned her. How years of anxiety, depression, and instability had shaped her life. And how Roman had slowly begun building a relationship with her while trying to protect everyone involved. When he finished, neither of them spoke. His wife simply stared at the floor. Finally, she looked up. You've known? For a month? Roman lowered his head. Yes. And you never told me? I wanted to. But Maya was so fragile. Joelle asked me to give her time. I kept thinking. Just one more day. One more conversation. One more chance to make sure she was okay. She shook her head slowly. So while I've been living my normal life, you've been building a relationship with another daughter. And I knew nothing. Roman didn't argue. Because she was right. I was trying to protect Maya. I know. She answered quietly. But you shut me out too. I'm your wife, Roman. We're supposed to face impossible situations together. Instead, you decided I couldn't handle the truth. Roman felt every word. I wasn't trying to keep you out. But you did. She said gently. You made one of the biggest decisions of our marriage. Without me. Tears filled her eyes. I'm not upset because Maya exists. I'm heartbroken because you carried this alone. And because you didn't trust me enough to carry it with you. Roman closed his eyes. Those words hurt because they were true. I was afraid. He admitted. Afraid that involving more people too soon would overwhelm Maya. Afraid we'd lose her trust. Afraid everything would fall apart. His wife nodded. I understand why you were afraid. She paused. But marriage isn't about protecting each other from difficult truths. It's about facing them together. Roman reached for her hand again. This time, she let him hold it. I'm sorry. I should have told you the moment I knew. I know, she whispered. Outside the office windows, the afternoon sun was beginning to fade. Inside, the silence between them wasn't filled with anger anymore. It was filled with disappointment, and the painful realization that rebuilding trust would take time. Then Roman looked at her. The media already knows. Her head snapped up. What? A reporter contacted Christina. They're preparing a story. We're releasing a statement today, before rumors take over. She closed her eyes. So we don't even have time to process this. No, Roman admitted. We don't. She sat quietly for a long moment. Then she took a deep breath. When those cameras start rolling, when reporters start asking questions, I'll stand beside you. Roman looked at her in surprise. She wiped away a tear. Not because you handled this perfectly. You didn't. But because Maya is an innocent 15-year-old girl. And I'm not going to let her become collateral damage because I'm angry with her father. Roman felt his shoulders finally relax. There would still be difficult conversations. There would still be healing to do. But in that moment, he knew they would face the storm together. The statement went live just after 6 o'clock that evening. There were no dramatic interviews. No exclusive television appearances. No carefully staged photographs. Just a simple message released through Roman's official representatives. It confirmed that Roman had recently learned he had a daughter he never knew existed. It explained that the discovery came through a private family matter. And it asked the public to respect the privacy of everyone involved, especially Maya, as they worked through this new chapter together. Within minutes, the internet erupted. Sports websites picked up the story first, then entertainment outlets, then national news. Before long, Roman's name was trending across every major social media platform. Television panels debated the story. Podcasts rushed out emergency episodes. Comment sections filled faster than anyone could read them. Roman barely glanced at any of it. He wasn't interested in headlines. He cared about one thing. Maya. Across town, Joelle sat beside her, quietly refreshing her phone. The first wave of comments began pouring in. Some people expressed sympathy. Others praised Roman for addressing the situation quickly. Many simply wished Maya peace after learning what she'd been through. But the internet was never one voice. Mixed among the support were cruel jokes. Wild accusations. People inventing stories as though they knew the family's private history. Anonymous accounts questioning Maya's motives. Others attacking Christina. Joelle immediately set her phone face down. Don't read any more. Maya nodded. I wasn't planning to. But Joelle could tell she'd already seen enough. She reached over and wrapped an arm around her. None of those people know your story. They're reacting to headlines. Not the truth. Maya rested her head against Joelle's shoulder. It still hurts. I know. Meanwhile, Roman sat in a conference room with his attorney and communications team. A large screen displayed dozens of news channels covering the story. His publicist looked toward him. The response is moving faster than we expected. Roman didn't take his eyes off his phone. Any reporters outside Christina's house? Not yet. But they're trying to locate her. His attorney spoke next. We've already sent notices requesting that media outlets avoid publishing Maya's address, school, or any identifying information beyond what's already public. Roman nodded. And social media? We're monitoring it. They're removing the worst posts as quickly as they're reported. Roman finally looked up. I don't care if they're criticizing me. They can question every decision I've ever made. But nobody is turning a 15-year-old girl into entertainment. The room fell silent. His publicist broke the quiet. There's one more thing. Roman raised an eyebrow. Several major networks have requested interviews. They want your side of the story. Roman didn't hesitate. They already have it. They have the statement. If they want more, they can wait. His attorney gave an approving nod. That's probably the right call. The less attention we bring to Maya, the better. Roman agreed. This isn't about repairing my image. It's about giving my daughter the space to breathe. Back at Christina's home, the atmosphere couldn't have been more different. The television remained off. The curtains stayed closed. Maya sat curled up on the couch, clutching a mug of tea she hadn't touched. Christina sat beside her. I'm sorry, she whispered. Maya looked over. For what? For all the years you carried this alone. For the choices I made. For thinking I was protecting everyone. Maya reached over and took her mother's hand. You were trying your best. Christina's eyes filled with tears. I wasn't always strong enough. No, Maya answered softly. But you never stopped loving me. The words broke whatever composure Christina still had. She pulled Maya into a long embrace. Across the country, Roman boarded a private flight. He had postponed meetings, cancelled appearances, cleared his calendar. There was only one destination that mattered now. As the plane lifted into the night sky, he looked out the window. In less than 24 hours, his life had changed forever. Tomorrow, for the first time, he would meet the daughter he never knew he had. And nothing in his career, not championships, not sold-out arenas, not years under the brightest lights, had ever prepared him for that moment. Roman switched off his phone the moment he stepped onto the private jet. From this point forward, nothing else mattered. Not the flood of interview requests, not the non-stop calls from reporters, not the endless speculation spreading across social media. His only concern was Maya. Joelle settled into the seat across from him. For the first time all day, neither of them spoke. The engines roared as the aircraft climbed into the sky. Finally, Joelle broke the silence. No turning back now. Roman looked out the window. There never was. He folded his hands together. Now we focus on one thing. Protecting Maya. Joelle smiled softly. That's exactly what she'd want to hear. Roman nodded. I've spent years dealing with public attention. I know how ruthless it can be. But Maya didn't choose this. She deserves the chance to heal without the world treating her like a headline. For the rest of the flight, Roman's thoughts never left her. He wondered what tomorrow would be like. Would reporters find Christina's apartment? Would cameras follow Maya everywhere she went? Would school feel safe anymore? Every possibility weighed heavily on him. Then, his phone vibrated. He had forgotten to switch off message notifications. One final text had slipped through before the signal disappeared. It was from Maya. Roman opened it immediately. I saw your statement. Thank you for not making me sound like a scandal. Thank you for saying I'm your daughter, like you're proud of me. I'm still scared. But I'm glad you're coming. Maybe it's finally time we meet face to face, if you're ready. Roman stared at the screen. His vision blurred. He handed the phone to Joelle. She read the message silently. A smile slowly spread across her face as tears filled her eyes. Dad, after everything she's been through, she still wants to meet you. Roman carefully took the phone back. I've been ready since the moment I found out she existed. He looked back at the message one more time before locking the screen. For the remainder of the flight, neither of them said much. They didn't need to. Every mile brought Roman closer to the daughter he'd unknowingly spent 15 years searching for. Nearly 2 hours later, the jet touched down. Christina had already made the arrangements. She didn't want Maya's first meeting with Roman to happen outside her apartment. She didn't want photographers hiding nearby. She didn't want curious strangers interrupting one of the most important moments of Maya's life. Instead, she reserved a quiet meeting room inside a small hotel near the airport. Neutral ground. Private. Safe. Roman and Joelle arrived first. The room was simple. A round table. 4 comfortable chairs. A few bottles of water. Large windows overlooking the parking lot. Roman couldn't sit still. He paced slowly from one side of the room to the other. Joelle watched him with a gentle smile. I've never seen you this nervous. Roman laughed under his breath. I've walked into WrestleMania main events in front of 80,000 people. I've stood across the ring from the biggest names in this business. I've never felt anything like this. Joelle stood and hugged him. You're going to be okay. Roman smiled weakly. I hope she thinks so. A soft knock echoed through the room. Everything stopped. Roman turned toward the door. His heartbeat thundered inside his chest. Joelle quietly walked over and opened it. Standing in the hallway was Christina. Beside her, Maya. She wore an oversized hoodie with both hands tucked into the front pocket. Her eyes stayed fixed on the floor. Her shoulders were tense. She looked exactly like someone carrying 15 years of unanswered questions. Christina offered Roman a small, nervous smile. We're here. Roman couldn't speak. For a brief moment, father and daughter simply looked at one another. 2 strangers connected by blood. Separated by 15 years. United by one impossible moment. Maya slowly lifted her eyes. Their gazes met for the very first time. Neither of them knew what to say. And somehow, words didn't seem important anymore. Roman stood frozen in the doorway. For the first time in his life, the man who had headlined WrestleMania stood before roaring crowds, and carried the weight of an entire company on his shoulders. Couldn't find a single word. His eyes never left Maya. She was smaller than he'd imagined. Her oversized hoodie seemed almost too big for her. Her dark hair was pulled back into a simple ponytail. Her arms were folded tightly across her chest, as though she were trying to make herself disappear. Then Roman noticed her eyes. They looked so much like his that it caught him completely off guard. Red from crying, filled with uncertainty, yet quietly searching his face. Beside her stood Christina. Time had changed her, but Roman still recognized the woman he'd known years ago. She offered him a nervous smile before gently squeezing Maya's shoulder. Maya swallowed hard. "Hi." Her voice barely carried across the room. She didn't step forward. She didn't reach out for a hug. She simply stood there, unsure of what came next. Roman smiled softly. "Hi, Maya." His own voice cracked with emotion. "Thank you for agreeing to meet me." For a moment, nobody moved. Joelle quietly remained near the door, deliberately giving them space. Christina stepped back as well. She understood this moment belonged to them. Roman slowly walked into the room. Not too quickly, not wanting to overwhelm her. He stopped several feet away. "I've imagined this moment 1,000 times," he admitted. "But somehow, I still don't know what to say." To his surprise, Maya let out a tiny, nervous laugh. "I don't either." The tension eased ever so slightly. Roman gestured toward the chairs. "Would you like to sit?" She nodded. "I think that would help." The four of them settled into the quiet meeting room. For several seconds, no one spoke. Finally, Maya looked directly at Roman. "I've seen you on television my whole life." Roman smiled faintly. "And now?" She shrugged. "You seem." She searched for the right word. "Different." Roman raised an eyebrow. "Different how?" "You seem less intimidating." That made everyone laugh. Even Maya smiled. Roman couldn't help smiling back. "I'll take that as a compliment." "It is," she replied. "I always thought someone as famous as you would." She hesitated. "Feel impossible to talk to." Roman gently shook his head. "Today, I'm not a WWE superstar. I'm just a father who's trying to make up for 15 years he never knew he'd lost." The room fell quiet again. Maya looked down at her hands. "I know you didn't know about me." Roman nodded. "Thank you." She looked back up. "I believe that." Then her expression became more serious. "But my heart is still trying to catch up." Roman understood immediately. "You don't have to pretend everything's okay." "I know," she whispered. "I've spent years wondering who my dad was. I imagined this meeting so many times. And now it's actually happening." She gave a nervous laugh. "It doesn't feel real." Roman leaned forward slightly. "To be honest, it doesn't feel real to me either." That answer seemed to comfort her. For the first time, she relaxed her shoulders. Christina quietly watched from across the room. Joelle noticed the change too. Neither woman interrupted. This conversation belonged to father and daughter. After another moment, Maya asked the question she'd carried for years. "If you'd known, would you really have come?" Roman didn't even pause. "I would have come the same day. If I'd known the day you were born, I would have been there. For your first birthday, your first day of school, every graduation, every bad day, every victory." His voice broke. "I missed all of that. And I'll spend the rest of my life wishing I hadn't." Tears filled Maya's eyes. She quickly wiped them away. "I kept wondering if maybe I just wasn't worth looking for." Roman's heart shattered. He moved forward instinctively, then stopped. He didn't know whether she was comfortable with physical affection yet. Instead, he looked directly into her eyes. "Maya, I didn't fail to look for you. I never got the chance. But now that I've found you, I'm not going anywhere." The room became silent again. Maya stared at him for several seconds. Then, almost shyly, she stood. Roman remained where he was. Not wanting to pressure her, she took one slow step, then another, until she stood directly in front of him. She looked up. "So," she whispered, "is it okay if I hug my dad?" Roman felt tears spill down his face. "It's more than okay." The distance between them disappeared. Maya wrapped her arms around him carefully, almost cautiously, as though she was afraid the moment might disappear. Roman embraced her gently. Not too tightly, just enough for her to know she was finally home. Across the room, Christina quietly wiped away tears. Joelle smiled through her own. No one spoke. No one needed to. Some moments are too important for words. And after 15 years apart, father and daughter finally shared the embrace they had both been waiting for. The first meeting didn't solve everything. It couldn't. 15 years of separation, countless unanswered questions, and a lifetime of missed memories couldn't disappear in a single afternoon. But something important had changed. For the first time, neither Roman nor Maya had to imagine the other anymore. Now they were real. The weeks that followed were filled with small moments. Not grand gestures, not expensive gifts, just consistency. Roman made a promise to himself that he would never disappear from Maya's life again, and he intended to keep it. Every Tuesday and Saturday morning, they met for breakfast at the same quiet diner. It wasn't flashy. It wasn't somewhere photographers would recognize. It was simply a place where they could talk without feeling like the rest of the world was watching. Between those breakfasts, they texted throughout the day. Sometimes it was only a simple, "Good luck on your math test." Other times, "Hope therapy went well today." Or, "Proud of you." Every evening, they spoke on the phone. Some conversations lasted an hour. Others barely lasted 5 minutes. But Roman never missed one. Little by little, trust replaced uncertainty. The awkwardness that filled their first meeting slowly faded. It wasn't perfect, but it was becoming real. Maya's health began improving too. Now that Roman knew the truth, he made sure she had access to every resource she needed. Specialists reviewed her treatment plan. Her doctors coordinated more closely with her therapist. The focus wasn't just on helping her physically. It was about helping her heal emotionally as well. One doctor explained that emotional stress could affect her overall recovery. So they approached everything together, mind and body. One couldn't heal without the other. Maya continued attending therapy several times each week. Some sessions were difficult. Others ended with genuine hope. For the first time in years, she started believing that happiness might actually be possible. Not guaranteed, but possible. One Saturday morning, as they finished breakfast, Maya stirred her orange juice absent-mindedly. Roman immediately noticed something was on her mind. "What is it?" She smiled nervously. "Can I ask you something?" "You never have to ask permission." She took a slow breath. "Your other kids, my brothers and sisters, they've been texting me." Roman smiled. "They have?" She nodded. "They're really nice." She laughed quietly. "Joel keeps sending me ridiculous memes. And your sons have been checking in on me too." Roman listened carefully. "That's a good thing." "It is," she agreed. "But," she looked down at the table, "I think I'm ready." Roman raised an eyebrow. "Ready for what?" She looked him in the eyes. "I want to meet them." For a brief moment, Roman forgot to breathe. He had hoped this day would come. He just hadn't expected it so soon. "You don't have to rush," he said gently. "We'll go at whatever pace feels right to you." "I know," Maya replied. "I'm scared, but I don't want fear making my decisions anymore." Roman smiled proudly. "I think that's one of the bravest things you've ever said." She laughed nervously. "It doesn't feel brave. It feels terrifying." Roman nodded. The two usually go together. They sat quietly for another moment before he asked, "So, how do you want to do this?" Maya had clearly been thinking about it. "One person at a time. I don't think I could handle meeting everyone at once. I'd get overwhelmed." Roman immediately agreed. "That's a smart plan." She hesitated before adding, "I'd like to meet Joel first." Roman smiled. "I thought you might say that." "She feels." Maya searched for the right words. "Safe." Roman couldn't help smiling. "She'll be very happy to hear that." Maya nodded. I think she'd make this easier." Roman reached across the table and gently squeezed her hand. "Then that's exactly how we'll do it. No pressure. No rushing. One step at a time." For the first time since they met, Maya wasn't just hoping she belonged. She was beginning to believe it. That evening, Roman sat in his hotel room with his phone in his hand. He smiled as he looked through the messages Joel had shown him earlier. Maya was ready. Not for everything, but for the next step. He scrolled to one name and tapped call. Joel answered almost immediately. "Dad." Roman couldn't hide the smile in his voice. "I've got some news." She laughed. "I can already tell it's good." "It is." Roman leaned back in his chair. "Maya wants to meet you." For a second, there was complete silence. Then, "What?" Joel's excited shout was so loud that Roman instinctively pulled the phone away from his ear. "She does." "She really does?" Roman chuckled. "She asked for you by name." "I can't believe it," Joel said, her voice trembling with emotion. "I've been hoping she'd be ready." Roman smiled. "She said you make her feel safe." There was another pause. When Joel spoke again, her voice was much quieter. "I won't let her down." "I know you won't," Roman replied. Joel immediately shifted into planning mode. "When does she want to meet?" We talked about next weekend. Roman said. But only if she's still comfortable. And she wants to do this one sibling at a time. That's probably the smartest approach. Joelle agreed. I'll follow her lead. No pressure. No expectations. Roman nodded. Exactly. I already told her this is her decision. If she changes her mind. We wait. Joelle smiled. I have a feeling she won't. The week passed slowly. Every day, Roman checked in with Maya. Some days she sounded excited. Other days, the anxiety crept back in. 3 nights before the meeting, his phone rang just after 11. The caller ID read, Maya. Roman answered immediately. Hey, sweetheart. Instead of speaking, he heard rapid breathing. Maya. She finally managed a few words. I can't do it. Roman immediately recognized what was happening. Take a slow breath for me. I can't meet her. What was I thinking? I'm not ready. I'm never going to be ready. Roman stayed calm. He spoke the same way Maya's therapist had taught him. Okay, listen to my voice. Breathe in through your nose. Nice and slow. Hold it. And now breathe out. That's it. You're doing great. Little by little. Her breathing began to settle. After nearly 20 minutes, the panic attack finally passed. I'm sorry, Maya whispered. I'm so sorry. Roman frowned. What are you apologizing for? I ruined everything. You probably think I'm being ridiculous. Roman answered without hesitation. I think you're being human. Silence. Then Maya spoke again. What if I mess this up? What if this is my only chance to have a sister? And I ruin it? Roman smiled softly. You can't ruin it. How do you know? Because Joelle already loves you. Maya didn't answer. So do my sons. They don't even know you well yet. But they already care about you. Because you're their sister. Nothing you say next weekend is going to change that. Maya quietly wiped away another tear. I wish I believed that. You will, Roman said gently. It'll just take time. She leaned back against her pillow. Can you stay with me? Roman smiled. I'm already here. No. She laughed weakly. I mean, at the meeting. Roman understood immediately. You want me there at the beginning? She nodded, even though he couldn't see her. Just until I calm down. I don't think I can walk over to Joelle by myself. Roman didn't hesitate. I'll stay for as long as you need me. Maya let out the first genuine laugh of the conversation. Thank you. For what? For never making me feel like I'm too much. Roman's voice softened. Maya, you've survived things that would have broken most people. Being anxious doesn't make you difficult. It makes you brave enough to keep trying. She closed her eyes. I'll try. You don't have to be fearless. Roman replied. You just have to take one step. Then another. And before you know it, you'll realize you made it. When they finally hung up, Roman sat quietly in the darkness of his hotel room. Tomorrow wouldn't be easy. It wouldn't be perfect. But perfection wasn't what mattered anymore. Showing up was. And tomorrow, his daughter would take another courageous step toward the family she'd spent her entire life believing she'd never have. Saturday arrived faster than Maya expected. She barely slept the night before. By sunrise, she was already awake, staring at the ceiling. Every possible outcome played through her mind. What if she says the wrong thing? What if Joelle changes her mind after meeting me? What if I don't belong after all? The thoughts refused to stop. Christina knocked gently on her bedroom door. You awake? Maya managed a small smile. I don't think I ever went to sleep. Christina walked in carrying 2 mugs. 1 hot chocolate. 1 coffee. She handed Maya the hot chocolate before sitting beside her. Nervous? Maya laughed weakly. I think nervous might be an understatement. Christina smiled. You know, I used to feel exactly like that before every important moment. Maya looked over. What did you do? I reminded myself that courage isn't the absence of fear. It's choosing to move forward anyway. Maya wrapped both hands around the warm mug. I hope I can. You can, Christina said without hesitation. Because you've already done harder things. An hour later, Roman arrived exactly when he promised. No security entourage. No cameras. No attention. Just a father keeping his word. When Maya opened the door, he immediately noticed the nervous look on her face. You okay? She nodded. I think so. He smiled gently. You don't have to convince me. She laughed quietly. I've changed my mind at least 10 times this morning. I figured. Roman replied. But you're still here. I am. And that's enough. He offered his hand. Not to lead her. Just to remind her she wasn't facing the day alone. After a brief hesitation, she took it. The meeting had been arranged in the same private room where they had first met. Nothing fancy. Nothing overwhelming. Just somewhere peaceful. Joelle had arrived early. She kept pacing around the room before finally forcing herself to sit down. Don't overwhelm her. Don't hug her unless she wants one. Let her set the pace. She repeated the reminders in her head over and over. Then came the knock. Joelle immediately stood. Roman entered first. Maya stayed just behind him. For a moment, neither young woman spoke. They simply looked at one another. Joelle smiled first. Hi, Maya. Her voice was calm, warm, completely free of pressure. Maya offered a shy smile. Hi. Joelle resisted every instinct to rush forward. Instead, she pointed toward the chairs. Want to sit? Maya nodded gratefully. I'd like that. The first few minutes were awkward. Not uncomfortable. Just unfamiliar. Joelle talked about simple things. Her favorite coffee shop. A movie she'd watched the week before. A funny story about Roman getting lost while trying to follow directions on his phone. Roman immediately protested. That happened one time. Joelle laughed. It happened 3. Maya couldn't help smiling. I've always wondered. She looked at Roman. Are you always this stubborn? Roman placed a hand dramatically over his heart. I thought today was supposed to be about welcoming you, not teaming up against me. The room erupted in laughter. For the first time, the tension began to disappear. An hour passed almost without anyone noticing. Conversation became easier. Natural. At one point, Roman quietly excused himself to answer a phone call from his attorney. I'll only be a minute. After he stepped outside, the room became quiet again. Maya glanced nervously toward the door. Then back at Joelle. Can I ask you something? Anything. Joelle answered. Maya hesitated. Why were you so kind to me? Joelle frowned gently. What do you mean? When we first met, you didn't know I was your sister. You still helped me. You still kept checking on me. You stayed. Joelle smiled. I never thought of it as helping. I just thought. You looked like someone who shouldn't have to face everything alone. Maya lowered her eyes. I'm not used to people staying. Joelle reached across the table. She didn't grab Maya's hand. She simply rested hers nearby, giving Maya the choice. After a few seconds, Maya slowly closed the distance herself. Their hands met. You don't have to earn a place in this family. Joelle said softly. You already have one. Tears welled in Maya's eyes. But you barely know me. I don't have to. Joelle replied. You're my sister. That was true before we met. It's true now. And it'll still be true years from today. Maya looked down, quietly wiping away tears. No one's ever said something like that to me before. Joelle smiled through her own tears. Then get used to hearing it. Because you're stuck with us now. Maya laughed. A real laugh. The kind that came without fear. When Roman returned a few moments later, he stopped in the doorway. Neither of them noticed he was there. Joelle and Maya were laughing together over childhood stories. For the first time, Roman saw something he'd been hoping for since the day he learned the truth. Maya wasn't acting like a visitor anymore. She was beginning to feel like family. And that was something no headline, no championship, and no accomplishment in his life could ever compare to. Roman didn't say much on the drive home. Joelle noticed. For once, the silence wasn't heavy. It was peaceful. She glanced over at her father as he kept his eyes on the road. You okay? Roman smiled without looking away. I think so. You think so? He laughed quietly. I'm still trying to process today. Joelle rested her elbow against the window. Maya did great. Roman nodded. She did. She was terrified. And she still walked through that door. He paused. I don't think she realizes how brave she is. Joelle smiled. That's usually how courage works. Later that evening, Roman sat alone in his study. The house was quiet. For the first time in weeks, he allowed himself to replay everything that had happened. From Joelle's first confession, to discovering Maya existed, to the hotel meeting, to today's conversation between two sisters who should have known each other years ago. It hadn't been perfect. There had been awkward silences, nervous laughter, tears, unanswered questions. But there had also been something far more important. Hope. Roman opened the leather journal resting on his desk. Months earlier, after watching Maya use journaling as part of her therapy, he had quietly started keeping one himself. He turned to a blank page, then began writing. Today, my daughter Maya met her sister Joelle. It wasn't polished. It wasn't easy. It wasn't supposed to be. Maya was nervous from the moment she woke up. Joelle was trying just as hard not to overwhelm her. Yet somehow, between shared stories, a few laughs, and simply giving each other room to breathe, they found something real. I'm beginning to understand that fatherhood isn't about fixing every problem. It's about showing up, listening, being patient, and letting your children become exactly who they were created to be. With Joelle, I had years to learn those lessons. With Maya, everything feels accelerated. Every conversation matters. Every promise matters. Every moment matters. Maybe that's the strange gift hidden inside all this pain. It strips away pride. It leaves only what's genuine. And maybe that's exactly what our family needed. Roman set the pen down. He read the page one more time before closing the journal. His eyes drifted to the photograph on his desk. It was the picture from the hotel. The very first day he met Maya. They both looked uncertain, almost afraid. Neither of them knew what the future would hold. Now, only 6 weeks later, that uncertainty had begun to transform into trust. Not perfect trust, not complete healing, but enough to keep moving forward. 3 months passed. Healing didn't happen overnight. Some days were incredible. Others were difficult. Maya still battled anxiety. There were mornings when getting out of bed felt impossible. There were moments when the media attention resurfaced. And there were still painful conversations waiting for the family. But there was also progress. Real progress. Roman never missed their breakfasts. Never missed a phone call. Never broke a promise. Slowly, Maya stopped wondering whether he'd disappear. She already knew the answer. He wouldn't. Over those 3 months, Maya began meeting the rest of Roman's children. Not all at once. Exactly as she'd requested. One relationship at a time. Each meeting came with the same nervous questions. Will they accept me? Will I fit in? Each time, the answer was the same. Yes. Roman's sons welcomed her without hesitation. One discovered they shared a love for reading and long conversations. Another bonded with her over music and their experiences dealing with anxiety, making Maya feel understood in ways she hadn't expected. With every visit, the walls she'd spent years building became just a little smaller. For the first time in her life, having brothers and sisters wasn't something she imagined. It was her reality. Meanwhile, Joelle's mental health foundation continued to grow. What had started as a small mission to help struggling teenagers had expanded beyond anything she ever imagined. With Roman quietly supporting the organization behind the scenes, the team grew larger. More licensed counselors joined. More families found help. And more young people received the support they desperately needed. Every week, new success stories arrived. New reminders that pain could be transformed into purpose. Roman often smiled when he watched Joelle at work. She had once believed her own struggles would define her life. Instead, they had become the reason so many others found hope. And now, without even realizing it, Maya was beginning to find that same purpose in her own journey. 3 months passed. Not 3 months without challenges, but 3 months filled with steady progress. Roman kept every promise he had made. Every Tuesday and Saturday, breakfast with Maya. Every evening, a phone call. Every week, time together. He wasn't trying to erase 15 years. He knew that wasn't possible. He was simply making sure she would never have to wonder whether he'd show up again. And he never missed. During those months, Maya slowly met the rest of Roman's children. Exactly as she had requested. One at a time. No crowded family reunions. No overwhelming introductions. Just quiet conversations. The first meeting had been with Joelle. Now came the others. Roman's oldest son welcomed Maya with the same patience Joelle had shown. They discovered they shared a love of books. Hours disappeared as they talked about novels, favorite authors, and the stories that had helped them through difficult seasons. For the first time, Maya realized someone in her family understood why reading had become her escape. Another sibling bonded with her over music. They traded playlists, laughed over embarrassing favorite songs. Eventually, the conversation turned toward anxiety. Instead of pretending everything was perfect, they spoke honestly. About fear. About panic. About learning to ask for help. Maya left each meeting carrying a little less doubt than before. Little by little, she stopped asking herself whether she belonged. Because every single one of her siblings made the answer unmistakably clear. She did. Roman noticed the difference almost immediately. One Saturday morning, they sat together in their favorite diner. The waitress already knew their usual order. She greeted Maya by name. Something that would have terrified Maya a few months earlier now made her smile. As they finished breakfast, Roman looked across the table. You seem happier. Maya laughed softly. I think I am. You think? She stirred her orange juice thoughtfully. I still have bad days. I still get anxious. But, she looked up, They don't last as long anymore. Roman smiled. That's progress. My therapist says the same thing. Maya replied. She says healing isn't about never struggling. It's about recovering faster when you do. Roman nodded. I think she's right. So do I. Meanwhile, Joelle's mental health foundation continued to grow. What had started with a handful of counselors had expanded into something much larger. New therapists joined the team. More teenagers found support. More families reached out for help. Roman quietly provided financial backing and strategic guidance whenever it was needed. He never wanted the spotlight. The mission mattered far more than recognition. Watching Joelle lead the organization filled him with pride. Watching Maya slowly find confidence through it filled him with hope. One afternoon, Roman stopped by the foundation to meet Joelle after work. As they walked through the office, he watched counselors meeting with families, volunteers answering phones, young people laughing in the waiting area. Joelle noticed him taking it all in. What are you thinking? Roman smiled. I'm thinking. You started all of this. Joelle shook her head. We all did. Roman looked around the building once more. You're changing lives. So are you. Joelle replied. I just wrote the vision. You helped make it possible. Roman smiled. If we're helping even one kid, it's worth every second. Joelle nodded. We're helping a lot more than one. That evening, Roman sat alone in his study. He opened the journal he had started months earlier. Without hesitation, he began to write. 3 months. 3 months ago, I thought I'd lost something I never even knew I had. Today, I watched my children laugh together. Not because everything is perfect. Not because the pain disappeared. But because they chose each other. Maya is beginning to believe she belongs. Joelle continues to remind everyone around her what compassion looks like. My family isn't the same family I had a year ago. It's bigger, more complicated, more honest, and somehow, stronger. For years I believed championships define success. Now I know better. Success is keeping your promises. Success is answering the phone. Showing up for breakfast. Listening instead of trying to fix everything. Being present. If I can keep doing that, maybe one day Maya won't remember the years I missed as much as she'll remember the years I stayed. Roman closed the journal and looked at the framed photograph on his desk. The one from that first meeting with Maya. Back then, they had both looked uncertain. Now, whenever they met, there was no hesitation. Just a hug, a smile, and a simple greeting that meant more than any championship he'd ever won. Hi, Dad. Roman smiled to himself. Tomorrow would bring new challenges. It always did. But for the first time in a very long time, he wasn't afraid of tomorrow, because whatever came next, his family would face it together. 3 months passed. By then, life no longer revolved around surviving each day. It revolved around building something meaningful. Maya continued meeting with her therapist. Her anxiety hadn't disappeared. Some mornings were still difficult. There were still moments when old fears resurfaced. But now, she never faced them alone. Roman was there. Joelle was there. Her brothers and sisters were there. Christina was there. For the first time in her life, support wasn't temporary. It had become her new normal. The foundation continued to grow far beyond what anyone had imagined. What had once been a small organization, helping a handful of struggling teenagers, had become a respected resource for families across the country. New counselors joined every month. Schools began reaching out for partnerships. Waiting lists grew longer. Every week, another family found hope because someone had answered the phone when they needed help most. Roman watched it all with quiet pride. One afternoon, he met Joelle at the foundation's office to review plans for the future. She spread several reports across the conference table. We're going to need a larger team. Roman looked over the numbers. How many counselors now? 12. Joelle replied. And honestly, we could use twice that. Roman smiled. Then let's keep growing. She looked at him. You know, when we started this, I thought we were trying to save one life. Roman nodded. So did I. Joelle smiled. But now we're helping hundreds. Roman folded the reports and set them aside. This is the legacy I'm proudest of. Not championships. Not main events. Not any record I've ever held. If this foundation helps one teenager choose tomorrow instead of giving up today, everything we've invested has been worth it. Joelle smiled. I knew you'd say that. Then her expression became more thoughtful. Dad, I've been thinking about something. Roman leaned back. What is it? Our family's story. He stayed quiet. Joelle continued. Not now. Not while Maya is still adjusting. But someday, when she's ready, I think it could help people. Roman had considered the same possibility. If Maya wants that, I'll support her. But only if it comes from her. Joelle nodded. It has to be her decision. And Christina's. No one else should make that choice for them. Roman agreed. We wait. No pressure. No deadlines. Just healing. A few days later, Roman's phone rang. It was Maya. Her voice sounded nervous. Dad, can we talk? Of course. I've been thinking about what Joelle said. Roman listened carefully. About maybe sharing my story one day. He remained silent, not wanting to influence her decision. Finally, Maya took a deep breath. I want to do it. Roman smiled. You do. I do. But, she laughed softly. I have conditions. Roman smiled. I figured you might. What are they? Maya answered without hesitation. First, if we're going to tell my story, it can't only be about pain. I want people to know about the struggle. But I also want them to see the healing. I want them to know life can get better. Roman nodded. I think that's exactly the right message. Second, I don't want anyone speaking for me. She paused. Not even you. If this story is going to be public, I want to tell it in my own words. Roman couldn't hide his pride. I wouldn't have it any other way. And the third condition? Maya smiled nervously. I want to wait. Wait. I've been doing well for 3 months. But my therapist thinks I should stay stable longer before dealing with that kind of attention. Roman immediately agreed. That makes perfect sense. So, Maya continued, if I'm still doing well in another 3 months, then we can move forward. Roman smiled. No rush. We'll move at your pace. There is one more thing. Maya added. I want Mom to be part of it too. Roman raised an eyebrow. Christina? Maya nodded. She's worked so hard to rebuild her life. People should know recovery is possible. Not just for me, but for her too. Roman's voice softened. That's a beautiful idea. Maya hesitated before asking one final question. Are you okay with all of this? Roman smiled. Maya, this isn't my story to control. It's yours. And whatever you decide, I'll stand behind you. For the first time, Maya truly believed her voice mattered. Not because she was Roman Reigns' daughter, but because her story might become someone else's reason to keep fighting. The following weekend, Roman, Joelle, Maya, and Christina gathered around the dining room table. No reporters. No cameras. No microphones. Just family. A notebook rested in the center of the table. Joelle had written one sentence across the top of the first page. If we share our story, why are we doing it? She looked around the room. I think we should answer that before we talk about interviews. Everyone agreed. Christina spoke first. I don't want sympathy. She folded her hands together. I spent years ashamed of my addiction. I've made mistakes I'll regret for the rest of my life. She glanced toward Maya. But recovery is possible. If another parent sees my story and decides to ask for help, then maybe those mistakes can still mean something. Roman nodded quietly. Then Joelle looked toward Maya. What about you? Maya took a slow breath. She had clearly rehearsed this answer. I don't want people to know me because I'm Roman Reigns' daughter. I want them to know that asking for help isn't something to be embarrassed about. She paused. If one teenager watches my story and decides not to give up, then it'll be worth it. Roman felt his throat tighten. Those were almost the exact words he'd hoped she would one day believe. Joelle smiled. I think that's our answer. Over the next several weeks, the family planned carefully. Nothing would be rushed. Nothing would be sensationalized. Joelle contacted a journalist known for treating sensitive family stories with respect. Before agreeing to anything, the journalist spent time getting to know the family. Not with cameras. Not with bright studio lights. Just conversations. She listened to Roman. She listened to Christina. She listened to Joelle. Most importantly, she listened to Maya. There would be no surprises. No misleading headlines. No attempts to create unnecessary drama. Everyone agreed on one thing. The story would focus on healing, not scandal. As the interview date approached, Maya's confidence began to slip. One morning during breakfast, she barely touched her pancakes. Roman noticed immediately. You've been quiet. Maya nodded. I've been thinking. About the interview? She looked up. What if people think I'm doing this for attention? What if they don't believe me? Roman didn't dismiss her fears. They might. He answered honestly. There will always be people who judge. Maya sighed. That's what I'm afraid of. Roman reached across the table. But for every person who misunderstands, there will be someone who finally feels understood. She listened carefully. There will be a teenager who's been hiding their depression. There will be a parent who finally recognizes what their child is going through. There will be someone who decides to ask for help because they saw your courage. He smiled gently. Don't measure your story by the loudest critics. Measure it by the quiet lives it changes. Maya looked down at her coffee. What if it's too much? Roman nodded. Then we stop. She looked up. What? If it becomes overwhelming? We walk away. No interview is more important than your health. My therapist? Already knows the plan. Joelle? She'll be there. Your mom? She'll be there. I'll be there. And if you decide 10 minutes before we start that you don't want to do it, we go home. Maya stared at him for a long moment. You'd really cancel everything? Roman smiled. Without thinking twice. Your well-being comes first. Always. A smile slowly returned to Maya's face. I'm ready. The interview was scheduled for a quiet Sunday afternoon. The studio looked nothing like the television sets Maya had imagined. Comfortable chairs. Soft lighting. No live audience. The journalist greeted each family member personally before explaining how the afternoon would work. There are no time limits. She said, if anyone needs a break, we stop. If Maya wants to skip a question, we skip it. This conversation belongs to your family. Maya visibly relaxed. Roman noticed. Before they were called into the studio, she walked over to him. I need to do this part by myself. Roman smiled proudly. You don't need me sitting beside you? She laughed. I've needed you for everything else. She squeezed his hand. But you've already helped me get here. I think I can do this. Roman felt a lump form in his throat. He nodded. I'll be right outside. Exactly where I've been since the day we met. Maya smiled. I know. Then she turned, walked toward the studio doors, and, for the first time in her life, stepped into the spotlight, not as the daughter of a WWE superstar, but as a young woman ready to tell her own story. Roman watched the door close behind her. For a brief moment, he remembered the frightened 15-year-old girl who could barely make eye contact during their first meeting. Now, she was walking forward on her own terms. Not because she was fearless, but because she finally believed her voice mattered. And Roman couldn't have been prouder. 2 weeks passed. 2 weeks of preparation. 2 weeks of quiet anticipation. And finally, the interview aired. Roman chose not to watch it alone. Instead, the entire family gathered in the living room. Joelle sat beside Maya. Christina held her daughter's hand. Roman remained unusually quiet. For someone who had spent years performing in front of millions, this felt different. Far more personal. As the program began, the room fell silent. The interviewer opened with Maya's story. Not the headlines. Not the controversy. Her story. She spoke honestly about growing up with anxiety. About depression. About feeling invisible. About believing she wasn't enough. Then, she talked about healing. About therapy. About finding the courage to ask for help. And about discovering that family could still be found after years of believing it was lost. No one in the room spoke. Several times, Roman quietly wiped tears from his eyes. Christina cried openly. Joelle smiled with pride. When Maya's interview ended, Roman's own segment began. He watched himself on the screen speaking more honestly than he ever had before. I spent years building an image of being unstoppable. He said, in this business, people expect strength. They expect confidence. They expect you to carry every burden without letting anyone see the weight. He paused. But I learned something through my children. Trying to look perfect doesn't make you a better father. It can actually make it harder for your children to come to you when they're struggling. The interviewer asked, what would you say to parents watching this? Roman didn't hesitate. I'd tell them to listen. Really listen. Your child doesn't need a perfect parent. They need a present one. And if they're brave enough to tell you they're hurting, believe them. Help them. Love them. Before it's too late. The room remained silent as the interview came to an end. When the credits rolled, no one moved for several seconds. The public response was immediate. But this time, it wasn't driven by gossip. It was driven by gratitude. Thousands of messages flooded the Foundation's website. Parents thanking the family for speaking openly. Teachers asking how they could better support struggling students. Teenagers writing that, for the first time, they felt understood. The phones at the Foundation barely stopped ringing. Counselors worked overtime. Volunteers answered emails late into the night. Joelle looked around the busy office and smiled. I don't think any of us expected this. Roman nodded. We hoped we'd help a few people. This is so much bigger. Within days, the Foundation received enough donations to expand several of its programs. More counselors were hired. New schools reached out asking to partner with them. Families who had never spoken openly about mental health finally began asking for help. The interview had become more than a television special. It had become the beginning of a movement. Not every response was easy. Over time, volunteers answered emails late into the night. Joelle looked around the busy office and smiled. I don't think any of us expected this. Roman nodded. We hoped we'd help a few people. This is so much bigger. Within days, the foundation received enough donations to expand several of its programs. More counselors were hired. New schools reached out asking to partner with them. Families who had never spoken openly about mental health finally began asking for help. The interview had become more than a television special. It had become the beginning of a movement. Not every response was easy. A few weeks after the interview aired, Maya returned to school. Most students were supportive. Teachers checked in with her. Several classmates thanked her for speaking openly. But not everyone knew how to respond. One afternoon, Roman called to check on her after school. How'd today go? Maya hesitated. It was okay. He immediately recognized the hesitation. What happened? She sighed. Some kids keep acting like I'm fragile. They talk to me like I'm going to break. Roman listened quietly. I hate it, she admitted. I don't want to be known as the girl with mental health problems. Roman smiled gently. Maya, you're not the mental health girl. She stayed quiet. You're a 15-year-old who loves reading, who's learning to play guitar, who tells terrible jokes, and who somehow always beats me at word games. That finally earned a laugh. The anxiety, the depression, they're part of your story, but they're not your identity. Maya thought about that for a moment. I know. It just doesn't always feel that way. Roman nodded. Give people time. Right now, they're still processing what they watched. Eventually, they'll stop seeing the interview. They'll start seeing you. Maya, his daughter. Not a headline. Not a diagnosis. Just Maya. She smiled. I hope you're right. Roman smiled back. I know I am. That evening, Roman sat alone in his study. His phone buzzed constantly with messages from friends, colleagues, and people throughout the wrestling world. He appreciated every kind word. But one message stood out above all the others. It wasn't from another WWE superstar. It wasn't from a celebrity. It wasn't from the media. It simply read, "Thank you for reminding me that being strong sometimes means asking for help." Roman looked out the window. For years, he believed his greatest legacy would be championships, main events, historic matches. Now, he realized legacy wasn't measured by titles. It was measured by the lives you changed when the cameras stopped rolling. And somehow, his greatest accomplishment had nothing to do with stepping inside a wrestling ring. The first letter arrived 5 days after the interview aired. It wasn't addressed to Roman, or to Joelle. It was addressed to Maya. The envelope contained a single handwritten page. Maya carefully unfolded it. As she read, her eyes slowly filled with tears. She handed the letter to Roman without saying a word. He read it quietly. I watched your interview with my parents. That night, I finally told them I needed help. They cried, but they listened. I'm starting therapy next week. Thank you for sharing your story. You helped save my life. Roman looked up. Maya was already crying. I didn't think, she whispered, that anyone would actually be helped. Roman reached over and hugged her. You didn't just tell your story. You gave someone hope. And sometimes, hope is enough to save a life. That letter was only the beginning. Over the following months, more arrived. Then dozens. Then hundreds. Teenagers. Parents. Teachers. Counselors. People from every walk of life. Some shared stories of recovery. Others admitted they had finally asked for help after years of suffering in silence. Maya kept every letter. She placed them inside a wooden box beside her bed. On difficult days, when anxiety whispered that she wasn't enough, she opened the box. She reminded herself that pain could become purpose. During one therapy session, she smiled and said, My suffering wasn't meaningless. I would never wish it on anyone. But if it helped someone else choose to keep living, then maybe something good came from it. Her therapist smiled. I think you've discovered something very important. Healing doesn't erase pain. It gives it meaning. 6 months later, Joelle's foundation had grown beyond anything any of them had imagined. Counselors were helping thousands of teenagers. Schools partnered with the organization. Families finally had somewhere to turn before a crisis became a tragedy. Roman walked through the new headquarters beside Joelle. Employees hurried between offices. Phones rang constantly. Young people filled waiting rooms with hope instead of fear. Joelle looked around in amazement. We actually did it. Roman smiled. You built the vision. I simply helped you build it. Joelle shook her head. No. We all built it. You. Me. Maya. Christina. Our family's hardest season became someone else's second chance. Roman wrapped an arm around his daughter. I couldn't be prouder. Neither could remember the last time the future had looked so bright. Family dinner became a monthly tradition. No reporters. No cameras. Just laughter. Stories. And far too much food. One evening, Roman looked around the table. Joelle was laughing at one of his terrible jokes. Maya was teasing her brothers. Christina smiled as she watched her daughter enjoy a life she'd once feared Maya would never have. For a long moment, Roman simply sat in silence, taking it all in. A year earlier, none of this had existed. Now, it felt impossible to imagine life without it. Maya still had difficult days. Healing wasn't a straight line. But the good days finally outnumbered the hard ones. She was doing well in school, making genuine friends, and talking seriously about one day becoming a therapist. I want to help kids the way people helped me, she said one night. Roman smiled. I think you'd be incredible. Christina had remained sober. She rebuilt her relationship with Maya one conversation at a time. Roman and Christina learned how to co-parent with mutual respect. Not because the past had disappeared, but because Maya deserved parents who worked together, and every decision they made reflected that. Later that evening, Roman sat alone in his study. Championship titles lined the shelves. Photographs from WrestleMania. Awards collected over decades. For years, he believed those were the greatest achievements of his life. Now, he knew better. He picked up a framed photo. It was from the first day he met Maya. Both of them looked uncertain, afraid, hopeful. Beside it sat a newer photo. The entire family gathered around the dinner table, smiling, laughing, finally together. Roman smiled to himself. Life hadn't given him the story he expected. It had given him a better one, not because it was easy, but because it taught him that family isn't built by perfection. It's built by showing up. Again, and again, and again. He reached for his phone and sent Maya a simple text. Sleep well, sweetheart. Love you. A few seconds later, his phone buzzed. Love you too, Dad. See you Saturday? Same breakfast place. Roman laughed softly. He typed back. Wouldn't miss it for the world. He placed the phone beside the framed photograph. Outside, the night was quiet. Inside, Roman finally understood something no championship had ever taught him. The greatest title he would ever earn would never be undisputed WWE champion. It would simply be, Dad. The end. 3 weeks after the interview aired, life had begun settling into something unfamiliar. Routine. For the first time in months. Not every phone call carried bad news. Not every morning started with anxiety. Not every evening ended in emotional exhaustion. Some days, life was simply normal, and Roman treasured those days more than any championship he'd ever held. Saturday morning, 7:58 a.m. Roman pulled into the familiar parking lot of the small diner where he and Maya had shared breakfast nearly every weekend for the past 6 months. He checked the dashboard clock. 2 minutes early. She would tease him about that. She always did. Exactly at 8. The passenger door opened. Maya climbed in wearing a denim jacket over a simple hoodie, her hair tied back as usual. She looked comfortable. Not guarded. Not nervous. Comfortable. Roman smiled. You're 30 seconds late. She rolled her eyes. My watch says I'm early. Your watch is wrong. My watch has feelings. Roman laughed. I didn't realize watches had feelings. They do. And you hurt them every Saturday. He shook his head. I see you've inherited the family's talent for terrible jokes. I learned from the best. Breakfast felt different now. There were no awkward pauses. No careful attempts to avoid difficult topics. They talked the way fathers and daughters often do. About music. School. Movies. Roman's questionable taste in coffee. Halfway through the meal, Maya suddenly asked, Can I ask you something completely random? Roman nodded. Always. She leaned forward. What were you like at 15? Roman blinked. Me? Yeah. I know everything about Roman Reigns. She smiled. But I don't know much about Leti. Roman laughed softly. Very few people called him by his birth name anymore. Hearing Maya say it felt strangely comforting. I was taller than everyone. He admitted. A little awkward. A lot quieter than people imagine. You? Quiet? She looked genuinely surprised. I know. He He smiled. Hard to believe. I spent more time worrying about football practice than talking. Maya grinned. So, were you popular? Roman pretended to think. My cousins would probably say no. I'd probably say yes. So the truth is somewhere in the middle? Exactly. She laughed. I like hearing stories like this. Roman tilted his head. Why? Because. She stirred her hot chocolate. They remind me that you had a life before everyone knew your name. Roman looked at her for a moment before answering. I did. And honestly, it was a pretty good one. As they left the diner, Roman noticed a young employee standing near the entrance. The teenager couldn't have been older than 17. He looked nervous. He kept glancing toward Roman, before quickly looking away. Maya noticed too. I think he wants to say hi. Roman nodded. Looks like it. The young man finally gathered enough courage to approach. Mr. Rains? Roman smiled warmly. Just Roman is fine. The teenager laughed nervously. I watched your family's interview. Roman immediately saw Maya tense slightly beside him. Without saying a word, he gently rested a reassuring hand on her shoulder. The young man noticed. I'm sorry. I don't want to bother you. I just wanted to say. He swallowed hard. It helped my sister. Roman's expression softened. The teenager continued. She'd been hiding how depressed she was. After watching Maya talk, she finally told our parents. They got her help. He looked toward Maya. So, thank you. Maya didn't know what to say. For a moment, she simply stared at him. Then she smiled. I'm really glad she told someone. So am I. The teenager replied. He thanked them once more before walking back inside. Neither Roman nor Maya spoke as they returned to the truck. Once the doors closed, Maya stared out the windshield. That felt. She searched for the right word. Different. Roman started the engine. Different how? I've gotten messages online before. But meeting someone, seeing their face, she looked down at her hands. It made everything feel real. Roman nodded. It is real. She smiled quietly. I think, for the first time, I understand what Joelle meant. When she said our story wasn't about us anymore. Roman glanced at his daughter before pulling out of the parking lot. No, he said softly. It became bigger than all of us. The truck disappeared down the quiet road. Neither of them realized it yet. But that simple conversation outside a small-town diner would soon inspire Maya to take the biggest step of her new life. The encounter at the diner stayed with Maya far longer than she expected. It wasn't the words. It was the expression on the teenager's face. Relief. Not because he had met Roman Rains, but because his sister was finally getting help. For days, that moment replayed in Maya's mind. She found herself wondering how many other families were carrying the same silent burden. How many teenagers smiled at school, only to go home feeling completely alone. The following Wednesday, Maya stopped by Joelle's foundation after school. She wasn't there for therapy. She simply wanted to visit. The receptionist smiled the moment she walked through the door. Hey Maya. Joelle's upstairs. Thanks. Maya slowly made her way through the building. The foundation felt different now. Busier. Phones rang constantly. Counselors moved between offices. Parents sat quietly in the waiting room. Some looked exhausted. Others looked hopeful. A young boy, maybe 13 years old, sat beside his mother with his hood pulled over his head. His eyes never left the floor. Maya paused for a second. She recognized that look. Not because she'd seen it before, because she'd worn it herself. There had been a time when making eye contact felt impossible, when speaking felt exhausting, when every stranger felt like another person waiting to judge her. She quietly continued upstairs. Joelle was reviewing paperwork when Maya knocked gently on her office door. She looked up and smiled immediately. Well, this is a surprise. Maya laughed. I was nearby. Joelle narrowed her eyes playfully. You were nearby. Or you wanted something? Maya smiled. Maybe both. Joelle motioned toward the chair. Come in. For several minutes, they talked about ordinary things. School. Weekend plans. Roman's latest attempt at cooking breakfast. He burned pancakes. Joelle asked. I didn't even know that was possible. I didn't either. Maya laughed. But somehow he managed it. I hope he blamed the pan. He blamed the syrup. Joelle burst into laughter. That sounds exactly like Dad. The laughter slowly faded. Maya's expression became thoughtful. Can I ask you something? Of course. When you started this foundation, were you scared? Joelle didn't answer immediately. She leaned back in her chair. Terrified. Really? I kept thinking. What if nobody comes? What if I can't actually help anyone? What if I make things worse? Maya nodded slowly. I've been feeling something like that. Joelle immediately gave her full attention. What happened? Maya looked down at her hands. That teenager at the diner. I can't stop thinking about him. He said our interview helped his sister. Joelle smiled softly. I know. It was incredible. But now, Maya hesitated. I feel like I should be doing more. The room grew quiet. Joelle didn't interrupt. She had learned long ago that sometimes silence helped people find the words they were searching for. Finally, Maya continued. I don't want to become some motivational speaker. Joelle smiled. I didn't think you did. Maya sighed. If another kid walks into this building feeling the way I used to feel, I want them to know they're not alone. Joelle studied her sister for a long moment. Then she smiled. I think you're ready. Maya frowned. Ready for what? To stop seeing yourself as someone who needs saving, and start seeing yourself as someone who can help save others. Maya blinked. I never thought about it like that. I know, Joelle replied, because healing changes people. One day, you wake up and realize you've become the person you needed when you were younger. Those words settled deep inside Maya. Just then, a gentle knock interrupted them. One of the counselors stepped into the office. Sorry to interrupt. Joelle smiled. It's okay. What's up? The counselor looked toward Maya. I was wondering. There's a teenage girl downstairs. First appointment. She refuses to speak. She hasn't said a single word since she arrived. Joelle nodded. That's not unusual. The counselor hesitated. She watched the interview. Both sisters looked up. She asked. The counselor smiled gently. If Maya was really here today. The room fell silent. Maya's heart immediately began racing. Me. The counselor nodded. I told her I wasn't sure. Maya instinctively looked at Joelle. I don't know what to say. Joelle reached across the desk. You don't have to fix anything. You don't have to give advice. You don't even have to talk much. Sometimes, the most powerful thing you can tell someone is, I've been where you are. Maya swallowed. What if I make things worse? Joelle smiled reassuringly. You won't be alone. I'll be with you the whole time. Maya looked toward the office door. Her hands trembled slightly. 6 months ago, she could barely look strangers in the eye. Now, someone believed she might be able to help another frightened teenager take the first step toward healing. She took a slow breath, then looked back at Joelle. Okay. Her voice was quiet. But stay with me. Joelle smiled warmly. I wasn't planning on going anywhere. Together, the two sisters walked toward the counseling rooms. Neither of them realized it yet. But the conversation waiting behind that closed door would become the moment Maya truly discovered her purpose. The counseling room was quiet. Not uncomfortable. Just still. Joelle opened the door first. She smiled gently. There you are. A teenage girl sat curled up in one corner of the room. She looked about 14. Her hoodie sleeves covered most of her hands. Her eyes remained fixed on the floor. Beside her sat her father. He looked exhausted, like someone who hadn't slept properly in weeks. The counselor quietly introduced everyone. This is Maya. The girl didn't look up. She simply gave the smallest nod. Joelle pulled a chair closer, but stayed a comfortable distance away. Maya hesitated before sitting down across from the girl. For nearly a full minute, no one spoke. The silence felt endless. Maya's heartbeat echoed in her ears. She glanced toward Joelle. Joelle simply smiled. Take your time. Maya took a slow breath. You don't have to talk, she said softly. I didn't want to either. The girl remained motionless. Maya continued. When I first started therapy, I thought everyone wanted me to explain what was wrong. She smiled faintly. The truth was, I didn't even know. That finally caught the girl's attention. Not much. Just enough for her eyes to lift for a brief second. Maya noticed. She didn't push. I used to count the ceiling tiles. She admitted. Every session. I figured if I looked at the ceiling, no one would expect me to make eye contact. The girl's lips twitched. Not quite a smile, but close. My therapist eventually noticed. Maya laughed quietly. She never said anything. One day she just asked, how many tiles are up there? The girl looked up again. This time, for a little longer. Maya smiled. I got the answer wrong. A tiny laugh escaped the girl before she could stop it. Her father looked over in surprise. It was the first sound she'd made all afternoon. The room became lighter. Not because everything had changed. Because one small wall had cracked. Maya leaned back in her chair. I'm not here because I have everything figured out, she said. I'm here because someone once sat with me when I couldn't speak. And they never made me feel broken. The girl whispered her first words. Did you ever get better? Maya didn't rush her answer. I'm still getting better, she replied honestly. I don't think healing has a finish line. I just know. My difficult days don't get to decide my whole life anymore. The girl thought about that. My dad says I used to smile all the time. She whispered. I don't remember what that feels like. The words settled heavily over the room. Maya swallowed. I remember saying something almost exactly like that. The girl finally looked directly at her. You do? I do. And someone told me something I'll never forget. She paused. They said, the version of you that smiles isn't gone. She's just waiting for you to find her again. The girl stared quietly. A tear rolled down her cheek. Without thinking, she wiped it away quickly. Embarrassed. Maya shook her head gently. You don't have to hide those. I cried through half my therapy sessions. That earned another tiny laugh. Even her father smiled. For the next 20 minutes. No dramatic breakthroughs happened. No miraculous transformation. They simply talked. About school. Favorite music. The pressure of pretending everything was okay. About how exhausting it was when people constantly asked, Are you alright? Sometimes. The answer really was, I don't know. And that was okay. Before the session ended, the girl reached into the pocket of her hoodie. She pulled out a folded piece of paper. I drew something, she said quietly. I wasn't going to show anyone. She handed it to Maya. It was a pencil sketch. A small plant growing through a crack in the pavement. Above it were 4 handwritten words. Still growing. Still here. Maya stared at the drawing for several seconds. It's beautiful. The girl shrugged shyly. It's just a sketch. No. Maya replied. It's hope. The girl smiled. A real smile this time. Small. But genuine. After the session, Maya and Joelle walked slowly back toward the office. Neither spoke at first. Finally, Maya let out a long breath. I was terrified. Joelle laughed. I noticed. I kept thinking, what if I said the wrong thing? And then, Joelle asked. Maya smiled. I realized she didn't need perfect words. She just needed someone who understood. Joelle nodded proudly. Exactly. They stopped outside Joelle's office. You know something? Joelle asked. What? I don't think you realize what happened in there today. Maya frowned. I just talked to her. Joelle shook her head. No. You gave her something every counselor hopes to give. What? Proof. Proof that healing is possible. Maya looked back toward the counseling room. She thought about the sketch. The little plant growing through the concrete. Still growing. Still here. A smile slowly spread across her face. Maybe. That wasn't just the girl's story anymore. Maybe. It was hers too. The drawing stayed on Roman's desk for nearly a week. He hadn't framed it. He hadn't tucked it away inside a drawer. Instead, he leaned it against the base of his computer monitor, where he would see it every morning. A small plant. Growing through cracked concrete. For simple words. Still growing. Still here. Every time Roman looked at it, he smiled. Not because of the drawing itself, but because of what it represented. The frightened girl, who had once struggled to speak above a whisper, had just become someone else's reason to believe tomorrow could be better. Later that week, Roman stopped by the foundation to meet Joelle, after one of her board meetings. As he walked through the lobby, something caught his attention. The waiting room was unusually full. Teenagers sat quietly beside their parents. Some stared at their phones. Others looked around nervously. Roman recognized that expression. Hope mixed with fear. He remembered seeing that same look on Maya's face months earlier. The receptionist smiled. Good afternoon, Roman. He returned the greeting. Busy day. She laughed softly. Every day lately. We've had more first-time appointments this month than ever before. Roman looked around the room again. Every chair was occupied. That wasn't just growth. It was responsibility. Joelle met him upstairs. She looked tired. Not exhausted. The kind of tired that came from meaningful work. Roman noticed the stack of folders under her arm. Long day. She smiled. The best kind. They walked toward her office together. Before either of them sat down, Roman noticed another folder resting on her desk. Across the front someone had written, Youth Mentorship Proposal. He pointed toward it. What's this? Joelle smiled. I was hoping you'd ask. She opened the folder. We've been talking with our counselors. They've noticed something. Roman listened carefully. Some teenagers aren't ready for therapy. They're intimidated. They're scared. They think nobody could possibly understand them. Roman nodded slowly. Okay. Joelle looked up. But when they meet someone who's lived through similar struggles, they relax. They open up faster. Roman immediately understood where she was going. You want peer mentors. Joelle smiled. Exactly. Young people who had walked through recovery. Not licensed counselors. Not replacements for therapy. Just people willing to sit beside someone and honestly say, "I've been there too." Roman looked thoughtful. "I like that. I knew you would." Joelle replied. "There is one problem." Roman leaned back. "What?" She smiled nervously. "I think Maya would be incredible." Roman's expression changed immediately. His protective instincts surfaced before he could stop them. "That's a lot of responsibility." "I know. And she's still healing herself." "I know." Roman folded his arms. "I don't want people depending on her before she's ready." Joelle didn't argue. Instead, she nodded. "I had the exact same concern." The room became quiet. Finally, she slid another paper across the desk. "It's not my idea." Roman looked down. It was an application form. Completed. Signed. At the bottom, in neat handwriting. "Applicant, Maya Anoa'i." Roman blinked. "You didn't ask her?" Joelle smiled. "No. She asked me." Roman sat in silence. For several moments, he simply stared at the application. Attached to it was a handwritten note. "I don't know if I'm ready, but I know how lonely it feels when you think nobody understands. If sitting with someone for an hour helps them feel less alone, I'd like to try." Roman read the note twice. Then a third time. He leaned back slowly. "When did she write this?" "Yesterday." Joelle answered. "After meeting the girl who gave her the drawing." Roman smiled faintly. "So that's what this is about." "I think so," Joelle said. "I don't believe she's trying to save anyone. I think she's trying to give people what she once needed." Roman nodded. There was wisdom in that. Still, he couldn't ignore the protective voice in the back of his mind. What if it's too much for her? Joelle answered gently. "Then we stop. No pressure. No expectations. Just like you taught all of us." Roman couldn't help smiling. She had used his own words against him. "You've been spending too much time around me. I learned from the best." She laughed. That evening, Roman drove Maya home after dinner. The sun hung low over the horizon. For several miles, they simply enjoyed the quiet. Then Roman broke the silence. "I saw your application today." Maya froze. Joelle hadn't told her. "You did?" Roman nodded. "I did." She looked down at her hands. "I wasn't hiding it. I wanted to make sure I was serious before I told you." Roman kept his eyes on the road. "Are you serious?" She answered without hesitation. "I am." He nodded once. "Tell me why." There was no pressure in his voice. No judgment. Just curiosity. Maya looked out the window. "When I met that girl, I realized something." Roman waited. "I can't change what happened to me." She continued. "I'll never get those years back. But maybe I can help someone else lose a little less." Roman felt a lump form in his throat. Maya wasn't speaking like a frightened teenager anymore. She was speaking like someone who had discovered purpose. "I don't want to fix people," she added. "I know I can't. I just want them to know they don't have to carry everything by themselves." Roman smiled. Without taking his eyes off the road, he reached over and gently squeezed her hand. "I've spent most of my life trying to protect you," he said quietly. Maya smiled. "I know." He glanced at her. "But maybe it's time I let you start protecting others." She squeezed his hand back. "I'll still need you." Roman laughed softly. "You'll always have me." Outside, the evening sky faded from gold to deep blue. Inside the truck, neither of them realized it yet. But this wasn't just another chapter in Maya's recovery. It was the beginning of her life's calling. Monday morning, the foundation felt busier than usual. Maya had officially completed her volunteer orientation the week before. Today, she would spend her first full afternoon shadowing one of the youth mentors. Nothing complicated. Nothing she wasn't prepared for. Just listening. Observing. Learning. At least, that was the plan. Joelle met her near the front desk. "You nervous?" Maya adjusted the volunteer badge clipped to her sweater. "A little." Joelle smiled. "Good." Maya looked confused. "Good. The day you stop feeling nervous is the day you stop caring." Maya laughed softly. "I guess that makes sense." Joelle handed her a small notebook. "What's this?" "I carried one when I first started." Maya opened it. The first page contained only one sentence. "Listen more than you speak." She looked back at Joelle. "That's it." Joelle nodded. "The best mentors aren't the ones with the best speeches. They're the ones who make people feel heard." Maya carefully closed the notebook. "I'll remember that." The afternoon passed quietly. One teenager wanted to talk about school. Another spoke about panic attacks before exams. A third simply wanted someone to play a board game with while waiting for their counseling session. Maya quickly realized something. Healing rarely looked dramatic. Sometimes, it looked like laughing over a game of cards. Sometimes, it looked like sitting beside someone without saying a single word. And sometimes, it looked like celebrating the smallest victories. One young boy proudly announced, "I made it through an entire week without skipping school." The counselors applauded as if he'd won a championship. Maya found herself smiling. Because in his world, maybe he had. Near the end of the day, a counselor approached her. "Maya," she turned. "Would you mind sitting with someone for a few minutes?" "Of course." The counselor lowered her voice. "He's 16. His older brother passed away last year. He doesn't talk much. But he asked if the girl from the interview was here." Maya's smile faded. Her stomach tightened. "Okay." The teenager sat alone in the art room. He wasn't drawing. The sketchbook in front of him remained blank. Maya quietly took the seat across from him. "Hi." No response. She waited. After nearly a minute, he finally spoke. "I don't have anxiety." His tone wasn't defensive. Just matter of fact. "I know." Maya answered. "I don't have depression either." She nodded. "Okay." He frowned slightly. "You don't seem surprised." Maya smiled. Pain doesn't wear the same face on everyone. That caught his attention. He looked at her for the first time. "My brother died in a car accident." He said it so plainly, as though repeating something he'd told himself 1,000 times. "I keep waiting to wake up. But I never do." Maya didn't search for the perfect response. Instead, she quietly asked, "What was his name?" The boy blinked. No one had asked that. "Eli." "What was Eli like?" A smile appeared for the briefest moment. "He was annoying." Maya laughed. "I have siblings. I understand. He borrowed my clothes." The boy continued. "And never put gas in my truck." "What else?" "He was terrible at singing. But he sang anyway." As the memories came, his expression slowly softened. For the next half hour, they didn't spend much time talking about grief. They spent it talking about Eli, his favorite basketball team, his terrible cooking, the way he always forgot birthdays. When the session ended, the teenager stood. "Thanks." Maya smiled. "For what?" "For letting him be a person." He looked down. "Everyone keeps talking about the accident. You asked about him." Before she could answer, he quietly walked away. That evening, Maya didn't feel the excitement she'd expected. She felt heavy. She carried Eli's story with her all the way home. At dinner, Roman noticed immediately. "You've been quiet." She pushed her food around her plate. "I keep thinking about someone I met today." Roman didn't interrupt. She told him everything. About Eli. About the sketchbook. About the silence. About the weight the teenager carried. When she finished, she looked exhausted. "I wish I could have done more." Roman leaned back in his chair. "When I first became a locker room leader," he said, "I thought I had to carry everyone's problems." Maya looked up. "Did it work?" He smiled gently. "For a while. Then one day, I realized something." "What?" "If you try carrying everyone else's weight, eventually you won't be able to stand yourself." The room became quiet. Roman continued. "There's a difference between walking beside someone and trying to walk for them." Maya considered those words. "So it's okay if I can't fix everything?" Roman almost laughed. "If you ever meet someone who claims they can fix everyone, walk the other direction." That finally made her smile. "You know what your job is?" "What?" "Show up. Listen. Care. And trust that healing belongs to the person taking the journey." Maya nodded slowly. The knot in her chest loosened. Not completely, but enough. Enough to understand that compassion didn't mean carrying the entire world. It meant refusing to let someone carry it alone. Later that night, before going to bed, Maya opened the notebook Joelle had given her. She turned to the first page. "Listen more than you speak." Beneath it, she wrote a second sentence of her own. "Care deeply. Carry wisely." She closed the notebook with a quiet smile. It wasn't just becoming a journal anymore. It was becoming her guide. The following Friday, the foundation held its monthly volunteer meeting. Counselors, mentors, receptionists, administrative staff. Nearly 40 people gathered in the community room before the building opened. Coffee cups rested on tables. Notebooks were scattered across chairs. The atmosphere felt relaxed, like a family preparing for another busy day. Maya quietly slipped into a seat near the back. She preferred listening, watching, learning. She still wasn't comfortable being the center of attention. Joelle noticed immediately. Without saying anything, She carried her own chair to the back of the room and sat beside her. Maya smiled. You know you don't have to sit back here. Joelle shrugged. I know, but maybe I want to. The meeting began with updates. New partnerships. Upcoming school visits. Fundraising goals. Volunteer schedules. Then one of the senior counselors stood. I want to share something. The room settled. She smiled toward Maya. Earlier this week, a 16-year-old completed his 4th counseling session. Maya recognized who she meant. The boy who had told her about his brother, Eli. The counselor continued. He told me, for the first time since my brother died. I talked about who he was instead of how he died. Several people smiled. He said that conversation reminded him that grief isn't only about loss. It's also about love. The counselor looked directly at Maya. Thank you. The room erupted into gentle applause. Maya immediately felt her face grow warm. She lowered her head. I didn't really do anything. The applause faded, but the feeling stayed with her. After the meeting, people filtered into the hallway. Several volunteers stopped to introduce themselves. Others thanked Maya for joining the team. She smiled politely, answered every greeting, then quietly slipped outside. The cool morning air felt easier than the attention. She sat alone on a bench near the entrance. A few minutes later, Roman's truck pulled into the parking lot. He had promised to take her to lunch after the meeting. The moment he stepped out, he noticed something was wrong. You okay? Maya nodded automatically. I'm fine. Roman smiled knowingly. You've gotten better at hiding things. But not that much better. She laughed despite herself. He sat beside her. What happened? She looked toward the building. They applauded me. I heard. It felt. She searched for the words. Wrong. Roman frowned slightly. Wrong. I don't deserve it. She admitted quietly. I've only been here a few weeks. There are counselors who studied for years. There are volunteers who've been here since the beginning. I talked to one teenager. They're the ones changing lives. Roman didn't answer immediately. Instead, he looked across the parking lot where volunteers were arriving for the day. You know what one of the hardest lessons I learned in WWE was? Maya looked over. What? There was a time when I thought leadership meant having all the answers. He smiled to himself. I was wrong. What changed? I met people who led simply by showing up. They didn't pretend to know everything. They worked hard. They listened. They earned trust one day at a time. He turned toward Maya. Sound familiar? She smiled faintly. Maybe. Roman nodded. You aren't being recognized because you know more than everyone else. You're being recognized because you remind people why this work matters. Maya stared at the ground. I still feel like I'm pretending. Roman laughed softly. Can I tell you a secret? She looked up. I've headlined WrestleMania. I've stood in front of tens of thousands of people. I've carried championship titles. He paused. Some days, I still wonder if I'm good enough. Maya blinked. You. Me. He smiled. The difference is, I stopped waiting for that feeling to disappear. I learned to do the work anyway. Those words settled gently over her. So confidence isn't the absence of doubt? Roman shook his head. Not in my experience. It's choosing to keep moving even while doubt rides beside you. That afternoon, Maya returned to the foundation. Not because she had another shift. Because she wanted to. She stopped by the art room. The counselor smiled when she saw her. I think someone left something for you. She handed Maya a folded envelope. Inside, there was another drawing. This time, it showed 2 figures sitting on opposite sides of a table. Neither was speaking. Between them, a tiny plant had begun to bloom. At the bottom of the page, the same careful handwriting appeared. You didn't fix me. You helped me believe I could heal myself. Thank you for listening. There was no signature. There didn't need to be one. Maya carefully folded the drawing and slipped it into her notebook. Not as a trophy. As a reminder. Sometimes, the most meaningful impact wasn't measured by speeches, or applause, or recognition. Sometimes, it was measured by the quiet courage someone found after being truly heard. As she walked back through the hallway, she passed a large mirror. For just a second, she caught her reflection. Months ago, she barely recognized the girl staring back at her. Now, she still saw someone healing, someone learning, someone who still had difficult days. But she also saw something new. Someone becoming exactly the person she once needed. And for the first time, that felt like enough. Spring arrived quietly. The cold mornings grew warmer. The trees outside the foundation began turning green again. Life continued moving forward. And for the first time in a long while, Roman wasn't constantly looking over his shoulder, waiting for the next crisis. Instead, he found himself doing something he hadn't done in years. Planning. One Tuesday afternoon, Roman finished an early meeting in Orlando. Rather than heading straight home, he drove to the foundation. Not because Maya was expecting him. Quite the opposite. He wanted to surprise her. As he walked through the front entrance, the receptionist greeted him with a smile. "Good afternoon, Roman." "Good afternoon." He looked around. "Is Maya here?" The receptionist nodded. "Conference room 3. They're finishing the youth mentorship workshop." Roman frowned slightly. "Workshop?" She smiled. "You didn't know?" He shook his head. "I guess she wanted it to be a surprise." Curiosity got the better of him. He quietly walked down the hallway. The conference room door was slightly open. Roman stopped just outside. Inside, nearly a dozen teenagers sat in a circle. No podium. No stage. No microphones. Just chairs arranged, so everyone could see one another. Maya stood at the front, not giving a speech. Listening. One teenager spoke about failing an important exam. Another admitted they were terrified of disappointing their parents. A young girl confessed she still felt guilty for needing medication. Maya didn't interrupt. She didn't lecture. She simply asked questions. What helped you get through this week? What do you wish people understood? What would you tell someone feeling the way you felt? Roman leaned quietly against the wall. He smiled. Months ago, his daughter struggled to believe her own voice mattered. Now, she was helping other young people discover theirs. Near the end of the workshop, a nervous boy raised his hand. "I have a question." Maya nodded. "Go ahead." He hesitated. "How do you stop being afraid?" The room became silent. Roman wondered how Maya would answer. She smiled gently. "I don't think you do." Several teenagers looked confused. "I still get nervous," she admitted. "I still have days where anxiety tries to convince me to stay home." She shrugged lightly. "But courage isn't waking up without fear. It's deciding your future matters more than your fear." The room stayed completely still. "I came today, even though part of me wanted to cancel." A few teenagers smiled. "So if you're scared," she looked around the circle. "Congratulations. It means you're human. Don't wait until you're fearless. You'll be waiting forever." Roman felt himself quietly exhale. Those weren't borrowed words. They were hers. The workshop ended with laughter. Teenagers lingered instead of rushing toward the exit. Some thanked Maya. Others simply waved goodbye. Roman stepped back into the hallway before anyone noticed him. He didn't want to interrupt. A minute later, Maya walked out carrying a stack of notebooks. She nearly jumped. "Dad." Roman laughed. "Sorry. I didn't mean to scare you." She looked at him suspiciously. "How long have you been here?" He smiled. "Long enough." Her eyes widened. "You heard everything?" "I did." She groaned dramatically. "Oh no. What?" "You weren't supposed to hear that." Roman laughed. "Why not?" "Because." She looked embarrassed. "It's different talking to teenagers. It's easier. I don't have to worry about sounding silly." Roman smiled warmly. "You didn't sound silly. You sounded honest." They walked toward the parking lot together. The afternoon sun stretched long shadows across the sidewalk. Roman glanced at her. "Can I tell you something?" She nodded. "When you were little, I imagined teaching you everything." She looked over. "I thought being a father meant giving advice. Having answers. Protecting you from every mistake." He smiled thoughtfully. "But today, I realized something." "What?" "You've started teaching me." Maya stopped walking. "Me?" Roman nodded. "You've reminded me. That strength doesn't always look like standing in front. Sometimes, it's sitting beside someone and making sure they don't feel alone." Maya smiled. "I learned that from you." Roman shook his head. "No, you learned it through your own journey. I just happened to walk beside you." For a moment, neither of them spoke. The silence wasn't awkward. It was full. Full of gratitude. As they reached the truck, Maya suddenly laughed. "What?" Roman asked. "I just remembered something." "What?" "The first breakfast we ever had together." Roman smiled. "You barely looked at me." "I know. I spent more time staring at my pancakes." "And now?" She grinned. "Now I correct your grammar." Roman laughed loudly. "You absolutely do. And you're usually wrong." "I am not. You corrected me yesterday. Because you said less instead of fewer." Roman stared at her. "I created a monster." Maya burst into laughter. The sound echoed across the nearly empty parking lot. Roman joined in. For a brief moment, they weren't rebuilding a relationship. They weren't working through years of missed time. They weren't thinking about interviews, or foundations, or recovery. They were simply a father and his daughter, arguing over grammar. And somehow, that ordinary little moment felt extraordinary. As Roman started the truck, he realized something. Healing wasn't only found in the big milestones. Sometimes, it lived in the smallest moments. A shared joke, a comfortable silence, a laugh in a parking lot. The kind of memories that quietly become the strongest foundation of a family. 2 weeks later, Roman found himself staring at his calendar. It was unusually empty. No media appearances. No charity meetings. No travel. Just 3 uninterrupted days. That almost never happened. He leaned back in his chair. Most people would have used the time to rest. Roman had another idea. Later that afternoon, he called Maya. "Hey, sweetheart." "Hey, Dad. You busy next weekend?" There was a pause. "I don't think so." "Good. Why?" "I want to steal you for 48 hours. Maya laughed. "That sounds slightly concerning." Roman chuckled. "I promise I'm returning you. I'll think about it." "Oh, I'll need details." Roman smiled. "No foundation. No interviews. No phones unless there's an emergency. No schedule. We're just going to disappear for the weekend." Maya raised an eyebrow, even though he couldn't see it. "Disappear? Just us. A father and daughter." She thought for a moment. "Where are we going?" "If I told you, it wouldn't be a surprise." She laughed. "I hate surprises." "I know. That's why this one's worth doing." After another moment, she smiled. "I'm in." Saturday morning, Roman arrived before sunrise. Maya stepped outside carrying a small backpack. She looked at the truck. "That's it." Roman grinned. "What were you expecting?" "A suitcase." He shrugged. "You're only gone 2 days." She climbed into the passenger seat. "So, where exactly are we disappearing to?" Roman started the engine. "You'll find out." She sighed dramatically. "I already regret saying yes." 3 hours later, the truck left the highway and followed a winding road through tall pine trees. Maya looked out the window. "This doesn't look like a hotel." "It isn't." A few minutes later, the trees opened to reveal a quiet lakeside cabin. Nothing extravagant, just a wooden porch, a dock stretching over still water, and complete silence. Roman parked. Maya stepped out slowly. She turned in a slow circle. "You rented this?" Roman nodded. "For the weekend." She smiled. "It's beautiful. I hoped you'd like it." "I love it." Inside, the cabin was simple. A stone fireplace, old wooden furniture, large windows overlooking the lake. No television. No distractions. Maya laughed. "You really planned this?" Roman scratched the back of his neck. "I've been working on it for a while." She smiled warmly. "I can tell." After unpacking, they walked down to the dock. The lake reflected the afternoon sky, like glass. Roman handed Maya a fishing rod. She stared at it. "You've clearly forgotten who you're talking to." "What?" "I have absolutely no idea how to fish." Roman laughed. "Neither did I. You brought me fishing. And you don't know how." "I watched 3 videos." Maya burst into laughter. "You watched tutorials?" "I did. Were they helpful?" Roman looked at the tangled fishing line in his hands. "Not as helpful as I'd hoped." For the next 20 minutes, they struggled together. The line became tangled. A hook landed in the grass instead of the water. Roman accidentally dropped the bait bucket into the lake. Maya laughed so hard, she had to sit down on the dock. "You were a world champion. And this is defeating you?" Roman pointed toward the water. "I blame the fish." "The fish? They're clearly working together." "Oh, so now it's a conspiracy?" "I believe so." She wiped tears of laughter from her eyes. "I cannot wait to tell Joel about this." "You absolutely will not." "I absolutely will." As the laughter faded, a peaceful silence settled over the lake. Neither of them felt the need to fill it. Finally, Maya spoke. "You know, I don't actually care whether we catch anything." Roman looked over. "No." She shook her head. "I think." She smiled toward the water. "I just like being here." Roman nodded. "So do I." After another quiet moment, he said something that surprised even himself. "When I was younger, I thought the biggest moments were the ones everyone applauded. WrestleMania, championship matches, main events." He looked across the lake. "But none of those memories feel as clear as this one." Maya smiled. "Watching you lose a fight with a fishing line?" Roman laughed. "Exactly." She gently bumped his shoulder. "I'm glad you kidnapped me." Roman pretended to look offended. "It wasn't kidnapping. It was a highly organized family outing." "Oh, my mistake." They both laughed again. That evening, they sat on the porch wrapped in blankets. The sun slowly disappeared behind the trees. Crickets filled the quiet. Maya held a mug of hot chocolate. Roman sipped coffee. Neither checked a phone. Neither felt the need to. For the first time in months. There was nowhere they needed to be. No one asking for anything. Just a father. And his daughter. Sharing the kind of silence that only exists between people who no longer need to prove they belong in each other's lives. As the first stars appeared overhead, Roman looked up and smiled. You know. What? Maya asked. I think we should make this a tradition. She didn't hesitate. Every year. Roman nodded. Every year. Neither of them realized it then. But years later, no matter how busy life became, no matter where their journeys took them, they would always find their way back to that quiet little cabin by the lake. Because sometimes, the strongest memories aren't made during life's biggest moments. They're made in the ordinary weekends, when the world finally grows quiet enough for family to simply enjoy being together. Monday afternoon, Roman stood in the kitchen scrolling through his schedule. A live WWE event was coming to Orlando that Friday. Normally, he would have packed his gear, driven to the arena, worked the show, and returned home late that night. This week felt different. As he looked over the schedule, an idea crossed his mind. That evening, during dinner, Roman casually looked across the table. So, Maya glanced up. So, have you ever actually seen what happens backstage? She smiled. You mean besides what people post online? He laughed. No, the real backstage. She shrugged. I've never really thought about it. Roman leaned back. What if you came with me on Friday? Maya blinked. To work. To work. She hesitated. I don't want to get in the way. You won't. I don't know anything about wrestling. You don't have to. I just thought. He smiled. It might be fun. Maya thought for a moment, then nodded. I'd like that. Friday arrived quickly. Roman picked Maya up early that afternoon. As they drove toward the arena, traffic grew heavier. Fans wearing WWE shirts filled the sidewalks. Some carried replica championship belts. Others held handmade signs. Maya looked out the window. I forgot how big this is. Roman smiled. You get used to it. I don't think I ever could. He laughed. That's probably healthy. Security escorted them through a private entrance. The noise from inside the arena echoed faintly through the concrete hallways. Maya looked around with quiet curiosity. Production crews hurried between rooms. Equipment cases lined the corridors. Someone tested lighting cues overhead. It looked less like the glamorous world she'd imagined, and more like hundreds of people working together to put on a massive live production. It's organized chaos, she whispered. Roman laughed. That's actually the perfect description. As they continued walking, crew members greeted Roman warmly. Good to see you. Morning, Tribal Chief. Have you been? Roman smiled and greeted everyone by name. Maya noticed something. He wasn't acting like the larger-than-life superstar fans saw on television. He asked about people's families. Checked in on a stagehand, recovering from surgery. Congratulated a producer, whose daughter had just graduated college. Everyone seemed genuinely happy to see him. Maya leaned closer. I thought everyone would be talking about wrestling. Roman smiled. Wrestling's the job. These people are family. A few minutes later, they stopped outside Roman's locker room. Before he opened the door, he looked at Maya. I should probably warn you. She raised an eyebrow. What? My bag is a disaster. She laughed. I've seen your garage. I can handle it. Roman opened the door. She stepped inside. The room was surprisingly simple. A bench. A mirror. A small table with bottled water. His gear hung neatly in one corner. A framed photo sat beside the mirror. Maya walked over to it. It wasn't a championship photo, or a WrestleMania moment. It was the picture from their weekend at the lake. The one where both of them were laughing after failing to catch a single fish. She smiled. You brought this? Roman looked over. Every show. Maya turned toward him. Really? He nodded. It reminds me what matters when the night's over. She stared at the photograph for another moment, then quietly placed it back exactly where she'd found it. An hour later, Roman needed to meet with producers. I'll only be about 20 minutes. He said. You okay here? Maya nodded. I'll survive. If you need anything. I know. I call you. He smiled. Exactly. As Roman left, Maya wandered into the hallway. She noticed several framed photographs covering one wall. Decades of unforgettable WWE moments. Championship celebrations. Historic matches. Hall of Fame ceremonies. Fans would probably spend hours staring at those pictures. Maya glanced at them. then found herself looking back toward her father's locker room. Inside, the framed lake photo was still sitting on the table. She smiled to herself. Millions of people would remember Roman Reigns for championship matches. She would remember him for burnt pancakes, fishing lessons neither of them understood, grammar debates, weekend breakfasts, and quiet conversations during long drives home. Somehow, those memories felt far more valuable. That night, Maya watched the show from just behind the entrance curtain. The crowd erupted as Roman's music echoed through the arena. Thousands of fans stood to their feet. The energy was electric. Roman took a slow breath, then looked over his shoulder. Their eyes met. He smiled. Not the confident smile of a WWE superstar. The warm smile of a father checking on his daughter. She smiled back and gave him a small thumbs up. Roman nodded once, then stepped through the curtain. The roar of the crowd swallowed him instantly. Maya stood there for a few seconds after he disappeared. She finally understood something she'd never fully appreciated before. Millions of people knew Roman Reigns, but only a handful truly knew her dad, and she wouldn't trade that privilege for anything. As she watched him perform under the bright arena lights, she wasn't thinking about championships. She wasn't thinking about fame. She was simply proud. Proud of the man who had spent the last year proving that the greatest role he'd ever play was waiting for him when he came home. The following month, life settled into a comfortable rhythm. Maya volunteered at the foundation 3 afternoons each week. School was going well. The weekend breakfasts had become an unbreakable tradition. Even Roman's schedule felt more manageable than it had in years. For once, things weren't falling apart. They were finally coming together. One Monday morning, Roman sat in his home office reviewing the next month's travel schedule. His assistant had highlighted one weekend in particular, a premium live WWE event, 3 days away from home. Normally, Roman wouldn't have thought twice about it. It was part of the job. But this time, his eyes drifted toward another note written on the calendar. Saturday, Maya's volunteer recognition ceremony. He frowned. He had completely forgotten. Months earlier, the foundation had decided to recognize its volunteers with a small appreciation ceremony. Nothing elaborate. Just families gathering to celebrate the people giving their time to help others. Maya hadn't mentioned it in weeks. But there it was. The ceremony started at 6 p.m. Roman's flight to the event was scheduled for 5:15 p.m. He stared at the calendar for a long moment. Neither commitment was optional. The WWE event had been scheduled months in advance. Changing travel plans would affect dozens of people. Production crews, talent, broadcast schedules. On the other hand, this would be Maya's first time being recognized for her work at the foundation. Roman remembered every ceremony he'd attended for Joelle over the years. He couldn't imagine missing Maya's. That evening, he brought it up over dinner. "I have a problem." Maya looked up from her plate. "What kind of problem?" "The calendar kind." She laughed. "Those are usually the worst." Roman slid his phone across the table. She read both appointments. "Oh," she understood immediately. "You should go to work." Roman looked surprised. "Just like that?" She nodded. "You've always told me that keeping your word matters. You already committed to the event." Roman leaned back. "I also committed to being your dad." Maya smiled. "You are. No matter where you are that day." Roman wasn't convinced. "I've missed enough already." She reached across the table and gently touched his hand. "Dad, this isn't one of those moments. You aren't choosing wrestling over me. You're honoring a commitment. There's a difference." Roman looked at her for several seconds. She had grown so much. A year ago, this conversation might have hurt her deeply. Now, she saw it with maturity. Even so, something still didn't sit right with him. The next afternoon, Roman arrived early at the arena. Before production meetings began, he knocked on the office door of the event coordinator. "You've got a minute?" "Of course." Roman closed the door behind him. "I need a favor." The coordinator smiled. "That's usually an expensive sentence." Roman laughed. "I know." He explained the situation. The volunteer ceremony. Maya. The scheduling conflict. When he finished, the coordinator leaned back in his chair. "So, you want to know if we can adjust your travel?" Roman nodded. "Only if it doesn't create problems." The coordinator thought for a moment, then smiled. "You know, we've moved things around for weather, for production delays, for injuries. I think we can move a flight for a father." Roman blinked. "Really? We'll put you on the last charter. You'll be cutting it close, but you'll make both." Roman let out a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. I appreciate that. The coordinator smiled. No. He stood and extended his hand. Thank you. Roman looked confused. For what? For reminding all of us that there's life outside these arenas. Saturday evening. The community room at the foundation buzzed with conversation. Parents filled the rows of chairs. Volunteers laughed together. Joelle moved through the crowd, making sure everyone felt welcome. Maya stood near the stage, wearing a simple navy blue dress. She wasn't expecting anything special. She was simply happy to celebrate with everyone. As the program began, she glanced toward the back of the room. No Roman. She smiled to herself. He's probably boarding his flight by now. She understood. And she was okay with it. Halfway through the ceremony, Joelle stepped to the microphone. Our next recognition, she smiled toward Maya, goes to someone who reminds us every day that healing can become hope. The audience applauded. Maya nor I. The room filled with cheers. Maya walked toward the stage. Just as she reached the microphone, the back doors quietly opened. Roman stepped inside, still wearing a blazer over his travel clothes. A small overnight bag hung from one shoulder. He had clearly come straight from the airport. Maya froze. Their eyes met across the room. Roman simply smiled. The same warm smile he'd worn since the day he first called himself her father. Tears immediately filled Maya's eyes. She laughed through them. I thought you had a flight. Roman shrugged playfully. I did. I just found a slightly later one. The audience chuckled softly. Joelle stepped back from the microphone. I think this moment belongs to the two of you. Roman walked toward the stage. When he reached Maya, he didn't give a speech. He didn't make the evening about himself. He simply wrapped his daughter in a hug. A long, quiet, proud hug. When they finally stepped apart, Roman whispered something only Maya could hear. I told you once. I wouldn't miss the moments that mattered. I'm still keeping that promise. Maya nodded, unable to speak. For everyone else in the room, it looked like a father congratulating his daughter. But for them, it was something much deeper. It was another promise fulfilled. Another reminder that trust isn't built through grand gestures alone. It's built, one kept promise at a time. As Roman quietly took a seat in the audience, Maya stepped back to the microphone. She looked around the room, then smiled. I wasn't planning to say anything tonight. The audience laughed. But I guess I have one person to thank. She glanced toward Roman. Actually, I've got a lot of people to thank. And for the next few minutes, she spoke not about her own journey, but about everyone who had walked beside her. Counselors, volunteers, her mother, Joelle, her brothers, and finally, the father who had shown her that love isn't measured by perfect timing. It's measured by showing up whenever you can, and making the moments count when you do. A month later, summer had finally arrived. School was out. The foundation was busier than ever. With teenagers on break, the mentorship program expanded its weekly activities. Workshops, art classes, support groups, outdoor events. Almost every day, the building buzzed with energy. Maya loved it. One Tuesday afternoon, Joelle gathered the volunteer mentors inside the conference room. She placed several folders on the table. We've been invited to partner with 3 local high schools this fall. The room immediately grew excited. Joelle smiled. The schools want us to host wellness workshops. She opened the first folder. The counselors will cover mental health education. The therapists will handle clinical questions. She paused. But she looked around the room. They've specifically asked if some of our peer mentors would be willing to share their experiences. Several volunteers exchanged nervous glances. Public speaking wasn't easy, even for people who had lived through incredible stories. Joelle wasn't surprised. I know it sounds intimidating. We're not asking anyone to decide today. Take the information home. Think about it. We'll talk next week. As the meeting ended, Maya quietly slipped one of the folders into her backpack. She didn't say a word. That evening, Roman noticed something unusual. Maya had barely touched her dinner. She wasn't upset. She wasn't anxious. She looked deep in thought. He smiled. Okay. She looked up. What? You're thinking. I can always tell. She laughed. Is it that obvious? You've got the same expression I make before a big match. She smiled. I hope not. It's not very flattering. Roman grinned. I've been told otherwise. She rolled her eyes. I got asked something today. What kind of something? The foundation wants volunteers to visit schools. Roman nodded. That sounds like a great idea. It is, she replied. They asked if I'd be willing to speak. Roman stayed quiet. He knew better than to answer too quickly. What do you think? Maya looked down at the table. I don't know. I've talked to teenagers one-on-one. That's different. This would be. She searched for the words. An auditorium. Roman nodded slowly. How many students? Maybe 200. He let out a low whistle. That's a lot of faces. She laughed nervously. Exactly. Later that night, Maya sat on the back porch. The folder rested unopened beside her. Roman walked outside, carrying 2 mugs of hot chocolate. He handed her one. Without saying anything, he sat beside her. The silence lasted nearly 5 minutes. Finally, Maya spoke. I think I'm scared. Roman smiled. I know. You do. I've seen that look before. She glanced at him. When? The night before my first WrestleMania main event. She blinked. You were scared. Roman laughed. I was terrified. I thought champions weren't supposed to admit that. They aren't. He smiled. But fathers can. She laughed. Roman looked toward the darkening sky. Can I tell you something I learned? She nodded. The biggest crowds aren't actually the hardest. Maya looked puzzled. They aren't. He shook his head. The hardest audience is yourself. She frowned slightly. What do you mean? Roman took a slow sip of his drink. Long before anyone else judges you, you've already judged yourself. You've already imagined every mistake, every awkward pause, every forgotten word. Maya looked down. That's exactly what I've been doing. I figured. Roman smiled. The crowd usually isn't the problem. It's the conversation happening inside your own head. She sat quietly, then asked the question she'd really been carrying all day. What if I freeze? Roman didn't answer immediately. Instead, he leaned back in his chair. Do you remember the first breakfast we ever had? She smiled. I barely said 5 sentences. Exactly. What if you'd frozen that day? Maya shrugged. I guess. We would have eaten pancakes in silence. Roman laughed. And then? I don't know. We would have tried again. Roman nodded. Exactly. He looked at her. If you freeze, you breathe. If you lose your place, you smile. If you forget everything you planned, you tell the truth. She listened carefully. The students won't remember whether every sentence was perfect. They'll remember whether you were real. The next morning, Maya arrived at the foundation earlier than usual. She found Joelle in her office. Without sitting down, she placed the folder on the desk. I've made my decision. Joelle looked up. And, Maya smiled nervously. I'll do one school. If it goes terribly, I'm blaming you. Joelle laughed. I'll accept full responsibility. Maya smiled. But, she added, I want to write my own speech. Joelle's smile grew even wider. I was hoping you'd say that. As Maya walked out of the office, she felt the familiar flutter of nerves. Only this time, it didn't feel like fear. It felt like possibility. Somewhere, a room full of teenagers was waiting. They didn't know her. She didn't know them. But perhaps, one honest conversation could become the beginning of someone else's healing. And if that happened, every shaky breath would be worth it. The following Thursday, Maya stood in front of her bedroom mirror. A stack of handwritten note cards rested neatly on her desk. She had rewritten her speech 6 times. Not because the words were wrong, because she wanted every sentence to matter. She looked at herself in the mirror, then smiled nervously. Good morning. She stopped. Too formal. She tried again. Hi everyone. She paused. Too casual. She sighed dramatically. This is impossible. A knock came at the door. Roman peeked inside. Talking to yourself? Maya crossed her arms. I'm rehearsing. Roman looked around the room. It sounds intense. It is. She pointed toward the note cards. I've practiced this speech for 3 days. Roman picked up one of the cards. You've highlighted it. In 3 different colors. I know. He flipped to another. And numbered your pauses. I know. Roman smiled. You've definitely inherited my overthinking. He sat on the edge of her bed. Want to practice? Maya hesitated. You'll tell me the truth? Always. No dad compliments. Roman placed a hand over his heart. I solemnly swear. She took a deep breath. Then began. For the next 15 minutes. She spoke with confidence. She told the story of learning to ask for help. She talked about therapy. About finding hope. About discovering purpose through the foundation. When she finished, the room fell quiet. Roman nodded slowly. That was really good. She narrowed her eyes. That sounded suspiciously like a dad compliment. He laughed. No, I meant it. But, she groaned. I knew there was a but. Roman smiled. You're speaking perfectly. She blinked. Isn't that good? It is. For a speech. He leaned forward. But you're not giving a speech. You're starting a conversation. Maya frowned. I don't understand. Roman walked to the window. When I walk through the curtain at an arena, I know exactly what I'm going to do. The match is planned. The entrances are planned. The timing is planned. He turned back toward her. But the audience? They're unpredictable. They laugh at unexpected moments. They cheer. They boo. They surprise you. He smiled. You have to be willing to adjust. Maya looked at her note cards. So, I shouldn't memorize every word. Roman shook his head. They don't need perfection. They need you. Saturday morning arrived. The high school auditorium slowly filled with students. Teachers greeted one another near the stage. Counselors arranged chairs. Joel walked over to Maya. You ready? Maya took a deep breath. I think so. Roman stood quietly near the back of the room. He wasn't part of the program. He had insisted on sitting with the audience. This is your moment. He had told Maya earlier. She appreciated that. It made her feel trusted. The principal introduced the foundation, then introduced Maya. The applause was warm, encouraging. Maya walked onto the stage. She adjusted the microphone, looked at her note cards, then looked at the students. For a second, everything became quiet. She could hear her heartbeat. She remembered Roman's advice. Start a conversation. She slowly set the note cards on the podium. Untouched. Can I ask everyone something? The students looked up. How many of you have ever smiled, even though you weren't okay? Hands slowly began rising across the auditorium. 1, then 5, then 20, then almost half the room. Maya looked around. She hadn't expected that many. She smiled gently. Thank you. That was probably the hardest part of today. The room became completely still. From that moment on, she never looked at her notes again. She simply spoke. Not like someone delivering a presentation. Like someone sharing a conversation. She talked about pretending everything was fine. About learning that asking for help wasn't weakness. About discovering that healing doesn't happen all at once. Sometimes, it happens one honest conversation at a time. She noticed students leaning forward. Teachers quietly wiping tears. Counselors exchanging proud smiles. The words weren't perfect. They didn't need to be. They were real. When she finished, the auditorium stood in applause. Not immediately. It started with one teacher. Then another. Then an entire row of students. Within seconds, nearly everyone was standing. Maya blinked in surprise. She hadn't expected that. She certainly hadn't planned for it. As she stepped away from the microphone, she noticed Roman near the back. He wasn't clapping the loudest. He wasn't trying to draw attention. He simply placed a hand over his heart, then gave her a small nod. The same nod he'd given her before walking through the curtain at the arena. It said everything. You did it. After the assembly, dozens of students gathered near the stage. Some wanted to thank her. Others simply wanted to introduce themselves. A guidance counselor carefully organized a line, so nobody felt rushed. One by one, students shared small pieces of their stories. Maya listened, just as Joel had taught her. One sophomore admitted he'd been afraid to tell his parents he was struggling. Another student quietly said she'd scheduled her first therapy appointment after hearing the presentation. Then, just as the line was beginning to thin, a freshman stepped forward. He looked nervous. He held a folded notebook tightly against his chest. I don't really have a question, he said. I just wanted to tell you something. Maya smiled. I'm listening. He took a shaky breath. I almost skipped school today. She waited patiently. But, he looked around the auditorium. I'm really glad I didn't. Maya smiled warmly. So am I. The student nodded, then walked away. No dramatic speech. No long conversation. Just one sentence. Yet somehow, it stayed with Maya for the rest of the day. As Roman drove them home that afternoon, he glanced toward his daughter. So, how'd it go? Maya looked out the window at the passing trees, then smiled. I think. She paused. I finally understand something. What? The goal was never to give the perfect speech. She looked over at him. It was to make sure one person walked out feeling a little less alone. Roman smiled. And did they? Maya thought about the freshman, about his notebook, about his quiet smile. Then she nodded. I think they did. Roman looked back at the road. Then I'd say, it was a pretty incredible day. Outside, the afternoon sun stretched across the highway. Inside the truck, there were no grand celebrations, no speeches, just the quiet satisfaction of knowing that somewhere, Because one young woman found the courage to tell the truth. Another young person had found the courage to keep moving forward. The Monday after the school assembly, the foundation felt different. Not because anything inside the building had changed, but because the phones hadn't stopped ringing. Schools, parents, counselors, community organizations. Everyone seemed to be asking the same question. Can Maya come speak to our students? Joelle stared at the growing list on her computer screen. She rubbed her temples. This is getting out of hand. One of the coordinators looked over. In a good way. Joelle smiled. In the best way. But one person can't be everywhere. She glanced toward another page. 32 requests. In 4 days. That wasn't sustainable. A few minutes later, Maya walked through the front doors carrying her backpack. She immediately noticed the unusually busy atmosphere. Morning. The receptionist laughed. I hope you're ready. Maya frowned. For what? The receptionist pointed toward Joelle's office. You've become very popular. Inside. Joelle handed Maya a printed list. Maya's eyes widened. These are all schools? Joelle nodded. Some are schools. Some are youth centers. Some are community groups. Maya looked at the dates. There are too many. I know. Joelle replied. I already declined most of them. Maya looked relieved. Thank you. I figured you'd say that. The room became quiet. Neither sister liked disappointing people. Especially when those people were trying to help teenagers. Finally, Maya spoke. I wish there was a way to reach more people. Joelle leaned back thoughtfully. There might be. That afternoon, the foundation held an informal planning meeting. Roman joined them after finishing a conference call. Several counselors sat around the table, along with a handful of volunteers. Joelle wrote a single question on the whiteboard. How do we help more teenagers without burning out the people trying to help them? Everyone stared at it. One counselor suggested expanding online resources. Another recommended training additional volunteers. Someone proposed recording educational videos. Every idea had value. Yet something still felt incomplete. Roman quietly listened. He rarely interrupted brainstorming sessions. Instead, he waited. Eventually, he looked toward Maya. You've been awfully quiet. She smiled nervously. I don't know if my idea makes sense. Roman leaned forward. Let's hear it. Maya hesitated, then stood. What if? She looked around the room. It wasn't always me speaking. Several people exchanged curious glances. She continued. When I visited the school, I realized something. There were students who wanted to share their own stories. They just didn't know how. She paused. What if we trained them? The room grew silent. Not because the idea was bad. Because it was unexpected. Maya walked toward the whiteboard. What if every school had students who knew how to start healthy conversations? They wouldn't replace counselors. They wouldn't give medical advice. They'd simply learn how to listen, how to encourage friends to ask for help, and how to recognize when someone needs an adult. One of the counselors slowly nodded. A peer support network. Another volunteer added. Student ambassadors. Joelle's eyes lit up. It wouldn't depend on one speaker. It would create hundreds. Roman smiled quietly. He hadn't expected that. Not because the idea surprised him. Because it came from Maya. Months earlier, she struggled to believe her own voice mattered. Now, she was imagining ways to help voices all across the country. Joelle turned toward her. Have you been thinking about this for a while? Maya laughed softly. Since the assembly, I kept thinking, if one conversation helped one student, imagine hundreds happening every day. The room buzzed with excitement. People began writing ideas. Training guides. Volunteer applications. School partnerships. Discussion groups. For nearly 2 hours, the whiteboard filled with notes. By the end, there was only one blank space remaining. The title. Everyone looked at it. What do we call it? Someone suggested. Youth Voices. Another proposed. Together We Heal. A third recommended. The Listening Project. None of them felt quite right. Then Roman quietly spoke. What about? He looked toward Maya. Still here. The room fell silent. Maya looked at him. The drawing. He explained. The little plant. Still growing. Still here. He smiled. I've never forgotten it. Maya's eyes softened. Neither had she. Joelle slowly wrote the words across the top of the board. Still here initiative. No one said anything for a few seconds. Then, one by one, heads began to nod. It wasn't just a name. It was a promise. A reminder that healing wasn't about pretending life had never been difficult. It was about choosing to keep showing up, even on the hard days. As the meeting ended, Roman lingered behind. He looked at the whiteboard one last time. Weeks earlier, that phrase had been part of a simple drawing from one frightened teenager. Now, it had become the beginning of something much bigger. He smiled to himself. Championships inspired people for a night. Matches became memories. But this had the potential to outlive every title he'd ever held. As he turned off the conference room lights, he glanced back one final time. Still here initiative. It wasn't just the next project. It was the next chapter in their family's legacy. The following Wednesday, the conference room looked very different. The whiteboard was still covered with ideas. Sticky notes lined the walls. Draft schedules. Potential partner schools. Volunteer training outlines. The words "Still Here Initiative" remained written across the top. But today, excitement had been replaced by planning. And planning always came with difficult questions. Joelle stood at the front of the room. Before we move any further, we need to answer one thing. She looked around the table. How do we convince schools this is worth trusting? The room grew quiet. It wasn't an easy question. Everyone believed in the program. That wasn't the issue. The challenge was convincing people who had never met Maya, or seen what the foundation had accomplished. One of the counselors spoke first. Some principals are going to be hesitant. Another nodded. They'll worry about liability. A third volunteer added. They may think students aren't mature enough. Roman listened carefully. He had spent enough years in leadership roles to recognize what was happening. Nobody was criticizing the idea. They were identifying real concerns. And ignoring those concerns would only weaken the project. Maya quietly wrote notes. She wasn't discouraged. She wanted to understand every objection. If I were a principal, she said thoughtfully, I'd probably ask the same questions. Everyone turned toward her. She continued. They don't know us. They're responsible for hundreds of students. They shouldn't just say yes because we ask. Roman smiled. That answer told him everything. She wasn't trying to win an argument. She was trying to earn trust. Joelle nodded. So, how do we earn it? The room fell silent again. Then Roman finally spoke. Don't sell the program. Several people looked confused. Show the results. He leaned forward. When I was starting out in WWE, no promoter believed what I could do because someone described it. They believed it after they watched me perform. He looked around the room. The same principle applies here. We don't ask schools to trust an idea. We invite them to see it. The suggestion changed the conversation. What if we hosted a pilot workshop? One counselor asked. Invite principals. Another volunteer added. And school counselors. Someone else wrote. Live demonstration. The whiteboard quickly filled with new ideas. Instead of convincing people through presentations, they would let them experience the program firsthand. Over the next 2 weeks, preparation consumed nearly every afternoon. Maya helped develop discussion exercises. Counselors reviewed safety guidelines. Joelle coordinated invitations. Roman volunteered wherever he could. Sometimes he moved chairs. Sometimes he carried supplies. Sometimes he simply stayed out of the way and let the team work. More than once, someone thanked him for helping. Each time, he gave the same answer. I'm just part of the crew. The evening before the pilot workshop, Maya stood alone inside the empty community room. Rows of chairs had already been arranged. A projector glowed faintly at the front. Everything was ready. Almost. Roman quietly stepped inside. You hiding? She smiled. Thinking. He walked over beside her. Nervous? A little. He looked around the room. You know, I've been in arenas with 70,000 people. Maya laughed. I've heard. He smiled. But tomorrow, I think I'd be more nervous standing where you are. She looked surprised. Really? Roman nodded. In wrestling, if the crowd doesn't like something, they go home. He looked around the room again. What you're building could change someone's life. That carries a different kind of responsibility. Maya looked at the empty chairs. What if nobody believes in it? Roman smiled gently. That's happened to me before. She looked over. What did you do? I stopped trying to convince everyone. He shrugged. I focused on the people willing to listen. He pointed toward the first row. You don't need every school. You need one. One principal. One counselor. One community. If you help them, the rest will come. Maya slowly nodded. She had been thinking too big. Roman had reminded her where every meaningful movement begins. One person. One conversation. One step. The next morning, cars began pulling into the parking lot long before the event started. School principals, guidance counselors, teachers, youth leaders. even a few local parents who had heard about the initiative. Joelle looked out the front window, then smiled. I think we're going to need more chairs. Volunteers hurried to the storage room. The excitement was growing. So were the expectations. As Maya watched people arrive, she felt the familiar flutter of nerves. Only this time, she recognized it. It wasn't fear. It was responsibility. She took a slow breath, straightened the name badge clipped to her jacket, and quietly whispered to herself. Just one conversation. Then she opened the doors. The future of the Still Here initiative had officially begun. The community room slowly filled with conversation. Principals greeted one another. Teachers compared notes. School counselors introduced themselves to volunteers. By the time the program was ready to begin, nearly every chair was occupied. Joelle glanced toward the back of the room, then whispered to Roman. We weren't expecting this many. Roman smiled. Good problem to have. She laughed quietly. I suppose it is. Behind the stage curtain, Maya stood alone. Not because she wanted to be, because she needed one quiet minute. She closed her eyes, took a slow breath, then another. She wasn't trying to calm herself completely. She had learned something over the past year. Being nervous wasn't the enemy. Trying to hide it was. A gentle knock came at the door. Roman stepped inside. You've got about 2 minutes. Maya nodded. I know. He noticed her hands. They were trembling ever so slightly. You okay? She smiled honestly. No. Roman chuckled. Good. She laughed. You always say that. And I always mean it. He leaned against the wall. You remember what I told you before your first school assembly? She nodded. Start a conversation. Exactly. Not a performance. A conversation. Outside, the audience settled into silence. Joelle walked onto the stage. She welcomed everyone, thanked them for coming, then explained why the foundation had created the Still Here initiative. Her speech lasted only a few minutes. She wasn't there to impress anyone. She was there to introduce something bigger than herself. And now, she said with a smile, I'd like you to meet someone who reminds us why this work matters. Maya and I. Applause filled the room. Maya walked onto the stage. She looked across the audience. Teachers, administrators, parents, counselors, people responsible for thousands of young lives. For just a second, her mind went completely blank. Every sentence she'd practiced disappeared. Every note she'd prepared suddenly felt far away. The silence stretched. 1 second, then 2. She could feel every eye in the room. Then, she smiled. I think, she admitted, I've just proved something. A few people looked puzzled. I'm nervous. Soft laughter rippled across the room. She let out a small breath. So if any of your students ever tell you, speaking in front of adults is terrifying. She shrugged. They're absolutely right. The room erupted with warm laughter. Just like that, the tension disappeared. Roman smiled quietly from the back row. She had recovered. Not by pretending, by telling the truth. For the next 40 minutes, Maya never acted like an expert. Instead, she invited everyone into the conversation. She asked principals what challenges they were seeing. Teachers spoke about students withdrawing from friends. Counselors described how difficult it had become to identify teenagers who were struggling in silence. Then Maya asked one simple question. How many of you can remember one adult who truly listened when you were growing up? Hands slowly filled the room. Almost every hand. Maya nodded. Now imagine if every student had someone their own age, who knew how to listen that way. The room became very still. The idea no longer felt theoretical. It felt possible. The workshop continued with role-playing exercises. Volunteers demonstrated healthy conversations. Counselors explained boundaries. They emphasized one point again and again. Peer mentors were not therapists. They were bridges. People who could recognize when someone needed help, and make sure they didn't have to ask for it alone. Several principals took notes almost non-stop. Others quietly whispered to one another. Roman noticed something. No one was looking at their phones anymore. Everyone was engaged. Near the end of the workshop, Joelle opened the floor for questions. A principal in the second row stood. I have one concern. The room became quiet. Maya listened carefully. If we encourage students to support one another, how do we make sure those student mentors don't become overwhelmed themselves? Several people nodded. It was an important question. Maya smiled. I'm really glad you asked. She looked toward the counselors. Because that's one of the first things we learned. She continued. We teach every mentor the same lesson. Listening doesn't mean carrying someone else's pain. It means walking beside them until they reach the people trained to help. She paused. We also make sure every mentor has support. No one helps alone. No one heals alone. No one carries everything. Roman couldn't help smiling. She wasn't just repeating what she'd been taught anymore. She believed it. As the workshop came to a close, people slowly gathered their things. Then something unexpected happened. Instead of leaving, groups formed around the room. Principals exchanged business cards. Teachers introduced themselves to counselors. Volunteers answered questions. The conversation continued long after the official program had ended. Joelle looked around in amazement. This wasn't supposed to last another hour. Roman laughed. I don't think anyone wants to leave. Almost 90 minutes later, the room had finally emptied. Only the foundation team remained. Exhausted, but smiling. Maya collapsed into one of the chairs. I don't think I've ever talked that much in one day. Roman handed her a bottle of water. You did all right. She raised an eyebrow. All right. He grinned. I didn't want it going to your head. She laughed and nudged his shoulder. I knew it. Joelle walked over carrying a folder. You two can joke later. She held up the folder. I've got something. What? Maya asked. Joelle opened it. Inside were commitment forms. Signed. Stamped. Ready to go. She smiled. 8 schools. Maya blinked. What? 8 schools have already agreed to pilot the Still Here initiative. Silence. For a long moment. No one spoke. Roman looked at the stack of papers. Then at Maya. Months ago, she struggled to believe one person could make a difference. Now, 8 schools believed she could help hundreds of students begin conversations that might change lives. Maya stared at the signatures, almost in disbelief. I thought maybe. 1 school. Joelle smiled. So did I. Roman gently placed a hand on Maya's shoulder. Remember what you told me once. She looked at him. The goal isn't to change everyone. He smiled. It's to make sure one person feels a little less alone. Maya looked back at the stack of agreements, then quietly whispered, I guess. We just found a few more people. Outside, the sun was beginning to set. Inside the foundation, a dream that had started with a simple drawing, a tiny plant pushing through cracked concrete, was beginning to grow roots far beyond anything any of them had imagined. The weeks that followed passed faster than anyone expected. The Still Here initiative officially launched in its first 8 schools. Training sessions filled the calendar. Counselors traveled from campus to campus. Teachers volunteered their classrooms after school. Student ambassadors began learning one simple lesson before anything else. Listen first. Everything else could come later. One Thursday afternoon, Maya visited the first participating high school. She wasn't there to give another speech. She sat in the back of the classroom while counselors led the discussion. She watched students practice active listening. She watched shy teenagers slowly become more confident. She watched friendships begin to form between students who had never spoken before. By the end of the afternoon, she smiled. This is exactly what I hoped for. Joelle nodded. It's becoming bigger than us. Over the next month, the program continued growing. Teachers began sending emails describing positive changes. One guidance counselor wrote, Students are asking for help sooner instead of waiting until they're overwhelmed. Another shared, We've seen friendships develop between students who never would have spoken before. The updates encouraged everyone. For the first time, the vision wasn't just an idea on a whiteboard. It was becoming real. Then, one Monday morning, an email arrived. Its subject line read, Concerns regarding peer mentorship program. Joelle opened it. Her smile faded. She read it once. Then again. Roman happened to be visiting the office that morning. He immediately noticed her expression. What happened? She quietly handed him the laptop. The email wasn't cruel. It wasn't hateful. It came from the parent of a sophomore. The message simply read, I appreciate what you're trying to accomplish, but I don't believe teenagers should be discussing serious emotional issues with one another. I'm worried this places too much responsibility on children. I hope you'll reconsider expanding this program. Roman finished reading, then slowly closed the laptop. That's a fair concern. Joelle nodded. I know. A few minutes later, Maya joined them. She immediately sensed something had changed. What happened? Joelle showed her the email. Maya read every word. When she finished, she looked down. So, they think we're making things worse. Roman gently shook his head. No, they're worried. There's a difference. The room became quiet. Maya sat down. I thought we explained everything. Joelle nodded. We did. We explained that peer mentors aren't therapists. We explained that every student is supervised. We explained referral procedures. She sighed. But sometimes, people need more than explanations. They need trust. That afternoon, the Foundation's leadership team gathered for an emergency meeting. No one was defensive. No one dismissed the email. Instead, they asked themselves difficult questions. Could student mentors become overwhelmed? Were schools providing enough supervision? Did parents fully understand the program? Every concern was written on the board. Nothing was ignored. Roman quietly watched the discussion unfold. Finally, he spoke. You know what impresses me? The room looked toward him. No one's trying to prove the parent wrong. He smiled. You're trying to make the program better. Joel nodded. Because if one parent's worried, there are probably 10 more who haven't said anything. The meeting lasted nearly 3 hours. By the end, the team had agreed on several improvements. Every participating school would host a parent information night. Each student ambassador would have monthly check-ins with counselors. Parents would receive detailed guides explaining exactly what the program was and what it wasn't. The initiative hadn't failed. It had learned. That evening, Maya and Roman sat on the porch together. The summer air was warm. Crickets chirped in the distance. Maya stared out into the yard. I keep thinking about that email. Roman nodded. I figured. She sighed. I wanted everyone to believe in this. Roman smiled gently. That's impossible. She looked over. It is. He chuckled. I've been cheered by 80,000 people. And criticized by 80,000 people. She laughed softly. Sometimes on the same night. That made her smile. Roman leaned back in his chair. If your goal is to make everyone happy, you'll spend your whole life changing directions. So what should the goal be? Maya asked. He thought for a moment. Listen. If someone criticizes you, ask yourself one question. She waited. Is there something true I can learn from this? If the answer is yes, grow. If the answer is no, keep walking. Maya let those words settle. So criticism isn't always the enemy. Roman shook his head. Sometimes, it's a teacher wearing uncomfortable clothes. She laughed. I've never heard that before. I just made it up. It shows. He grinned. I'll keep working on it. The following week, the Foundation hosted its first parent information evening. Dozens of families attended. Questions were welcomed. Concerns were discussed openly. Nothing was rushed. At the end of the event, the same parent who had written the original email quietly approached Joel. I owe you an apology. Joel smiled kindly. You don't. I misunderstood the program. The parent looked toward Maya, who was talking with several students across the room. I thought teenagers were being asked to solve problems they weren't equipped to handle. Joel nodded. I understand. The parent smiled. But now, I see you're teaching them how to recognize when someone needs help. That's very different. Joel smiled. We're teaching them how to be a bridge, not the destination. The parent extended a hand. Thank you for taking the time to explain. As the family walked away, Maya looked toward Roman. He simply gave her a quiet nod. Another lesson learned. Leadership wasn't about avoiding criticism. It was about listening with humility, improving where necessary, and never losing sight of the people the mission was meant to serve. Outside, the evening sky glowed with the last light of sunset. Inside, the Still Here initiative had become stronger, not because it avoided difficult questions, but because it welcomed them. The school year was nearing its end. What had started as a single idea inside a conference room had become part of daily life in 8 different schools. Every Tuesday and Thursday afternoon, student ambassadors gathered with school counselors. Some meetings lasted 30 minutes. Others stretched past an hour. No one complained, because every week, someone walked through the door who needed to know they weren't alone. One Friday morning, Maya arrived at the Foundation carrying a notebook filled with updates. She loved these meetings, not because everything was perfect, but because they were honest. The counselors shared victories. They also shared setbacks. Some students still refused help. Some schools struggled with participation. Some ambassadors discovered the emotional weight of simply listening. Every challenge became another lesson. Joelle looked around the table. Before we begin, I'd like to read something. She picked up a folded letter. It came from one of our partner schools. The room immediately became quiet. Joelle smiled. I asked permission to share it. Then she began reading. Dear Still Here team. My name isn't important. I'd rather stay anonymous. I'm writing because I don't think I'd be here without this program. The room fell completely silent. Last fall, I lost my older cousin. He was the person I talked to about everything. After he passed away, I stopped talking to almost everyone. Maya felt her chest tighten. Joelle continued. One afternoon, a student ambassador noticed I'd been eating lunch alone for weeks. She didn't ask what was wrong. She just asked if she could sit with me. Several people quietly lowered their eyes. She sat there almost every day for nearly a month. Sometimes we talked. Sometimes we didn't. She never pressured me. She never told me to cheer up. She simply showed up. Roman, sitting quietly in the back of the room, didn't move. He listened to every word. Eventually, I agreed to meet with my school counselor, then my parents, then a therapist. I'm still healing. But now, I'm healing with people beside me. The letter ended with one final sentence. Please tell the girl who sat beside me. Thank you for not giving up before I was ready to speak. No one said anything. The room didn't need words. Joelle carefully folded the letter. That, she said softly, is why we're here. After the meeting, Maya wandered outside. She sat on the front steps of the foundation. The morning sun warmed the sidewalk. She stared at the notebook resting in her lap. Roman joined her a few moments later. Neither spoke immediately. Finally, Maya broke the silence. I keep thinking about that student. Roman nodded. The one who wrote the letter? She smiled. No, the ambassador. He looked at her. She probably has no idea she changed someone's life. Roman smiled. Most people never do. Maya leaned back against the railing. When I first started volunteering, I thought helping someone meant finding the right words. She looked toward the parking lot. But that letter, it wasn't about words. Roman nodded. It rarely is. She looked at him. You knew that all along. He laughed quietly. I knew it. I just couldn't teach it. She raised an eyebrow. Why not? Because. He smiled. Some lessons have to be lived before they're understood. That afternoon, the foundation received another unexpected visitor. A principal from one of the original 8 schools. He shook hands with Joelle, then with Roman. Finally, he turned toward Maya. I wanted to tell you something in person. Maya smiled. Of course. The principal reached into his briefcase. He removed a thin folder. Our attendance counselor put this together. Maya opened it. Inside were charts, graphs, attendance records, counseling referrals, volunteer participation. At first, the numbers didn't mean much. Smiled. They're speaking up earlier. Before the crisis. Before they feel completely alone. He paused. That's changing our entire school culture. Maya slowly closed the folder. She wasn't looking at statistics anymore. She was seeing faces. The freshman who almost skipped school. The teenager who talked about his brother. The girl who drew the tiny plant growing through cracked concrete. One conversation had become another. Then hundreds more. Roman watched quietly from across the room. He remembered the frightened young girl who once wondered if she would ever smile again. Now, she was helping create places where other young people could find their own reasons to hope. Not because she had all the answers, but because she had never forgotten what it felt like to need someone to simply stay. That evening, Roman and Maya took their usual walk through the neighborhood. The streets were calm. Children played basketball in nearby driveways. Neighbors waved from their porches. It felt wonderfully ordinary. You've been thinking, Roman said with a smile. Maya laughed. Am I really that predictable? A little. She looked ahead. I've been wondering, if this keeps growing, what happens next? Roman didn't answer right away. Instead, he looked at the families enjoying the evening around them. Maybe that's the wrong question. She glanced over. What do you mean? He smiled. Don't ask how big it becomes. Ask whether it stays true to why it began. Maya thought about the letter. About the student ambassador. About one teenager choosing to sit beside another. She nodded slowly. If we ever lose that, we've lost everything. Roman smiled proudly. And that's exactly why I think you're the right person to lead it. The two of them continued walking as the sun dipped below the horizon. Neither noticed the lengthening shadows behind them. They were too busy talking about tomorrow. Not because tomorrow promised something extraordinary, but because they had learned that extraordinary change almost always begins with one ordinary conversation. Autumn arrived quietly. The trees outside the foundation had begun changing color. Leaves drifted across the sidewalks each morning. Inside, the Still Here initiative continued growing. 8 schools had become 12. 12 quickly became 18. Every month, new communities asked how they could become involved. The foundation stayed busy. But something else had changed. It wasn't just the program anymore. People had started asking for Maya. Not because she was famous. Not because of Roman. because of the way she made people feel understood. One Wednesday afternoon, Joelle walked into Maya's office carrying a large envelope. She smiled. "I've got something." Maya looked up from her laptop. "What is it?" "I'm not entirely sure." Joelle placed the envelope on the desk. "It came this morning." Maya opened it carefully. Inside, there was a formal invitation. She quietly read the first page. Then the second. Then stopped. Her eyes widened. "What?" Joelle asked. Maya slowly looked up. "I think they mailed this to the wrong person." Joelle laughed. "Why?" Maya handed her the letter. Across the top it read, "National Youth Wellness Summit." Below, a simple invitation. "We would be honored if Maya Ano or I would deliver this year's keynote address." Joelle looked back at Maya. "I'd say they sent it to exactly the right person." Maya immediately shook her head. "No. No. No." She stood from her chair and began pacing. "They're expecting doctors, researchers, people with degrees. I'm just—" She stopped herself. Joelle smiled gently. "Just what?" Maya looked toward the window. "I'm just someone who got help." The room fell silent. Joelle walked over. She rested a hand on Maya's shoulder. "Exactly." That evening, Roman arrived home carrying groceries. Before he had even finished putting them away, Maya appeared in the kitchen doorway. "We need to talk." Roman smiled. "That sounds serious." "It is." She handed him the invitation. He read it carefully. A slow smile spread across his face. "Wow." She folded her arms. "Don't say wow. I was going to say congratulations." "Don't say that either." Roman chuckled. "I take it you're not excited." She sighed. "They asked the wrong person." Roman looked back at the letter. "I don't think they did." Maya leaned against the counter. "Dad, these are professionals. They've spent their lives studying mental health." Roman nodded. "They have. So what am I supposed to teach them?" Roman folded the invitation and placed it on the counter. "Can I ask you something?" She nodded. "When you first walked into therapy, what helped you most?" She thought for a moment. "My therapist listened." Roman nodded. "What else?" "Joelle never tried to rush me." He smiled. "And?" She hesitated. "You." Roman raised an eyebrow. "Me. You showed up." She smiled softly. "Even when neither of us knew what to say." Roman nodded. "Exactly." He pointed toward the invitation. "Everything you just described. They can learn from that." A few days later, Maya attended one of the initiative's weekly mentor meetings. She tried to focus, but the invitation kept creeping back into her thoughts. Then the principal pointed to one page. "Look here." She studied it. Students referred to counseling had increased by nearly 40%. Not because more students were struggling, because more students were asking for help. The principal. After the meeting, one of the student ambassadors approached her. It was Emma, a quiet sophomore who had become one of the program's strongest volunteers. "You okay?" Emma asked. Maya smiled. "I've got something on my mind." Emma tilted her head. "Want to talk about it?" Maya laughed. "Funny." Emma grinned. "I learned from the best." They sat together near the back of the room. Maya explained the invitation. When she finished, Emma looked genuinely confused. "Why wouldn't you go?" Maya blinked. "You really have to ask." Emma nodded. "I do. They invited you because you understand something they can't read in a textbook." Maya looked surprised. Emma shrugged. "I've read books. They helped." She smiled. "But hearing your story, that changed me." The words stayed with Maya all week. Not because they erased her doubts. Because they challenged them. Maybe experience had value too. Maybe people didn't need another expert. Maybe they simply needed someone willing to tell the truth. Saturday morning, Roman found Maya sitting on the back porch. The invitation rested beside her. Still unsigned. Still unanswered. He sat down with 2 mugs of coffee. "You've been staring at that paper for 3 days." She laughed. "I know. So, what's the real reason?" She looked out across the yard. "I'm afraid they'll realize I don't belong there." Roman nodded slowly, then smiled. "I've got bad news." She looked over. "They probably will." She stared at him. "What?" He laughed. "Not because you don't belong. Because everyone feels that way. I've met world champions, Hall of Famers, business leaders, actors. They all have moments where they wonder if someone made a mistake." He leaned back in his chair. "The difference isn't confidence. It's deciding that your purpose matters more than your insecurity." Maya quietly picked up the invitation again. She looked at the blank line, waiting for her response. Then, without another word, she reached for a pen. Roman didn't interrupt. He simply watched. Slowly, carefully, she signed her name. Not because every fear had disappeared, but because she had learned something over the past year. Courage isn't the absence of doubt. It's choosing to move forward anyway. Roman smiled. You know what? She asked. I have a feeling that somewhere in that audience will be someone who needs to hear exactly what you have to say. Maya folded the invitation and slipped it back into the envelope. For the first time all week, she smiled. Then I guess I'd better start writing. The invitation remained on Maya's desk. Every morning, she glanced at it. Every evening, she promised herself she'd start writing. Yet somehow, the page in front of her stayed blank. Not because she didn't have a story, because she had too many. One afternoon, she sat alone in the Foundation's library. Books lined the shelves. The room was almost silent. A notebook rested open in front of her. At the top of the page, she had written only 3 words. Where do I begin? She stared at them for several minutes. Then sighed. I have no idea. Joelle quietly walked in carrying 2 cups of tea. I thought I'd find you here. Maya smiled weakly. Am I that predictable? Joelle laughed. When you're thinking, you always come to the library. She placed one of the mugs beside Maya. How's the speech? Maya turned the notebook around. Joelle looked down. 3 words. Nothing else. She smiled. Writer's block. Worse. Maya admitted. I don't know which version of my life they're expecting. Joelle pulled out the chair beside her. What do you mean? Maya looked toward the window. Do they want to hear about the difficult years? The therapy? The foundation? The schools? She shrugged. I don't know where the story actually starts. Joelle remained quiet, then asked one simple question. When did your life begin changing? Maya immediately answered. The first breakfast. Then she stopped. She blinked. She hadn't expected that answer. Joelle smiled. I think you just found your opening. That evening, Maya drove home with a notebook full of ideas. For the first time, the blank pages didn't seem intimidating. They felt inviting. Roman was outside trimming hedges when she pulled into the driveway. He looked up. How'd it go? She smiled. I finally wrote 1 sentence. Roman pretended to gasp. 1 whole sentence. She laughed. It took 3 hours. I believe it. So, you want to hear it? Roman immediately set the gardening shears aside. I'm listening. They sat together on the porch. Maya opened her notebook, then looked at the words she'd written. Finally, she began reading. People often ask me when my healing started. Some think it began in a therapist's office. Others think it started when I began helping other people. But the truth is, it started over breakfast. She looked up nervously. That's all I've got. Roman didn't say anything. For several seconds, he simply stared at her. Finally, he smiled. I remember that breakfast. So do I, she said quietly. I remember being terrified. Roman chuckled. I remember burning the pancakes. You absolutely burned them. They were slightly overcooked. They were charcoal. Roman laughed. Details. The laughter slowly faded. Then Roman became thoughtful. You know, I've been thinking about that morning too. Maya looked over. I spent half the night wondering what I was supposed to say. You did? He nodded. I kept trying to come up with the perfect speech. The perfect apology. The perfect explanation. He smiled softly. I never found one. Maya closed the notebook. I'm glad. Roman raised an eyebrow. You are? She nodded. If you had, I don't think I would have believed it. Roman leaned back in his chair. So what changed? Maya thought for a moment. You showed up again. She answered. And again. And again. She smiled. It wasn't one conversation. It was 1,000 little ones. Roman looked down at his hands. Those words stayed with him. Because they were true. Families weren't rebuilt through one grand moment. They were rebuilt through ordinary Tuesdays. Shared meals. Long drives. Phone calls. Missed jokes. Kept promises. The small things. Repeated consistently. The following afternoon, Maya returned to the foundation. Before working on her speech, she walked into the counseling room where she'd attended many of her earliest sessions. It looked almost exactly the same. The same comfortable chairs. The same bookshelf. The same soft light coming through the window. She slowly sat in the chair she always used. For a moment, she simply looked around. Then she smiled. I made it. She wasn't speaking to anyone. She wasn't even speaking out loud. She was speaking to the frightened girl who had once sat in that very chair wondering if life would ever feel normal again. If only that younger version of herself could see this moment. The schools. The initiative. The friendships. The laughter. Roman. She would hardly believe it. As Maya stood to leave, something caught her eye. On the small table beside the window sat a familiar framed picture. It was the drawing. The little plant growing through cracked concrete. Underneath it, the 4 words that had become the heart of everything. Still growing. Still here. Maya smiled. She gently traced the edge of the frame with her fingertips. Then whispered, "So am I." She switched off the light, closed the door behind her, and walked down the hallway. Not toward the past. Toward the biggest stage of her life. This time, she wasn't walking alone. She carried every lesson, every conversation, and every person who had helped her become who she was. And somehow, that made the road ahead feel a little less frightening. The days leading up to the National Youth Wellness Summit passed in a blur. The foundation continued its work. Schools called with updates. New volunteers completed training. The Still Here initiative continued spreading from one community to another. Life didn't pause simply because a big speech was approaching. In many ways, that was exactly what kept Maya grounded. Every evening, she returned to the notebook resting on her desk. The pages were no longer empty. Stories filled them. Not carefully polished speeches. Moments. The burnt pancakes. The awkward first breakfast. The first therapy session. The tiny drawing of the plant growing through cracked concrete. Late-night conversations on the porch. The school assembly. The first student who admitted they finally asked for help. She wasn't writing a keynote. She was writing a journey. One afternoon, Roman stopped by the foundation after finishing a media interview. As he walked through the lobby, several teenagers waved. "Hey, Roman. Good to see you." He smiled and greeted each of them. One young volunteer asked, "Is Maya around?" Roman pointed toward the conference room. "She's finishing a training session." The volunteer grinned. "Tell her we're ready whenever she is." Roman watched the group disappear down the hallway. A quiet smile crossed his face. A year ago, those same hallways had echoed with uncertainty. Now, they echoed with purpose. Curious, Roman quietly walked toward the conference room. The door was slightly open. Inside, Maya stood at the front of the room. About 20 new student ambassadors sat listening. There was no podium, no spotlight, no prepared speech. She simply spoke with them. "You're not here because you have all the answers," she said. "You're here because you know how important it is for someone to feel heard." A student raised his hand. "What if I say the wrong thing?" Maya smiled. "I used to worry about that too." She paused. "Then someone told me something I'll never forget." She looked around the room. People rarely remember perfect words. They remember how you made them feel. Roman recognized those words immediately. They were his. Or at least, they had been. Now, they belonged to Maya. She had taken them, lived them, and made them her own. Roman quietly stepped away before the session ended. He didn't want to interrupt. As he walked toward the parking lot, he realized something that caught him completely off guard. For months, he had been asking himself the same question. How do I help Maya keep growing? Standing outside, he finally found the answer. Maybe she didn't need him to lead anymore. Maybe she simply needed to know he would always be there if she reached back. The realization was strangely emotional. Not because she was growing away from him, because she was growing into herself. That evening, Roman found himself wandering through the garage. Old storage boxes lined one wall. He wasn't looking for anything in particular, just thinking. He pulled down one dusty plastic container. Inside were dozens of family photographs, programs from wrestling events, old birthday cards, school projects, ticket stubs, years of memories packed into one box. He smiled as he flipped through them. Then, near the bottom, he found a folded piece of paper. He opened it carefully. It was one of Maya's elementary school assignments. Across the top, written in large pencil letters, "My hero." Roman chuckled softly. He remembered helping her spell a few of the words. The handwriting was uneven. Several words were crossed out and rewritten. He began reading. "My hero is my dad. He is very strong. People cheer for him on television. Sometimes he has to travel for work. I miss him when he leaves." Roman smiled sadly, then continued. "But when he comes home, he always hugs me first. That is why he is my hero." Roman stared at the page for a long time. Back then, she hadn't cared about championships. She hadn't mentioned WrestleMania, or title belts, or fame. She remembered the hugs. Nothing else. His eyes drifted toward the last sentence. "I hope when I grow up, people feel safe when they are with me too." Roman slowly lowered the page. His throat tightened. She had written those words years before either of them knew how difficult life would become. And somehow, without realizing it, she had become exactly the person she once hoped to be. Later that night, Maya walked into the kitchen carrying another draft of her keynote. Roman was still sitting at the table. The old school assignment rested beside him. She noticed it immediately. "I haven't seen that in years." Roman smiled. "I found it this afternoon." She picked it up carefully, then laughed. "I'd someone who's hurting. And stay." Maya felt tears beginning to form. She reached across the table and squeezed his hand. Neither of them spoke after that. They didn't need to. Some moments are too meaningful for speeches. Outside, the night was still. Inside, father and daughter sat together, one preparing to tell her story to the world, the other quietly realizing that the little girl who once wrote about heroes had become one herself. The morning of the National Youth Wellness Summit. Maya woke before her alarm. The room was still dark. For a few moments, she simply lay there staring at the ceiling. Today was the day. Months ago, the idea of speaking to hundreds of students had terrified her. Now, she was preparing to stand before psychologists, teachers, researchers, non-profit leaders, parents, and young people from across the country. It still terrified her. Only now, she understood that fear didn't mean she wasn't ready. She climbed out of bed, walked to the window, and watched the first rays of sunlight stretch across the neighborhood. Everything outside looked completely ordinary. A neighbor walked his dog. A delivery truck rolled slowly down the street. Someone watered flowers across the road. It made her smile. Life had a funny way of staying normal, even on days that felt extraordinary. Downstairs, the smell of breakfast drifted through the house. Maya laughed before she even reached the kitchen. "Please tell me, you didn't make pancakes." Roman looked over from the stove. "I learned my lesson." She raised an eyebrow. "Did you?" "I did." He lifted the lid from a skillet. "French toast. Perfectly golden. No charcoal today," he said proudly. Maya laughed. "I'll be the judge of that." They sat together at the kitchen table. Neither seemed interested in talking about the conference. Instead, they talked about everything else. A movie they'd watched the previous weekend. A neighbor's new puppy. Whether Roman's tomato plants were finally going to survive this season. It felt strangely comforting. Almost as if they were protecting the morning from becoming too heavy. Eventually, Roman looked at the clock. "We should probably get going." Maya nodded. She stood, collected her notebook, then stopped. "I almost forgot." She walked to the hallway closet. From the top shelf, she pulled down a small frame. Roman smiled immediately. The drawing. Inside the frame, the tiny green plant still pushed through cracked concrete. Beneath it, the familiar words. "Still growing. Still here." Maya smiled. "I want to take it." Roman nodded. "I figured you might." The drive to the conference center was unusually quiet. Not uncomfortable, just thoughtful. Soft music played through the speakers. Traffic flowed steadily along the highway. About halfway there, Roman glanced toward Maya. "You've been awfully quiet." She smiled. "I'm trying not to rehearse." "Good. I've rewritten the speech so many times. I think I finally understand it." Roman laughed. "That's usually how it works." A few minutes later, the conference hotel came into view. Glass walls reflected the morning sun. Banners lined the entrance. National Youth Wellness Summit. People moved in every direction. Volunteers guided guests toward registration. Students laughed together in small groups. Professionals greeted colleagues they hadn't seen in years. The building buzzed with anticipation. As Roman parked, Maya looked out the window. "There are a lot of people." He smiled. "There are." She took a slow breath. "I wasn't expecting this many." Roman looked around. Neither was I. Inside, the lobby was even busier. Name badges, coffee stations, book displays, panel schedules. Everywhere Maya looked, someone seemed to be discussing education, mental health, youth leadership. She suddenly felt very small. A volunteer approached them. "Ms. Inorai?" Maya turned. "Yes." The young woman smiled brightly. "We're so happy you're here." She handed Maya a welcome packet. "The keynote speakers have a private lounge upstairs." She glanced toward Roman. "And you must be Mr. Rains." Roman smiled politely. "Just Roman is fine." The volunteer laughed. "I'll do my best." Upstairs, the speaker's lounge overlooked the main ballroom. Through the glass, rows upon rows of chairs stretched across the enormous hall. Technicians adjusted microphones. Camera crews tested equipment. Large screens displayed the conference logo. Maya quietly counted the rows, then gave up. There were too many. One of the conference organizers walked over. Maya. She nodded. I just wanted to thank you again for accepting our invitation. I'm honored to be here. The organizer smiled. We've been looking forward to this keynote for months. Maya blinked. Months? The organizer laughed. The moment your school presentation went viral among educators, we knew we wanted you. Maya looked surprised. I didn't know it had spread that far. It reached far more people than you realize. The organizer stepped away to answer another question. Maya slowly turned toward Roman. I think they have very high expectations. Roman smiled. They do. That's not helping. He chuckled. Would it help if I admitted I still get nervous before big entrances? She looked at him. You do. Every single time. Even after all these years? He nodded. Especially after all these years. She frowned. Why? Roman looked through the glass at the ballroom below. Because the day I stop caring is probably the day I should stop doing it. Those words settled over Maya. She realized. Her nerves weren't a sign that she was unprepared. They were proof that she cared deeply about the people waiting downstairs. About 30 minutes before the keynote, an event coordinator entered the lounge. We're ready for you. Maya stood. Her heart immediately began beating faster. Roman noticed. You okay? She smiled nervously. I think so. The coordinator led them through a long hallway behind the ballroom. The sounds of the audience grew louder with every step. Applause. Conversations. Laughter. Then, they reached the backstage entrance. A heavy black curtain separated the hallway from the stage. The coordinator smiled. We'll bring you out in just a moment. She walked away, leaving Roman and Maya alone. For a few seconds, neither of them spoke. Finally, Roman looked at his daughter. You know, I've stood behind curtains like this hundreds of times. Maya smiled. I know, but this one feels different. She looked at him. Why? He smiled softly. Because this time, I'm not the one walking through. Silence. Then, Maya reached over and wrapped her arms around him. Not because she was scared. Not because she needed rescuing. Simply because she wanted her dad to know. He had helped her reach this moment. Roman hugged her tightly. I'm proud of you, he whispered. No matter what happens out there, you've already won. Maya stepped back. She took one slow breath, adjusted the microphone clipped to her jacket, held the framed drawing close against her side. The event coordinator reappeared. They're ready. The lights beyond the curtain brightened. The announcer's voice echoed through the ballroom. Please join me in welcoming today's keynote speaker. Maya and I. The audience erupted into applause. Maya looked at Roman one last time. He gave her the same small nod. The one he'd given her before every big moment. The one that simply said, You've got this. She smiled, turned toward the stage, and stepped through the curtain. The applause echoed through the ballroom. It wasn't loud because people knew Maya personally. It was loud because they were curious. Curious about the young woman who had inspired schools across the country to rethink how they supported students. Curious about the story behind the Still Here initiative. Curious about the daughter of one of WWE's biggest superstars. But as Maya walked onto the stage, none of those titles mattered. She wasn't there as Roman Reigns' daughter. She wasn't there as the founder of a growing initiative. She was simply someone with a story. The ballroom slowly became quiet. Hundreds of faces looked toward the stage. Teachers, parents, counselors, psychologists, students, volunteers. Every seat was filled. For just a moment, Maya stood silently behind the podium. She looked across the room, then smiled. You know, she began. I spent the last 2 weeks trying to write the perfect speech. Soft laughter spread through the audience. I rewrote it so many times that eventually I forgot why I was writing it. More smiles appeared. So this morning, I decided to stop trying to impress you. I'd rather just tell you the truth. The room settled into complete silence. When people hear my story, they usually ask me one question. When did everything change? They expect me to say, the day I started therapy. Or, the day I started helping other people. She shook her head. But that's not the answer. She smiled warmly. My life changed over breakfast. A few people exchanged curious looks. My dad. She glanced toward the front row where Roman sat quietly. Made pancakes. Roman immediately lowered his head and laughed. The audience chuckled. They were terrible. The laughter grew louder. I honestly think the smoke alarm worked harder than he did. Even Roman couldn't help laughing now. But here's what I remember. She paused. It wasn't the food. It wasn't the awkward conversation. It wasn't even what was said. She looked around the room. It was the fact that he came back the next morning. And the morning after that. And the morning after that. When you're hurting, you start believing people will eventually leave. Not because they're bad people, but because pain convinces you that you're too difficult to love. Several audience members quietly nodded. I believed that. For a very long time. Then something strange happened. Nobody tried to fix me. My therapist listened. My sister stayed patient. My friends refused to disappear. And my dad, she smiled toward Roman again, kept making breakfast. The room laughed softly. He also eventually learned how to cook. Roman placed a hand over his heart, as if defending himself. The audience erupted in warm laughter. But healing, she continued, didn't happen because somebody gave me the perfect advice. It happened because people kept showing up. Again, and again, and again. She stepped away from the podium, walking slowly across the stage. When we created the Still Here initiative, we weren't trying to create heroes. We weren't trying to replace counselors. We weren't trying to pretend students have all the answers. She shook her head. We were trying to teach one simple idea. If someone beside you is hurting, don't walk away. Sit down, listen, and remind them they don't have to carry life alone. The ballroom was completely silent now. No one checked their phones. No one whispered. Every person seemed completely absorbed. Maya reached into her bag. She carefully removed the small framed drawing. The tiny green plant pushing through cracked concrete. She held it up. A teenager gave me this. She said quietly. She didn't know that she was giving me the blueprint for my life. Large screens projected the image throughout the ballroom. Some audience members leaned forward. This little plant, she continued, shouldn't exist. The concrete is too heavy. The ground is too hard. The odds are against it. She smiled. And yet, it keeps growing. She looked around the room. So do people. She placed the frame gently on the podium. I used to think resilience meant never falling. I was wrong. Resilience means refusing to believe that falling is the end. She looked directly toward the students sitting together near the back. If you're here today, and you're struggling, I hope you remember something. You don't have to become someone else to deserve help. You don't have to smile before you're ready. You don't have to pretend you're okay. You only have to take one honest step. Then she looked toward the teachers. The students in your classrooms will probably forget most of your lessons. A few teachers smiled knowingly. But they'll never forget how safe they felt around you. She turned toward the parents. Your children don't need perfect moms. They don't need perfect dads. They don't need perfect families. She smiled gently. They need people willing to come back tomorrow. Finally, her eyes found Roman once more. For a second, the ballroom disappeared. It was just the two of them. My dad spent years believing that he needed to make up for lost time. She smiled through gathering tears. But here's what I finally realized. You can't rewrite yesterday. You can only love people well today. Roman's eyes glistened. He didn't try to hide it. Maya took one final breath. I don't know what tomorrow looks like for any of us. But I know this. She rested one hand on the framed drawing. If a tiny plant can find a way through concrete, then hope can find its way into a human heart. She smiled. No matter how impossible that seems. For anyone listening today, whether you're a student, a parent, a teacher, or someone who's quietly fighting a battle nobody else can see, I hope you remember 4 simple words. She looked across the ballroom, then spoke slowly. Still growing. A pause. Still here. Silence filled the room. Not empty silence. The kind that only comes when words have reached places applause cannot. Then, one person stood. A counselor near the front. She began clapping. Another stood. Then another. Within seconds, the entire ballroom rose to its feet. A standing ovation. Not for a perfect speech, but for an honest one. Maya looked out at the crowd, overwhelmed. She wasn't thinking about the applause. She was thinking about that frightened girl who once sat in a counselor's office wondering if life would ever get better. If only she could see this moment. She'd know the answer. As Maya stepped away from the podium, she noticed Roman standing in the front row. He wasn't cheering louder than anyone else. He simply smiled. The same quiet, reassuring smile he'd worn since the morning he burned those first pancakes. In that moment, neither of them needed words, because both of them understood something that had taken years to learn. The greatest victories aren't measured by championships, or trophies, or standing ovations. They're measured by the lives we help lift along the way. The standing ovation lasted nearly a full minute. Maya stood quietly on the stage. She wasn't sure what to do. She had imagined finishing the speech 100 different ways. She had imagined relief. Maybe even a few polite applause. She had never imagined this. Across the ballroom, people remained on their feet. Some wiped away tears. Others smiled at complete strangers beside them. The applause wasn't simply appreciation. It was recognition. Recognition that every person in that room had carried something difficult at some point in life. And somehow, for the last 40 minutes, Maya had given them permission to stop pretending otherwise. As the applause slowly faded, the conference moderator returned to the stage. She smiled warmly. I've introduced keynote speakers for nearly 20 years. She paused. I've never seen a room this quiet. Or this moved. The audience applauded once more. The moderator looked at Maya. Thank you. Not for the speech, but for your honesty. When the session officially ended, people didn't rush toward the exits. Instead, they formed lines. Teachers, parents, students, counselors, each hoping for just a brief conversation. Maya looked toward the organizers. They're waiting for me? The organizer laughed. They absolutely are. For the next 2 hours, Maya spoke with person after person. One elementary school teacher said, I've been teaching for 25 years. I've spent so much time worrying about lesson plans. I forgot that some children simply need someone to notice them. Maya smiled. They'll remember that. A father stepped forward next. He looked nervous. My teenage son stopped talking to me months ago. He glanced down. I kept trying to solve every problem. He looked back at Maya. I think tonight, I'm just going to sit beside him. Maya smiled. I think he'd like that. A school counselor approached carrying a notebook filled with handwritten notes. I've attended dozens of conferences, she said. They usually give me strategies. She smiled. You reminded me why I chose this profession. The conversations continued. Each one different. Each one meaningful. Roman stood quietly near the back of the room. He didn't interrupt. He simply watched. For years, he had been the one surrounded after public appearances. Fans asking for photos, autographs, stories. Today, he happily stood in the background, watching people gather around his daughter. And he couldn't have been prouder. Several hours later, the ballroom had finally emptied. Volunteers folded chairs. Technicians packed cameras. Conference banners were already being taken down. The excitement of the day slowly gave way to ordinary work. Roman found Maya sitting alone near the front row. Her shoes were off. The framed drawing rested on the chair beside her. You survived, he said with a grin. She laughed tiredly. Barely. He sat beside her. Neither spoke for a moment. The room felt wonderfully quiet after such a full day. Finally, Roman asked, So, what are you thinking? Maya looked out at the now empty stage. I spent so much time worrying about saying the right thing. She smiled. But none of the conversations afterward were about the speech. Roman nodded. What were they about? She looked at him. They were about people. Their families. Their students. Their fears. Their hope. She smiled. I think that's the point. Roman leaned back in his chair. I've learned something today too. Maya looked over. You have? He nodded. For years, I believed my biggest platform was inside a WWE arena. He smiled. I was wrong. She raised an eyebrow. You were? Roman gestured toward the empty stage. My biggest legacy is sitting beside me. Maya immediately shook her head. No, it is. She smiled. You taught me how to build it. Roman laughed softly. I think we taught each other. As they stood to leave, one of the conference staff hurried toward them. Sorry, I almost forgot. She held out a small envelope. This was left for you. Maya opened it. Inside, there was no name, just a folded note. She unfolded it carefully. Written in neat handwriting were only a few sentences. I came here because my counselor made me. I didn't want to be here. I've been planning to give up on myself for a long time. Today, I decided to ask for help instead. Thank you for reminding me that I'm still growing. And still here. Maya stopped reading. Her hands trembled. Roman quietly read the note over her shoulder. Neither of them spoke. There wasn't anything to add. Because in that moment, every late-night planning meeting, every difficult conversation, every volunteer training, every school visit, every burned pancake, every kept promise, had led to one decision. One anonymous person choosing life over hopelessness. Roman gently placed a hand on Maya's shoulder. You wanted to make sure one person felt less alone. He whispered. She nodded through tears. I think they did. As they walked out of the conference center, the evening sky glowed with shades of orange and gold. People loaded equipment into trucks. Volunteers said their goodbyes. The banners came down. The conference was over. But something told Maya. The real work was only beginning. She looked toward Roman. So, what happens next? Roman smiled. The same thing that's always happened. She waited. We show up tomorrow. Maya laughed softly. That's it. He nodded. That's always been it. They climbed into the truck. As Roman started the engine, Maya looked once more at the framed drawing resting carefully in her lap. The tiny green plant still stretched through cracked concrete. Small. Persistent. Unfinished. Just like hope. As they drove away, neither of them noticed the conference center disappearing in the rearview mirror. They were already talking about the next school, the next student, the next conversation, because they both understood something now. Changing the world rarely happens in one extraordinary moment. It happens. One person, one family, one promise, and one ordinary tomorrow at a time. 6 months later, winter had settled over Orlando. The mornings were cooler. The trees stood almost bare. Holiday lights had begun appearing throughout the neighborhood. Inside the foundation, the atmosphere felt warmer than ever. The Still Here initiative had now expanded to 26 schools. More than 200 student ambassadors had completed training. Counselors from neighboring states had begun requesting workshops. What had started as one conversation had quietly become a movement. On a chilly Friday morning, Maya walked through the foundation carrying a box of donated books. Before she reached the reception desk, someone called her name. Miss Anoa. She turned. A teenage girl hurried toward her. Maya smiled politely. Hi. The girl looked nervous. I don't know if you remember me. Maya studied her face for a moment, then smiled. You came to one of the first school workshops. The girl's eyes widened. You remember? I remember your smile. The teenager laughed softly. It wasn't much of one back then. They sat together in the lobby. The girl explained that she'd recently become one of the newest student ambassadors. I wanted to tell you in person, she said. I almost didn't volunteer. What changed? Maya asked. The girl shrugged. I remembered something you said. What was that? The teenager smiled. You don't have to have all the answers to sit beside someone. She looked down at her hands. I realized. I could do that. Maya smiled. Yes. You can. After the girl left, Joelle walked over. You've become difficult to keep track of. Maya laughed. Is that a compliment? I think so. Joelle glanced toward the front doors. People aren't just coming here for programs anymore. They're coming because they believe they belong. Maya looked around the building. Teenagers talking together. Parents meeting with counselors. Volunteers preparing classrooms. No one looked like they were simply passing through. They looked at home. That evening, Roman returned from a WWE event. His travel bag rested near the front door. The house was quiet. He slipped off his shoes, walked into the kitchen, and smiled. A handwritten note rested on the counter. Dinner's in the oven. Don't forget dessert this time. He laughed. Months earlier, he would have been the one leaving notes. Now, Maya beat him to it. A little later, she arrived home from the foundation. Roman was already setting the table. I made dinner, he announced proudly. Maya looked cautiously at the plates. Should I be worried? I've improved. So you claim? She sampled the roasted chicken, then looked at him with exaggerated surprise. You actually did. Roman grinned. I've come a long way since the pancake disaster. You've come a very long way. As they ate, Roman shared stories from the road. Not about championships. Not about rivalries. Instead, he talked about fans. One father who showed him a photograph of his son volunteering at a local school. A teacher who thanked him for supporting Maya's work. A teenager wearing a hoodie with the words, "Still growing. Still here." Roman admitted. I almost got emotional right there in the arena. Maya laughed. I would have paid to see that. Roman smiled. You know what surprised me? What? They weren't talking about wrestling. They wanted to tell me how your story helped them have conversations with their families. Maya sat quietly. She wasn't sure how to respond. Roman shook his head with a smile. For years, I thought I inspired people with what I did inside the ring. He looked at her. But lately, I think your story has done more good than any championship I've ever won. Maya immediately disagreed. Dad, you gave people memories. Roman nodded. And memories matter. But helping people believe tomorrow can be better. He smiled. That's a different kind of victory. Later that night, the two of them sat on the back porch. A gentle breeze moved through the yard. Holiday lights twinkled from nearby houses. For a while, neither of them spoke. Finally, Roman broke the silence. "Do you remember the first time we sat out here?" Maya smiled. "I was scared. You barely said anything." She nodded. "I remember." Roman chuckled. "I spent the whole evening trying to figure out what to say." "And now?" Maya asked. He looked out toward the quiet street. "Now I know something." "What?" Roman smiled. "Sometimes the most important thing you can say is simply, 'I'm here.'" Maya rested her head lightly against his shoulder. Neither of them needed another conversation. They had spent the past year proving those words through actions. And somehow, that had made all the difference. Above them, the stars quietly filled the night sky. Inside the house, the framed drawing of the little green plant still rested on the shelf. Its message hadn't changed. Neither had theirs. Keep showing up. Keep listening. Keep growing. Because hope, like the smallest seed, often grows where nobody expects it. 1 year later, the kitchen looked almost exactly the same. The same wooden table. The same window overlooking the backyard. The same coffee maker humming softly in the corner. Some things had changed. The framed photos on the wall had multiplied. Pictures from school visits, community events, volunteer celebrations. One photograph from the National Youth Wellness Summit now sat beside a family picture taken at the lake. But the room itself still felt wonderfully familiar. Saturday mornings had become sacred in the Anoa'i household. No meetings, no interviews, no travel, no foundation events unless there was an emergency. Just breakfast. Every Saturday, without exception. Roman stood at the stove wearing an apron Maya had bought him as a joke for Father's Day. Across the front, in bold letters, "Official Pancake Redemption Tour." He shook his head every time he wore it. "I still think this is disrespectful." Maya laughed from the table. "You earned it. I've improved." "You have," she admitted. "But history is history." Roman smiled. "I suppose I'll never escape those first pancakes." "Nope. And I'm okay with that." A timer chimed. Roman flipped the pancakes with surprising confidence. Golden brown. Perfectly cooked. He proudly placed a stack onto Maya's plate. "There." She studied them carefully. No smoke. No charcoal. No fire extinguisher. Roman folded his arms proudly. "I've become an artist." "You've become acceptable." He laughed. "I'll take it." As they ate, conversation drifted naturally. The newest schools joining the initiative. A counselor retiring after 30 years. Plans for a youth leadership retreat next spring. Nothing dramatic. Just life. Exactly the kind of life they had once wondered if they'd ever have. After breakfast, Roman began clearing the dishes. Maya stopped him. "I've got them." "You sure?" She nodded. "You cooked." "I'll clean." Roman smiled. "Fair deal." As Maya washed the dishes, Roman wandered into the living room. On the bookshelf sat the little framed drawing. The tiny green plant pushing through cracked concrete. The edges of the paper had faded slightly with time, but the message remained clear. Still growing. Still here. Roman picked it up carefully. He remembered the day Maya first showed it to him. Back then, he thought it was simply a beautiful drawing. Now, he understood it had quietly become the philosophy of their family. Not perfection. Not success. Not fame. Simply continuing to grow. His phone buzzed. A message from an old friend in WWE. Congratulations on another Hall of Fame nomination. Roman smiled. He appreciated it. He truly did. But before replying, his eyes drifted toward the kitchen. Maya was laughing to herself while trying to scrub syrup from a plate. Music played softly through the speakers. Sunlight poured through the window. The house felt alive. Roman quietly locked his phone without answering. The nomination could wait. This moment couldn't. A few minutes later, he joined Maya at the sink. "Need help?" She handed him a towel. "You can dry. I've been promoted. You've earned it." As they finished cleaning, the doorbell rang. Roman opened the front door. Outside stood 3 teenagers from the foundation. Each carried bags filled with supplies. One smiled. "Sorry to interrupt. We're heading to the community center. We wondered if Maya wanted to come." Before Roman could answer, Maya appeared behind him. "I'll grab my jacket." The teenagers smiled. "We'll wait." Roman watched as Maya hurried upstairs. One of the teenagers turned to him. "Mr. Rains, I just wanted to say thanks." Roman looked surprised. "For what?" The boy shrugged. "For raising someone who didn't give up on people like me." Roman's throat tightened. He wasn't sure what to say, so he simply smiled. You don't have to thank me. The teenager grinned. I think I do. A few moments later, Maya came back downstairs. She hugged Roman before heading out. I won't be late. No rush, he replied. Have a good day. You too. She walked toward the waiting group. Within seconds, the 4 teenagers were laughing together as they headed down the sidewalk. Roman stood in the doorway long after they disappeared from view. The house became quiet again. Not lonely. Peaceful. He slowly returned to the kitchen. The breakfast dishes were done. The coffee cups were empty. The morning sunlight still warmed the room. He sat in the same chair where, years earlier, he had nervously wondered if one breakfast could begin repairing a broken relationship. Now he knew the answer. It never was about the pancakes. It never was about finding perfect words. It was about choosing to return. Again, and again, and again, until trust quietly found its way home. Roman looked once more toward the framed drawing. The little plant still reached toward the light. It always would. He smiled. Not the smile of a WWE superstar. Not the smile of a champion. Just the quiet smile of a father. Because after all the arenas, all the championships, all the applause, he finally understood what his greatest victory had been. It wasn't something he'd won. It was someone he'd never stopped showing up for. And in the end, that made all the difference. Several years later, the Still Here initiative had grown beyond anything anyone had imagined. It was no longer active in just a handful of schools. Hundreds of schools across the country had adopted its model. Thousands of student ambassadors had completed the training. Counselors from different states regularly collaborated through the foundation. What had once been a simple idea written on a whiteboard had become something that no longer belonged to one family. It belonged to every community that chose to care for its young people. The foundation building had changed too. The walls were lined with photographs. Students laughing during workshops. Teachers embracing graduates. Parents attending family nights. Volunteer appreciation ceremonies. Every hallway told another story. Every picture represented someone who had chosen connection over silence. One afternoon, Maya slowly walked through the building. She smiled as she greeted volunteers by name. Some had been with the foundation for years. Others had only recently joined. Everyone carried the same purpose. Make sure no young person felt invisible. As she passed the reception desk, a volunteer hurried over. Maya, there's someone here asking for you. She looked toward the waiting area. A young man stood beside the window. He looked to be in his early 20s. He held a small envelope in one hand. When Maya approached, he smiled nervously. I don't know if you'll remember me. She studied his face. Something about him felt familiar. Then she realized. You wrote the anonymous letter. The one after the conference. He smiled. I did. For a moment, neither of them spoke. Finally, he handed her the envelope. I thought it was time you knew the rest. Maya carefully opened it. Inside was another handwritten letter. Dear Maya, a few years ago, I wrote a note thanking you for helping me choose to ask for help. I never signed my name because I wasn't ready. Today I am. She continued reading. I finished college this spring. I'm studying to become a school counselor. Not because I think I can save everyone, but because someone once reminded me that people don't have to heal alone. Tears began filling Maya's eyes. I wanted you to know. That one conversation became another. Then another. Now I hope to pass that gift on. Thank you. For showing up. Maya slowly lowered the letter. She looked at the young man. You've already started helping people. He smiled. I'm trying. She nodded. That's enough. They talked for nearly an hour. Not about awards. Not about recognition. Just about life. About setbacks. About growth. About learning that healing isn't a straight line. When he finally stood to leave, he paused at the door. I almost didn't come today. Maya smiled. I'm glad you did. So am I. After he left, Maya stood quietly in the empty lobby. She thought about the frightened teenager who had once written an anonymous note. Now, he was preparing to become the kind of adult who would help countless others. The ripple continued. Exactly as she'd hoped. That evening, Roman stopped by the foundation after finishing a workout. He noticed Maya sitting alone in the conference room. You've got that look. She laughed. What look? The one that says you've been thinking. She handed him the letter. Roman read every word, then quietly folded it. For several seconds, neither of them spoke. Finally, Roman smiled. I think this is what legacy actually looks like. Maya nodded. I used to think legacy meant being remembered. She looked around the room. Now I think It means leaving people better prepared to help someone else. Roman smiled proudly. I couldn't have said it better. Before heading home, the two of them walked through the foundation one final time. Most of the lights had already been switched off. Only the reception area remained illuminated. As they reached the front entrance, Roman noticed something new on the wall. A large mural. In the center, the familiar little green plant pushing through cracked concrete. Below it, hundreds of signatures. Students, teachers, parents, counselors, volunteers, everyone who had been part of the journey. And beneath every signature, the same 4 words. Still growing. Still here. Roman stood quietly for a long moment. Then smiled. You know, I think this belongs to them now. Maya looked at the mural. It always did. Outside, the evening air was calm. They locked the front door behind them. The building faded into the background as they walked toward the parking lot. Halfway there, Roman stopped. He looked back one last time. Years earlier, he had measured success in sold-out arenas. Championship matches. Television ratings. Crowds chanting his name. Those moments had been unforgettable. But they had never filled him the way this did. Not because this was bigger. Because it was deeper. Maya noticed him smiling. What? He shook his head. I was just thinking. About what? He looked toward the foundation. I spent years trying to leave behind something people would remember. He looked at her. I never imagined it would start with breakfast. Maya laughed. I'll never let you forget those pancakes. I wouldn't want you to. He replied. They remind me that imperfect beginnings can still lead to beautiful endings. They climbed into the truck. The engine started. Headlights cut through the evening. As they drove away, the foundation disappeared behind the trees. But its mission didn't. Because somewhere, a student chose to sit beside a classmate instead of walking away. Somewhere, a parent decided to listen before trying to solve. Somewhere, a teacher noticed the quiet child in the back of the room. Somewhere, someone who had almost given up decided to ask for help. Not because of one speech. Not because of one family. But because ordinary people kept choosing to show up for one another. And perhaps, that is how hope has always spread. Quietly. Patiently. One heart at a time. The end.